hope everyone is doing great and had some good rest in the past days. And yeah, it's our pleasure to kick another day today in our Children Youth Pavilion. Today will be our final day of the first week, and tomorrow there is no sessions. So yeah, time is flying. Very interesting day today with a lot of surprises as always and a lot of exciting sessions. And it's always good to have everyone here and start us off. Today it's Science, Technology and Innovation and Urbanization Day. So a lot of innovations, a lot of magic, a lot of simulations as well, and interesting stuff for you as audience to follow us. Hello to everyone joining us from the YouTube as well. And so to start the day, not be keeping you long, we have our first session, which is Simulating the Future, an interactive exploration of climate scenarios and the consequences for tomorrow's of decisions of today. Very interesting. So I'm happy to give you the floor and yeah, give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Very excited that you could make it, even though we still, some people can still join. So my name's Lara, and I'm part of Generation Climate Europe. And that's Namir, also from Generation Climate Europe. And today we're here with the amazing Ellie, who is part of Climate Interactive. And they have developed this really cool tool where you can essentially make a lot of climate policy decisions and then see if you can solve the climate crisis. But she can introduce it way better than us. So we're just going to give it over to her. And then she's going to show you the tool. And then you all get to, yeah, make some climate policy.
Great, thanks Laura, and thanks everyone for joining. So she said, my name is Ellie Johnston. I'm the Director of Engagement at Climate Interactive, and we work closely with the MIT Sloan School of Management to develop climate models, climate simulators that synthesize the best available science and then put them into formats as tools that anybody can use. So these are used to support decision makers at all levels of government, in understanding what are those key types of actions, key types of inputs that can really put us on the path to be successful to achieving the Paris Agreement goals of staying well below 2 degrees and aiming towards 1.5. And we do this, both me and my team running events like we are participating in today, and also through hundreds and hundreds of facilitators around the world who use the tool. It's freely available to use online, who use the tool to engage other people. And sometimes that looks like running it in classrooms. Sometimes that looks like running it as grassroots organizations, engaging people in campaigns to understand what we should do on climate. Sometimes that's at the business level, and sometimes that's in the government level. So, for example, I'm based in the United States and ahead of the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. We engaged 148 members of Congress with this tool to help get them up to speed on what are the suite of actions that is necessary for addressing climate change, and to really highlight that it takes many different things to address this challenge. And so what we're going to do today in this event is I'm going to show you all this tool, En-ROADS, and then you all are going to break into small groups and use it yourself to create your vision of what it looks like to address climate change. And then at the end, we'll share what are some of those components of the scenarios that you all created, what was surprising, and we can talk through some of the questions. So that's the overall arc of where we are headed today. And I'll just start by introducing you all a little more of the tool that we're going to be using in these small breakouts for the discussion and for the creation of the scenarios. So if we could switch over to the Zoom and share the screen, and then you all can see the simulator. So this is En-ROADS, and what we're looking at here is what we call the baseline scenario. So this is a starting point from which we build additional actions on top of. The baseline scenario includes the historic and current trends of policy, investment, technological development, but it doesn't anticipate additional action. So that's where the bottom there you see is this control panel showing all different types of actions that we might take to address climate change. On the left, the graph that we're looking at right now is showing global sources of primary energy. At the bottom, we have coal, then oil in red, then natural gas in blue. Green is renewables, then bioenergy, and the small sliver at the top in blue is nuclear energy. It goes from the year 2000 out to 2100. So again, this is our baseline scenario, and we can say, okay, what do we want that energy mix to look like, or what do we think it should be to achieve those goals of the Paris Agreement? And of course, as we are well aware, some of those types of energy sources contribute significantly to the increase in greenhouse gas emissions that we see on the right graph, which also goes from the year 2000 all the way out to 2100. So the fossil fuels then contribute to those greenhouse gas emissions. But we also know that greenhouse gas emissions come from other sources beyond energy, and those are included in the model as well. So we've heard a lot this COP about methane emissions, with a number of announcements around that. That's included. Land use emissions are a key component of it as well. And then, so one of the things we can do, and I'll just do this very quickly to show you how this is going to work, is we can move a slider and say, what if we want to make renewables cheaper? Already they're on a pathway to it's getting cheaper and cheaper, but let's make them even cheaper than they are. Then you would just move this slider here, and you can see the green wedge representing renewables on the left increases, greenhouse gas emissions come down some, as well as that temperature outcome. So what you all will be tasked with in your small groups is to come up with that vision that you all have for what the future should look like in terms of this. And hopefully in each group, somebody has a laptop and can pull it up. It will be at enroads.org, en-roads.org, and you can find the simulator. And let me just show you a few things so you can learn where to look for all of the different actions that you're interested in seeing. So here on the left, we have our different types of energy supply. So you can boost things that you might like for example, renewable energy here, we highly subsidize it, or you can tax and decrease things you may not like. So coal, oil, gas, bioenergy, whatever you want to test out. Then there's also a carbon price down there at the bottom. And then in the middle, we have transport policies. So you can increase energy efficiency. So that's like hybrid cars, using more mass transit instead of people driving in their personal cars. Or you can electrify the transport. So thinking about where the energy comes from for all of that transit. Are buses electrified, things like that. Below that is buildings and industry, and similarly, you can increase the energy efficiency of those buildings, or you can electrify them. So that's looking at electrifying all the appliances, the machines, motors in industry and homes, say like how we heat our houses, how we cook, moving towards electricity there. Then at the bottom, there's growth. So some of the big drivers of our global climate and society are around population and economic growth. Now, the policies around that are not so clear, but you could say, you can test these what-if scenarios and say, okay, what about changes there? How much impact does that make? Then there's land, food, and industry emissions. You can adjust deforestation or those methane and other gases. The other gases include things like nitrous oxide, which shows up in fertilizer use and our industrial agriculture system, as well as F gases. F gases show up in different types of manufacturing and industry, for example, in the development of semiconductors or in refrigerants for air conditioners, things like that. And then finally there, the last two sliders are focused around carbon removal. So how do we draw carbon out of the atmosphere through either natural approaches like afforestation, planting lots of trees, or through more technological interventions like direct air carbon capture and storage, or and also things like agricultural soil carbon. You can click, and that reminds me too. So for every one of these sliders, you can click on the name or click on the three dots, and it opens up a whole bunch of other types of possibilities. So if there's something around coal, for example, maybe rather than taxing coal, you would like to accelerate the retirement of coal-fired power plants just to make them go away, you can go onto those advanced settings, scroll through, and see the options there. For technological carbon removal, you can see the different varieties of possibility there. Direct air carbon capture, enhanced mineralization, agricultural soil carbon sequestration, biochar, things like that. And again, the simulator is really designed to explore the potential of these. We've looked across the studies, the literature, to try and understand, okay, like what is the potential if these things were successful? And we're saying, okay, what are the possibilities there? So what I want you all to do in your small groups is think about what do you like, test it out, and see what it takes to make that scenario that stays below 2 degrees. Here, with just that one action we took, we're at 3.1 degrees, but we know we need to get much, much lower. Then, after we make our scenarios, another thing too that you can look at is you can change. We have over 100 different graphs. You don't have to change the graphs if you don't want to, but if you do want to go deeper on something, you can search for it and look for a variety of things. So for example, for impacts, we can look at not just temperature change, but how does that temperature change affect things like sea level rise, affect things like biodiversity, crop yield, and a number of other factors that really make this hit home for a lot of us in terms of how climate change is experienced. I'm going to pause there. Are there any questions? Okay, yes. Yeah, so that's a great question. And the question was about how do you look at your specific country? And so this model is global. So it doesn't have that national level, what we say disaggregation, kind of that breakdown for the country levels. There are other models that are designed more and suited for those national contexts. Because we're looking at global temperature here, that any one country, even the biggest countries, their contribution to that temperature would be rather small, and they can't alone get us on that path towards staying below 2 degrees. And so that's why for the purposes of this tool, we look at the global level, because we're really focused on how do we achieve that Paris Agreement goal. It's at a high level. And then from there, we could, once we make that scenario, we say, okay, then could look at it and say, all right, what percentage of this carbon budget might a country be responsible for, and what does that look like? Another way we use this tool too is, so in national settings or in businesses, is to look at the actions that a specific area is taking. So it could be looking at an NDC that a country has put forward and say, okay, what's included here and what's missing? So if we make a scenario and say, what if the whole world did what the US has proposed to do in their NDC? Would that be sufficient? And that's where we can get a look at, well, no, we would need this much more, and things like that. Yeah, great question. Okay, so at this point, yeah. Yeah. So what we're going to do is find maybe 2 or 3 people. You can be small groups, or it could be as much as 4 or 5. Find a neighbor. Looks like some of you are already in groups. Great. I do encourage you to turn around and meet somebody new. The point of COP, of course, is not that we come here and just talk to the people we know, but open up your computers or just one computer. Pull up En-ROADS. You see in the corner here, ENROADS, and that will take you to the simulator, and then make your scenario. And then as you do this, as you make your scenario, I want you all to think of, say, 1 to 3 highlights of what are the key components. So if you are, say, a big fan of new technologies, then maybe that's the highlight. It's like, we just invested in all of these different new technologies. And then that would be one way you would summarize your scenario, and we'll share. Because I'm really curious how this group, how different groups come up with different types of scenarios. All right, I'm gonna turn you all loose, and if you have any questions, happy to help, and we'll be moving around. Yeah.
Just a quick reminder, we have like 5 more minutes, so come to an end with like your scenarios, and also think about 3 key takeaways that you want to share with the group. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Could we all turn our attention back to the front because we are done with a little breakout session? Ellie is still busy. Also, the group to the left. Marianne. Okay. Okay, so this was our short breakout for the climate simulator. And now it would just be really interesting to hear from the different groups, maybe 2 to 3 like main takeaways, something that was surprising to you, something that you learned. Yeah, maybe based off your model, that would be really cool. So do we have any volunteers, anyone who wants to start us off with some reflections about how you solved the climate crisis in 20 minutes? Yes?
Hi everyone, my colleagues disappeared, so it's just me. But just one second. We were like very puzzled because at the beginning we're like, how do we get from 3 degrees to like 1.5? And then we found out actually that I think one of the biggest transformations in terms of like reducing the temperature increase was when we highly reduced methane and other gases. And that makes sense because it's like highly, the effect of warming is way bigger than carbon. And then we also had like high growth of afforestation, electrification. Also, there's a very big impact from buildings. So a lot more than just, but also we did a little medium growth of technological. So it was also like trying to test the biases that I personally have in terms of like the role of technology. So it's a really, really fun exercise actually.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And do we want to go over here?
I thought one of the things that I thought was interesting was the nuclear, I don't know what the like scale, didn't change it at all. So even if you put it to the sort of highest end, or maybe like I reached the kind of minimum bottom and then it wouldn't change it on my screen, but the nuclear didn't change it at all, which I thought was interesting. And then the like technological bit had a massive margin, but depending on which end you put it at. I think one of the things that I thought, and this is like coming to it from a politics background, I think it would be really interesting to add political indicators of how like political structures and things like sort of UN negotiation processes also had an impact on outcomes and how that would kind of manage it. But no, I thought it was really, really interesting.
On that question too of political response, sometimes the way I think about it is like, okay, how easy it is to actually move that slider in the real world. Like, if the negotiations and everything were like very easy to do, woo, we just move the sliders, just like you can do very simply in the simulator. But like, it's difficult. So you would think about just like, okay, I'm moving this slider, but it's actually very hard to do. And then of course on nuclear too, if you subsidize nuclear and you can see that we can achieve that commitment that was announced earlier this week of like tripling nuclear. That's still a very small proportion of the global energy mix, which is something to note out there, even in optimistic scenarios for nuclear that may or may not pan out. I mean, nuclear is very expensive, and there's a lot of challenges to building it, of course. All right, next group.
Yeah, do you want to go? Or who wants to go?
We were just really interested in nuclear as well. We noticed that when you subsidize, when you tax oil and gas very highly, you don't really need it when you're implementing like more energy efficient buildings and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just interesting. We looked at highly taxing nuclear and carbon as well. We also looked at reducing technological carbon removal, but increasing forestation, and then reducing deforestation as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also very interesting. And then we have one last group, but certainly not least. Who of you wants to share some key insights or maybe interesting learnings? Yeah?
Thank you. So not to repeat what the other group said about the afforestation, the electrification, that we were also greatly supporting. One of the great input we can add from this discussion is that it's not that easy to either tax or to put carbon prices, because it's highly difficult for some of the countries, and also the indicators that we are pushing one way or another doesn't necessarily reflect on the inequalities that would raise, in case we go with this or that policy. So it's not that easy to just go one way, as you were suggesting. So this is one of the interesting points we were having, including in the increase or decreasing the population, for example. This was the interesting input we had from here, in addition to what we support. Do you want to add?
Yeah, thank you. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, well, a few things that I heard that were brought up. So, for example, just to go back to that point on nuclear energy. So you can see, if you, for any graph, we can pull up and we can say, oh, let's look specifically at nuclear. And so we can look at primary energy demand. And then you can see, okay, what if we, in this scenario, which we just started at the beginning, we just subsidize renewable energy. Then you can see that makes nuclear go down, because we're competing. Now renewable energy is that much cheaper, and it really makes nuclear even less competitive than it already was. What if we had nuclear be cheaper? You can see it rises, so that in 2050 it's about tripled. But it's still a very slim part of that global sources of primary energy, which just maybe gives you a window into how big of a scale we need to move in terms of the deployment of different types of clean energy sources. It takes a lot to build that scenario to go down below 2 degrees. One thing too, I also want to point out. So I heard several people mention about looking at population. So we didn't build into this scenario a way to decrease population. That's not a future that we are working for. We are working for a planet in which we live and people can have great lives and their livelihoods taken care of. What we do have with this population slider is we're looking at different scenarios for growth. And there we look to the UN and their population statistics agency and said, okay, what is a possibility of smaller family sizes, which we see as just a trajectory in some countries already. You have countries in which the birth rate has fallen such that over time, in the coming generations, those populations will contract. And in other places, what's that? So when we move down into a low growth scenario, you can see here, what that means is that by the year, say 2060, population will peak and then very slowly come down some. This is not, we very much hope, some dystopic scenario in which where lives are lost. This is just changing birth rates. Any other questions that came up that I can just address? Thank you all so much for kind of coming up with your scenarios. They were fascinating. Yeah. In terms of nuclear. Yeah, in some ways. I mean, yeah, so the question was, is one of the reasons why for nuclear it starts so low that many countries don't even have nuclear. So that's part of the dynamic, right? Is that nuclear energy only exists in so many countries, and the possibility for that growth. This is a technology, nuclear power has been around for many decades. And when we look historically, we don't yet see the possibility for there to be kind of a paradigm shift that would make it grow really fast. These are incredibly expensive pieces of infrastructure. And you imagine the difference between a nuclear facility and something like solar panels or even wind turbines. These are, they can be, like a solar panel can be manufactured in a factory, and then it can be shipped around the world. A wind turbine is a mechanical source of producing energy, and it doesn't require that kind of the knowledge and training and the job deployment that's really essential to pulling off nuclear successfully. So what that does is there's something that underlies technological pathways called the progress ratio. So this is a measure of how fast a technology can scale. For renewables, that progress ratio is quite low. We're seeing costs continually plummet as the technology gets better and better. Costs are falling. For nuclear, costs haven't fallen as successfully in recent decades. We just don't see the costs coming down. And in many cases, costs are overrunning their projections for these big infrastructure facilities. So there's just challenges here. Setting aside many of the other concerns around nuclear, is just sort of economic challenges that make in the model it not scale up at quite the same rates we see with renewable energy. Yeah, great question. All right, so I'm curious, we have just a few minutes left. Any kind of reflections, high-level insights that came up as you all were making your scenarios? Any things that were like, oh, wow, this is more difficult than I thought, or this is actually more possible than I thought? Anyone have any like quick reactions that they're interested in sharing? What do you think?
It definitely seems more possible than I thought, and a lot of it's just policy. So I think the hardest part is if there is pushback from the population on the policy change.
Yeah. So that is an important reflection. Yeah.
What I did was that I boosted up afforestation, and I did increase deforestation as well, and methane and other gases. But technology definitely influenced a lot of it. So I put it more than halfway, but not full. So affordability was well, I assumed affordability, but the coal and gas and everything else was high out. So we could achieve it if we have like that policy reformation and subsidies for the public to be able to transition. So that's quite key. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, the policy conditions are essential to enabling these scenarios to be possible, as well as finance and the flows of just investments in different areas. And also, I noted this in a couple of the groups as you all were talking, but of course this is a global model. So the way that this happens at the national level is gonna look different for different countries. Some countries may invest heavily in these future technologies, and others may focus more on land use. And when we look at the national landscape for many countries, it does vary. The emissions for a country like Brazil is largely in the land use sector, whereas the emissions for a country like Germany is much more in the industrial and energy sector. So some of those things then we use this tool as a starting point, and then can jump off and say, okay, what are some of the implications for the local context or the private sector context if we're using this to engage businesses and that kind of thing. All right, any other last comments or reflections from Laura or Numir? Okay, great. Well, I want to conclude then just by, you all pulled this up on your computers. You can click in the upper right-hand corner. It says share scenario. So Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever kind of social media you like to use to share what you've done at COP. That's an easy way to share your scenario and say, oh, here's a scenario we created this morning. May it be so. Hopefully in the negotiations we see these possible scenarios become realized and through small changes again and again and again. And also take this back to wherever your institutions are, your organizations that you all work with. This is a resource that you can use to share with others. We have formats like this, and we also have role-playing game formats when there's a larger amount of time different ways of dynamically engaging groups interactively so that people are thinking about climate solutions grounded in the best available science. Thank you all so much for joining this morning. Appreciate you all showing up, and take care with the rest of your COP. Good luck. Oh, also, I have some En-ROADS cards. If you're interested, you can just grab a card. Yep. No worries. No worries. Here's your mic. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Yeah, just introducing you.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad we had a good turnout eventually. You know, it was a little quiet, but that's inevitable for the morning.
And if it's like MLB one, so you've always got that fatigue.
Yeah, especially here we are on like what, day 6.
Yeah,
It's like, okay, maybe I'll sleep in today.
And you know what? They missed out on a gem, so that's
Yeah.
them problem. But
Totally.
no, I think that was really, really cool.
Yeah, nice. Thanks again for like extending the invite and thinking about us and
Yeah,
totally.
I mean, this was Laura's idea first, but she
Yeah.
kind of flirted it. So she learned about your organisation at some point, and so we should definitely do something.
Yeah.
Who knows? We could call to run it again or something.
You're moving into the next event.
Yes.
I'm packing up.
But yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, would love to. Yeah, we'll be there.
Thank you.
Do you know where it is yet?
Yeah, TBC. Somewhere Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. It was great to meet you. Yeah. All right. It is.
Now we're just going to welcome the next session. It's on From Words to Action, Empowering Youth for a Just Transition in the Age of AI. Are you ready? It's okay.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. So thank you so much for joining us today. So which is Youth Action UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network, is happy to organize this event with youth. So for today, as I said, thank you so much for joining us, and I will start by giving you a brief description about the event, and after that we go for the questions, and we start our event. As an introduction, and as we navigate the interstate landscape of AI, potential mitigation and climate change, I think it's working. Potential mitigation climate change, it's paramount to acknowledge both its promises and challenges. Yes, we should acknowledge the ethical side of using AI, and in this session we wanted to see the relationship between the usage of AI and its ethical usage and its impact on society, and how we can use AI to empower youth to be active within the climate action landscapes. So our mission through these discussions is to empower youth to actively shape the narrative, ensure ethical consideration guide for the implementation of AI-related solutions, or for a just transition and sustainable future. So I'm so happy today to present you my speakers. So in this panel, we'll be having 3 speakers. Eusebio Castro Salcedo, the lead negotiator on just transition for the Dominican Republic. Also, we'll be having Dr. David Dow, the co-founder of Gain Forest, and finally Marie Claire. She is the co-founder of Youth Negotiator Academy, and also she's part of the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. Before starting, I will let Manon from UNESCO team to present also UCAN and UNESCO and what we are working on, and specifically on AI. Yeah, click maybe on that.
Is there a button? Hello? Okay. Hello, everyone. This is my pleasure to represent the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network today with this very important event, and I'm very glad that we are joined with our great panelists. So, emerging technologies such as AI and geoengineering have proven to be essential in climate mitigation and adaptation. It is estimated that developing and scaling digital technology could reduce by 20% our emission by 2050, and in the most polluting industries. However, as Walid mentioned, there are some effects that we need to take care of. As OpenAI is celebrating its first anniversary, we must consider, for example, the impact that AI can have in a short period of time. 61.8% of ChatGPT visitors are between the age of 18 and 35. Yet, 60% of young people consider that the school do not teach them the necessary skills for the job for the future. So in this context, like we have had 2 weeks ago, the 13th UNESCO Youth Forum, where we received a lot of recommendations from young people themselves, and they were very, very relevant to this topic. They have asked our UNESCO member state to harness the power of digital and technological innovation for climate action, to ensure safe, inclusive, and accessible digital technology use for the climate transition. The ethical aspect has been very key. And UNESCO has a long-standing experience in environmental ethics, supported by the World Commission on the Ethics and Scientific Knowledge and Technology, the COMEST. In 2017, 195 member states adopted the UNESCO Declaration on Ethical Principles in relation to climate change, calling global partners to mobilize around such principles to guide decision-making and policy development for climate action and at all levels, considering the ethical dimension. And youth are key partners in delivering this. For example, the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network this year has been involved in developing a capacity-building tool on climate ethics to advance the understanding and practical knowledge of the instrument of the declaration. So youth must be empowered, but also mobilized in this area. Finally, I would say that in the context of the development of the artificial intelligence, the UNESCO adopted the recommendation on the ethics of the artificial intelligence in 2021 by 193 member states. This goes from the this recommendation highlight both the capacity to revolutionize the learning, making it more inclusive and tailored for young people, but also it raises the concerns that AI can bring, such as the algorithm, the privacy, security, and also the youth well-being. This is why today the discussion is important, and I would like really much to take it as a stepping stone for the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network to engage further in UNESCO in this topic of the digital transformation. Walid, over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manon. So before starting our panel, we would like to ask you a question. So we'll be using Slido as a tool. So it's gonna be questions, and you'll be answering it with word. So I will be asking you a question, and whatever word comes to your mind, you can write it down, and after that, we can see how we can use it within our discussion. So we'll be displaying the Slido platform on the TV, and the question is how AI technology can contribute to mitigation climate change. So if you scan this QR code, or if you go to Slido and you put this number, you can just write down any word that comes to your mind on how AI technologies can contribute to mitigating climate change. So we'll leave 2 minutes for this question, and we'll be starting our panel. So we go to first answer. It's developing resources in several languages. Also, we got we can analyze emissions data in a way that is not possible for humans. Yeah. Oh, so this one said they can optimize energy consumption, enhance renewable energy production, improve climate modeling for better predictions, and facilitate efficient resource management, and also help speak knowledge in accessible ways. So I think thank you so much for your answers, and I guess we'll be talking on all these points with our honorable speakers today. So thank you so much for engaging with us. So let's start now our panel. So I will give, now we'll be having 3 questions for the 3 of the speakers. Marie-Claire also, she will be joining us in a few minutes. So you'll be having 3 questions, and before that, please have maybe 30 seconds to introduce yourselves, and then go ahead with the answer. So with the first question, it said how AI technology can contribute to mitigating climate action, which is the same question we asked now. So starting with you, Uzbeo. So how do you see the role of AI to mitigate climate action impact? So you have the floor.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Am I? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eusebio Castro, and I'm the lead negotiator of Just Transition and Response Measure of the Dominican Republic. I'm an international human rights lawyer, and I try to implement the human rights perspective into the UNFCCC process. So I negotiate, but I also am very eager to engage with youth and other NGOs in this multilateral process that at the end is trying to eradicate or fight against the climate crisis, which to me at least is a human rights crisis. I would like to address the question referring to one of the things that were mentioned before. It seems that the public is already well versed on how AI actually works in the climate change scenario. And I believe that AI could mitigate the climate impacts by not only improving the modeling of climate change scenarios, but also the greenhouse gas emissions, as well as understanding or giving us a path to understand how energy efficiency can be improved, especially on the grid side. For global south countries, especially for small island developing states that have grids or electrical grids that are kind of old, it's good to understand how the new renewable energy sources can be integrated into the national power system. So I believe that AI could have a good potential in that regard.
Okay, thank you so much. So, same question for you, David.
Hi, I'm David Dow. I have a PhD in AI, actually, so I can tell you a lot more about the science if you're interested. I know that not a lot of people are mathematical fans here, so I'll keep it short. But we wrote a paper on this, how artificial intelligence, back then we called it machine learning, can tackle climate change. You can read it under climatechange.ai. It's a non-profit association that we founded on top of the paper. I myself run another non-profit called Gain Forest, like rainforest, but with a G. And my passion on AI is just one very specific topic, which is nature. So we have a lot of data from satellite imagery, drone imagery, but also acoustic data, the sounds of forests, the DNA of the soil and the water, and can sample all of that to provide measurements of nature that is going beyond carbon, including biodiversity, species richness. So we develop algorithms that can do exactly that in our NGO. In the scientific paper we published, we identified multiple ways which AI can tackle climate change and mitigate. One is energy systems and power systems, optimizing the electricity grid. The second one is improving agricultural industry with precision agriculture. Then we have another topic that is forecasting of disasters, flooding, to adapt for climate change purposes. Forest and nature, of course, that's my domain. Then tracking of methane leaks in the oil and gas industry, which is really important, so they can close it. And then the ocean is, for example, a wonderful example where AI can help to detect and monitor fish species and wildlife. And let me see if we missed something. Transportation. Transportation is a really great way where AI can optimize the creation of streets and flows such that traffic goes faster and it's not less polluted. And then last but not least, AI can help with scientific discovery of new materials, especially battery, which is really, really important to electrify our grid. So these are like kind of bunch of topics we wrote for each of these topics, what exactly an AI person together with a climate change policymaker could work together on, what is the highest impact and lowest impact, and it's freely available for you to read at climatechange.ai.
Thank you so much, David. So moving now to Marie-Claire. She's the founder of Youth Negotiators Academy, and also she is UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network and working with the steering committee. So I will leave the floor to you yourself, and also to answer the first question, which is how AI technologies can contribute to mitigating climate change.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And sorry for being slightly late today. The negotiations dragged into quite long yesterday, and I was very tired. So anyways, now I'm in a good mood again. My name is Marie-Claire. As you already mentioned, I have been a negotiator for Switzerland before, and it was a great honor, but also was a great challenge. And based on my own experience, I set up an academy or co-founded an academy to train and support and equip young people with the knowledge, the understanding, and the skills to actually be part of negotiation and decision-making processes on a multilateral level. So this year we trained 175 young people from all around the world to be part of their country delegation. So they have like the pink badges and they're in the negotiating rooms. And they are supporting a variety of different negotiating items. They're kind of all over: climate, finance, adaptation, mitigation, technology transfer, gender thematics, and so on. And so one thing what we identified was that they are great tools which actually help young negotiators, but very often they don't yet know actually how can it specifically be used for the negotiations. That's why David, myself, and also the teams behind us have been working over the last couple of months to see how can we support young negotiators on the multilateral level with AI tools. So what we had a couple of interview series, and what we found out that is capacity building needed just to understand the technology, understand where it can help, but also maybe where are some of the dangers when it comes specifically to data security, as of course, for example, position papers of the countries shouldn't just be shared to everyone available, as this is the whole purpose of the negotiations, right? And if you, for example, would upload them on the ChatGPT, then this would be a data breach and would be, not ideal for the negotiators. So there needs to be an understanding on the technology, but also what the technology can do and what it can't do. Also showing them concrete examples, for example, as you already mentioned, where it can actually be applied. And so we actually developed a short capacity building series for the negotiators, as well as a little guidebook. I have only one copy left, but we will also make it available online, so we can also share it afterwards, where we really kind of go, based on the interviews, explain what kind of tools, what kind of prompts they can use for what actions. Specifically, what we also found out that language barrier is a huge issue in the space, and this is, I think, where AI can come in very handy to translate long documents, translate it for non-English speaker like myself. Sometimes I have no clue like why they're fighting over a word because I don't understand the difference. So I think there is a really fantastic opportunity to read over like 30-page document when you have to summarize them and suddenly understand the history of a specific negotiating item while you have only been here for a couple of days. Well, they got the training, but we don't maybe grasp the whole history of something. So I think this is really something where AI tools can be very handy. We already know that a couple of delegations are already using them. For example, the US delegation, they announced this a couple of months ago. But what we also see is that we already have a huge kind of gap in the negotiations between the developed countries who have huge delegations, who have their lawyers here and everyone preparing briefs and statements. And we have many countries who are here. They haven't had the time to prepare. They have very tiny delegations. They can't even cover all the important negotiating items. And they're struggling heavily on time because everyone is covering 5 different items. And it's, as we all know, impossible. So this is also where we really try to build the capacity that the already, excluded or marginalized countries who are represented here that we can really strengthen them, so we can hopefully close the gap through the use of technology. And also maybe, David, you can afterwards talk about the AI assistant you and your team have been developing to really support the young negotiators, and I mean everyone else ultimately as well, but specifically young negotiators from the Global South to better catch up with the negotiations and become more proactive and actually shaping the multilateral climate discourse.
Thank you, Marie-Claire. So back to you now, Zebu, for the second question. And it's very related to the first one. So the question says, what are the social, economical, and ethical challenges of widespread AI in the transition to a sustainable future, especially for young people?
Yeah, I believe that's a very interesting question, but I wanted to address it first, understanding what just transitions are. And at least in the negotiation room right now, and at least in the work that has been done regarding just transitions at this point, there's like 2 main areas or 2 main fields in which just transitions are developing. One is the workforce, which means the displacement or the impacts that the climate change will have in some industries, especially industries that are very reliant on fossil fuels. And second, just energy transition, which is the part of not only access to energy, but energy security as well. So understanding those 2 history items or the background of this topic, we are now having the discussion that just transition is something more broad. And just transition now is a plural concept, which is why we are referring to just transition pathways or just transitions in plural, because not only is one mold cannot accommodate all countries. Saying that, I believe that that also answers the question, which are the most the challenges, especially in the social and economic aspect. And the first one would be job displacement. AI already automizes a lot of jobs, and there's a risk of losing them and having an increase in unemployment, especially for countries in the global south, which will have to inevitably have more industrialization in order to achieve their development priorities, their national development priorities. So I will say that is one of the main challenges, especially for youth, because we are now entering or will be entering in a progressive level the workforce. The second one will be to the constraints, as was mentioned by my colleagues here. There's a lot of constraints, especially for the Global South delegations and their economies, to capacity building and finance and technology mechanism or technology transfer, which won't allow them to be up to par with other countries, especially in the global north. So that's another challenge that we can identify as a country. And the third one will be the implications on human rights. Uh, AI is really useful, but at the same time, we believe it's really dangerous when used incorrectly, especially for the rights of to privacy of personal data and the right to digital rights in general, because of the breach that I mentioned before. So we will have to understand how AI, through national development strategies or through national AI strategies, how AI can actually uphold human rights, especially civil and political freedoms, which is something that has been discussed a lot right now, and how they can actually be integrated into economic, social, and cultural rights, which are another branch out of itself. And in the climate change, it's a whole nother world. So yeah, I believe that alone could be a whole different conversation.
Okay, thank you so much. So the same question goes for you. So how do you see the social and economic challenges of using AI and its impact also on young people? David.
Back in 2018, I created a list called Awful AI, the most horrible use cases of AI that should not be used for this purpose. And we give out a prize every year. Last year, we gave it to Midjourney and OpenAI for stealing all the artists' work. The year before, we gave it to Google because they fired their only colored ethics person in AI. And this year, it's going to be announced soon, we give it to Israel for using AI in military technology bombing Gaza. These are purposes where AI was not meant to be used. It's horrible and it's wrong, and I have a whole list of it. But I'm here to give a positive message, actually, because I think AI is actually really, really helpful for just transition. And one of the examples I want to demonstrate to you today, and you can try it out right now on your phones or on your laptop, is that AI assistant we have developed for the youth climate negotiators. Because we believe that translating language, making knowledge accessible, is one of the most powerful ways to bridge the gap between these huge delegations with technology already at their hands, because in the US, all the technology companies are working there, and the smaller delegations that have to deal with so many topics at once. So if you, for example, go to chat.gainforest.earth, that is our AI assistant. It runs on mobile and it runs on the laptop. And you can start browse assistant. And right now we have the Paris Agreement already loaded here, but we will, over the next couple days, upload all UNFCCC documents that have been uploaded in unfccc.com/documents. You can chat with every single document, and you can chat it in any language you want. English, Spanish, Portuguese, Swahili, no problem. And except for the existing ChatGPT models, where it might hallucinate, this one does not hallucinate that much. There's a small trick. If you are interested in math, I can tell you why. I know you're not. So just believe me then, it doesn't hallucinate too much. And you can speak to it while you're, for example, in the negotiations. So you can say something like, hey, can you tell me a little bit about Article 6.4? And summarize it with a lot of emojis. And then you send it. And then it reads through Paris Agreement and summarizes it with emojis. Right? You can try it out, chat.gainforest.earth. If it asks you for the access code, it's 0042 just for you. So yeah, and I think it's going to be a game changer for a lot of the negotiations we've seen. Because I've been working with, this is my 6th COP. And every COP I'm coming here, I feel more embarrassed because the temperature curve has been going up, nothing's changing properly, and we have some small successes, the Children Youth Pavilion, the Loss and Damage Fund, but we really need to empower the youth negotiators from the Global South to push for more changes, because otherwise we're unheard. And so I think AI actually is a big game changer, because we can measure the success potentially here with the number of more interventions that are now enabled through it before then. And so I believe it's a powerful tool. I believe it's a positive tool, and we need to encourage these positive use cases.
Thank you so much, David, for this answer. So the same questions go for you, Marie-Claire, as well.
Yeah, just to say, you should actually really check it out because it's cooler than ChatGPT because you can like ask for translation and then email and the speech at the same time, and it does all at the same time. For ChatGPT, you have to wait until it's done, and I'm always annoyed because like I have to wait until it's done, and so you can actually do 3 things at the same time. It's really handy in the negotiations. But talking a little bit about the question, we also included this in our booklet because we think it's very important to talk about the challenges they are. For me, it's specifically about data security because again, like we are like, especially here in the multilateral world, data and the security of position and statements and also like sharing your own position is part of the whole negotiations, right? And then if we have countries who are way advanced, they could actually make benefit of countries who do not have the data security in place. And we already see this, some of the delegations, they don't have like, protected email addresses, and we have in the past where like also like, for example, email and data positions have been leaked. And this, of course, is a huge disadvantage of some of the countries. So just wanted to highlight this again, but we have a whole like also like page here, and it's part of the interviews, it was part of the trainings, and it's also part of why David and the team actually developed the AI assistant to ensure that when we are training young people, we give them the best secure options as possible. That's why the self-hosted one was really important to us. Maybe like on the other side, I think it's really important to ensure that we make these tools like open and free and accessible to everyone, and that they are not kind of behind a paywall or like, because very often this creates a huge kind of power structure, and many young people would not be able to afford. It's also like why for us like all the trainings, all the capacity building, the booklet, everything what we have been doing is free and for accessibility reasons. Also the AI tool you have been doing. So we try to like, do the fundraising so that the young people do not bear any costs involved. So it's the maximum availability for young people. And I think that's really the way to go on if you're developing the AI tools, that we are making them accessible, but we have also the training in place that people can actually use them. I think there is one element which you also highlighted is the internet speed. We know that many places around the world do not have, per se, the internet speed required for certain things, but there are solutions. You work on these solutions as well, on offline-related application tools. So again, like just let's take this all into consideration when we are working with it, when we are developing something, but also when we are promoting something, that there are these inaccessibilities put in the system, and how can we overcome them strategically. And maybe the last point is also like what you highlighted when it's around nature, the data points. So when we need to have data points to actually then use the applications, and what we also see a huge issue for the IPCC reports, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which are producing these assessment reports, is that they do not have data from a lot of global south places. And what they then do, they just take the data from anywhere else in the world, and then they basically put it on other places. So it's not localized data, but they basically take coastline data from the global north and put it into the global south, and it's just not the same. The challenges are not the same, and it's very, very, very dangerous to use the data from other places and then just portray it. And then based on this is the baseline then for example, adaptation finance. And we have already like a huge reports on like maladaptation, when adaptation was done wrong and actually causing more harm than actually protecting the people and the planet and the nature, the animals and everything what would have been in these places. So having the underlying data set, having data points is really crucial to then also run any AI application tool. And I think that's why it's very important to invest already like the level below on collecting the data through a variety of tools. Like, of course, there are like observatory tools, remote sensing tools and so on, but really also verify it with people living on ground and living the local reality. Because again, like I think one can just do like a lot of things wrong, and I think that's why it's important to invest into the people living there, work with the local communities, with the grassroots communities, also with indigenous people, for example, who know their forest the best, to actually give us the data we need to then see how can we come up with solution, for example, adaptation solution. And I think there's a lot to be done before we get too hyped up with like, the technology on there, but the data is not there, and the people living with the consequences are also not informed. Again, like I think it's very important that we have informed and prior consent of people we are working with in the local communities, and really take them into consideration and work with them together. But I know that, like, for example, your team do a fantastic job. There are other NGOs who do this, but we also see that there are some bigger players in the field who do not per se care a lot about the people living on ground and the lived reality. So yeah, I think it's just something for us to be aware, specifically when we talk about the social and also economic consequences of AI tools.
Okay, thank you so much, Marie-Claire. And now to finish, we'll be having another final questions, and I will also continue with you with this question. So, per your experience, I know that you have like this youth academy for negotiators, and you are trying to equip youth with the needed skills and to empower them within the negotiation, and you are helping them using AI and so on. So the question is, how can we equip young people with the right skills to implement impactful climate solutions in the AI era? So this maybe take 2 minutes. Because, okay.
Absolutely. So I think it's important to understand that one side it's the knowledge we need to have. It's the knowledge about, the processes, like how do these negotiations work? Like what are the different committees? What is the difference between a CMA and a COP and an SP and the different committees we have in place? So I'm really understanding the skeleton of it. Then the next layer is understanding the negotiation tracks, right? What is the history to climate finance? Why do we have, roadblocks? Like, why are things advancing and other things are not advancing? Why was there an announcement on the first day on the loss and damage fund? Well, is this actually something good, or maybe it is also like just, actually just to cover up for like 30 years of doing nothing, and actually having countries who have been blocking the negotiations and now try to greenwash themselves if just giving a couple of billions, but actually haven't been done enough for the last 30 years. Anyways, understanding and negotiating items. So this is really a kind of having the knowledge, and it's also this is where AI can really help a lot to kind of go over the past and bring it all together, summarize it, translate it, cluster it, and so on. The other side is really having the skills, right? It's great if you understand the whole UNFCCC process, but if you don't know when to intervene and how to make the right intervention and when to listen, well, you're not a good negotiator, right? So you have to anticipate, and you have a lot of different skills are needed to actually be a good negotiator. So we also invest a lot in capacity building when it comes to the skills. And I think on top of all of this, it's really making sense of what's going on, like understanding the tensions, being able to not only react to what's going on, but be able to actually proactively shape the process. And I think that's really the level where we are training or where we are aiming for, but we also know it's very, very challenging. And also everyone in the room who is not part of the negotiations, you can also be part of it by supporting, the delegations to actually get to this proactive level. And again, there, I think we can really use the AI technologies specifically to support the very small, tiny delegations who do not have the capacity to observe everything, but then we can feed them with the right documents, as you already just mentioned, with this AI assistant, to help them to get to this level. So that's what we are doing. That's a piece of the puzzle. We need way more support, and we're looking very much forward for everyone who wants to support us to ensure that we have intergenerational leadership, that we have all generations leading together in these multilateral climate decisions. So we have decisions which are actually, designed and co-designed and also co-delivered by all the generations involved, because I do not believe that we can make this happen if you leave out 50% of the world population who is currently under the age of 35 and who actually have a lot of inspiring ideas, but are very often excluded from decision making.
Statistics are very clear. We young people, we inherit all the mess, and we are also the ones that are not in power right now. So there's the only thing I can see where we can do a lot of impact is technology in a way, because we grew up with technology. It's very natural. It comes very natural to us. It's very joyful. It's very playful, right? And it makes us very creative and enhances our skills. But it's really unequally distributed, because many areas in the world don't have access to these trainings and capabilities. We all have maybe a smartphone. Some have a better smartphone. Some have a crappy smartphone. So it's really all about making these technologies more accessible. So reducing their physical and technical costs to be deployed and running. So it should run on a smartphone, for example. You shouldn't have the newest MacBook to run your AI assistant. It should run on an Android phone. This is for us very clear. It should also run offline. When we work with indigenous communities, they all have smartphones as well, but they are not always connected to the internet. So we need to develop a curriculum, a capacity building concept that really takes into account all these hurdles that are not traditionally where technology originates from, but are where most of the people are calling their homes. So this is really, really important. And then I think when we can bridge that gap and also that understanding and look into the local worldviews and try to design a curriculum like this is where we can actually solve the problems that are needed to be solved, not some fancy self-driving car that is going to benefit the rich ones, but like really like simple, easy, efficient, energy-saving solutions that empower everyone's like creativity and also email writing skills, productivity, language barrier skills to really enable us to have a better seat on the table. And I think this is the one line I can give. AI can really bridge that gap between, okay, we don't have a seat on table. Yes, we have a seat on table thanks to our AI assistant friend. And I think this is going to be how it's moving forward. And we, as young people, are predestined to take advantage of the new technologies that are coming.
Okay, thank you so much. Eusebio.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I'm really glad that I came here today because yesterday I was mentioning that it's necessary to create an AI tool that actually allows negotiators to understand, is this a great language, is this not? And I was going to propose that in an event that I have with the President of COP this evening with my Vice Minister. And I was going to say, you can invest in this because you have the money, but now I know that it already exists, so thank you, and I will start using it right now. And we're going to have a good discussion after this. But just wanted to mention that and heads up to them for the great effort. I think that a lot of good things have already been touched on. Things in the view of time, I'm just going to try to add to what you mentioned before. And it's that you mentioned access to information, but I also think it's important to have public participation. And that is something that at least in the Dominican Republic we're trying to do, and we did with the national strategy of artificial intelligence. We have 3 pillars. One is being a logistical hub for data, and that I'm not going to touch on because I don't understand it correctly, but one of that I really like and highlight all the time is public participation and an open government, which means that all parts of the process, not only government officials and ministries, but also youth, and especially youth because it's part of an NDC, and we're one of the few countries in the world that have youth and human rights as our transversal, cross-cutting edge issues of climate change, but also understanding that we have to empower women and girls to be part of the STEM field that is already a very tough one for people of the global south and even work for women. So that would be the first one, public participation. And the second one would be having educational programs, capacity building on this regard, that not only address climate change through the mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damages lenses, but also through technology, but also through human rights and other perspectives that are really important and need to be part of the multilateral process. The last report of the IPCC highlights or emphasizes the part of equity and social justice and climate justice in actually improving or enhancing climate action. So it's important that we listen to the science. It's important that we use science in a more constructive way, which is the way that AI works, and we try to implement it in a way that upholds youth and allows us to not only understand the process better, as Mary Claire just mentioned, but also shape it. Yeah, I think that's a good sum up.
Thank you so much, dear guests, for this discussion. So now I will leave the floor to you if you have any questions to our guests. Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Melody. I'm from Madagascar. My question is, as you said, the challenge in our country is the accessibility of technology, but even reducing the cost, most of Malagasy citizens doesn't have the knowledge to use technology. So in the context of country in Madagascar, how feasible is it to leverage AI for climate change adaptation?
Thank you for the wonderful question. I'm happy to address it, and then maybe the other speakers want to jump in. So I work with indigenous people in all around the world. I just came from a 1 month-long co-design trip in Brazil, in the Amazon, and I can see the barriers. The barriers are, for example, depending on how old you are, you might be not familiar with typing and writing, and speech is the only communication tool. For example, what I see is in WhatsApp that they all use just speech text, they don't write. But I think this is actually where AI can really open up accessibility technology. Before that, the only way you can interact with technology in the internet is through a website. So you have to tell your mom or your grandma, Mom, you have to click here on the URL. You don't talk to Google like a friend. Stop. It's like you have to type in these proper searches. But now you can talk to like your computer how you want because it understands. So one of the big advantages we have right now is speech translation. So when you use the assistant that we provide, we also have a microphone that you can speak to. So it just like translates it into the language. So you don't have to type. And that's one barrier that I think is really, really important. The second part is different kind of languages. Still, AI is very biased. So these large language models that are now, ChatGPT, for example, is one, or any other, they understand English the best, Spanish the second best, and so on and so forth, because that's the amount of content out there in the internet. And languages like Cantonese or like an Indian dialect, it's just very, very difficult for them to understand. So we have barriers that are there, but I believe the more people we can onboard, the more people are using these systems, the better they get over time, and the less barriers we can, the more barriers we can remove. But I think this is really important that first, okay, we can use speech. Second, we can interact in a natural way, natural language, without forcing to use a website. And third, these systems are getting better over time with more data. That's why it's so important for us to have everyone involved in designing these systems to understand these problems, but also to contribute the necessary data set to make it for next generations more equitable to use, right? So it shouldn't only be English speakers who are using these technologies. It should be a lot of Indians and from people from Madagascar, from Africa, who contribute the wealth of beautiful knowledge and speech into the system such that it can get better and better and also communicate in a very natural way with us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jatujan from Sri Lanka. First, thanks for the tool you introduced me because I just wanted to learn about negotiation, how it's going. So it's one of the greatest tool for me to learn. Same like this, I just want to ask, do you have any tools which can teach about climate action, especially for kids in a simple way? Any ways or AI tools that can do that, especially for the children?
Yes, I think you can use that tool as well. So right now, only the Paris Agreement is uploaded fully as the document. It's still running the servers to crawl the UNFCCC text into it. But you can try it and ask, for example, explain the Paris Agreement like I'm 5. Just try it. With a lot of emojis, or pretend to be like a character. This is actually how I learn. I have a PhD in AI, but I still ask the AI assistant to explain like I'm 5, because it's way more enjoyable to read that than to read the actual text. So I can highly recommend that.
Maybe also something to add, you can also ask for simulations, which are maybe like really interactive to do with a classroom, right? So we run simulations for the negotiators, but then they are quite complex, but you can also really break it down, right? You can say that there are 2 different parties, and they want to reach an agreement on fossil fuel phase out, and one of them is a small island state, and one of them is an oil-producing country. Then they can ask for the 2 positions, and you can actually then, let them negotiate, but you can actually also ask for arguments and counter arguments, for example, and so you can actually see, for example, how this is going. You can also maybe go into what are the negotiation strategies, like how can you overcome some of the roadblocks, which can be also quite interesting, specifically for kids. But maybe also let them first think, okay, how would I overcome such a situation, and then you can see what, for example, the AI tool would also suggest, and then you can play around with it, which I think is quite interesting, because very often we use negotiations every day, everywhere, right? You negotiate at home, on the family table, you negotiate in school, you negotiate at the job, right? But then there's also specific skill set which you need, like here in the multilateral world, very often it's kind of bound to processes and procedures, which can be quite boring. But I think for the tools, you can really totally use it, with the kids. And there are also quite kind of cool applications now out there which highlight solutions from the ground, like also like Gainforest, for example. You have like the Voices of the Amazon, which I think is really beautiful, where you can just like listen into like how it sounds. Like it makes things more real. So yeah, there are a couple of ideas on how you can use it. So I would just suggest play around with it. And if you have any other questions, like I think we're all accessible to see if we can support you any further.
Yeah, and just to add on that regard, I just wanted to mention that more traditional tools that already exist that, on as well, because again, I knew about this today, and I'm really excited to try it on after this. But there's also the toolkits for youth negotiators, and also the toolkits for youth climate activists that have been done by UNESCO, and I believe the UN High Commission on Human Rights. And there's especially the children constituency of Youngo. They create a lot of children-friendly materials, and also the UN High Commission of Human Rights, especially in the Rights of the Child Committee, they create a lot of children-friendly materials, and the one that I really would emphasize right now is commentary number 26 of the rights of the children in regards to climate change, or in the context of climate change, which pays attention to the special vulnerabilities of kids and children and youth in the context of climate change, and recommends parties and also non-stakeholders to take into consideration these particular vulnerabilities, but also recommends adaptation and mitigation measures, especially designed for them. So it's something really good that parties should be paying attention to, and it also helps you in your activism or in your negotiation when you do.
Okay, so thank you so much for this insightful discussions. So now to finalize our sessions, we want to display a message from Ms. Gabriela Ramos, the Assistant Director for Social and Human Sciences sector of UNESCO. And she will be having a small message for you on AI and the usage of AI and the work of UNESCO on it.
I think the volume.
The volume is not on.
Turn up volume, maybe?
Ooh.
That was too much. Yes.
Yeah. So if there is any more question, we can take it till we figure out like just one small question. Yeah.
Anyone?
Make a poem of Article 6.2.
Or maybe we can introduce you, Ken, and go about the membership. So I will invite.
So funny.
Okay, so maybe I will be speaking about UCAN, which refers to UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. So it's a group of 15 network working together under the UNESCO portfolio. So we are working with more than 280 network all over the world on different thematics related to UNESCO work, from education, information and technology, culture, and this big network of 15 organizations or initiatives are trying to foster the participation of youth within the climate action. And we are here, me, for example, I'm Marie-Claire from the current steering committee, and we do have also 15 other initiatives. And we'll be also calling for membership for any initiatives or project working on climate change if you want to contribute, and if you want to coordinate with UNESCO, if you do have ideas, projects, and you want to be getting the information of on what UNESCO is doing, we'll be so happy to share with you the link later on to apply for the membership. And we invite you all to do so, and please feel free to contact us, me, Marie-Claire, or also our guests, if you do have any more questions on the usage of AI. And so now I will leave the final remark for Manon. Oh yeah, you can use this.
Hello, is this working? Okay, so I would like to thank you all for coming to this event, and actually it has been very insightful to see both the perspective from people at the table of the negotiation, how they can leverage the the potential of AI, but also some issues have been raised in terms of security, in terms of privacy, and the challenges that it can raise. And for this, I would say that it's very insightful to see that some powerful initiatives are on the way and taking into consideration the different perspective. And as I was mentioning in the beginning, this is a work in terms of the ethic way of using the artificial intelligence is something that UNESCO is very much pushing for through the implementation of the recommendation with all the member states. So I really look forward to continue this discussion and to engage young people further in this discussion. And thank you, Walid, for introducing the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network, because this is one of the topics that we would like to push forward for the next period of 2024-2025. I invite young people and youth network to join us. As you just said, we opened the membership, so please visit us, apply, and connect with us, because in the coming weeks, we will be launching some consultation with our members to see what project we were going to develop together with the members in the next period. So thank you once again, and to all of you for coming today, and thank you to the Children and Youth Pavilion, Yango, and the organizer for this beautiful hosting. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for our second panel for the day. very interesting insights, and it's you can, and all the any opportunities they have for young people. Always good to engage more about education, science, and from the climate's perspective. Now the intersection is very crucial. As today is Science Day, it's very important to bring this dialogue between us, children and youth, as well as prominent scientific figures. And as you know all, it's that's slot of the day, 12 p.m. So it's time for our high-level segment. And today we have a very special guest with us who will be speaking with us and having a dialogue about science, about what's going on, in the IPCC, which is, the highest scientific board about climate change. So it's really important to have this dialogue with the IPCC. So in this sense, we have the IPCC Vice Chair who will be joining us soon in 1 or 2 minutes. And I want you to all welcome him when he comes, and we'll have an open dialogue with him about science and young people. Thank you very much. Yes, we have Mr. Vice Chair joining us. Professor, thank you very much for coming today, and it's really a pleasure to have you joining us in our pavilion. Please, you can be seated here, and we will have a dialogue with you. I would, before opening and giving you the floor to share with us some opening remarks and reflections from your side. Today, as you know all, it's Science Day, science, technology, and we can't achieve science, climate justice and sustainability without the right science. And I come from Morocco, right? And in Africa, we have this challenge of, lack of local data. And that's a crucial thing. So when we talk about science, it's a really very crucial piece of the puzzle for us to achieve climate justice. So we know that, IPCC has been working in the science level and, providing us with the facts and showing to the world that climate change happened, that it's too late, that we need to rush and everything. So, Mr. Vice Chair, today as Science Day, we would love to hear some reflections, to young people about the IPCC, about, what other roles are there now that you already said to the world that, climate change is there. So what is next? And, what also can we expect as young people? What do you expect from us as young people? So we would like to open it up from your side and have a dialogue together for the next half an hour. So, to you the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, colleague. I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to express my appreciation for being invited to be in this great room and to talk to you. And a big thank and appreciation for having established this kind of forum. And we would like to call for strengthening this kind of forum in very many areas. So the IPCC have just concluded the 6th assessment cycle in July 2023. And the cycle have been very comprehensive in terms of the processing and in terms of the knowledge generated. The IPCC is an entity that provide the best available science to inform negotiation stream in the UNCCC. So after the conclusion of the 6th assessment cycle and 6th assessment report, we have indulged in the 7th assessment cycle that will go on for the next 7 years. And the chair of the IPCC have articulated 3 main priorities that we are going to work on and guide our work and our action in the next 7 years. This includes the the call for enhanced inclusivity and diversity in the IPCC process. So that's where you come in. Youth, young scientists, we expect you to play a greater role as we are opening up to enhance inclusivity and diversity in the IPCC process. So that's one of the major priority of the IPCC chair in the IPCC 7th assessment cycle for the next 7 years. And the second priority is to try to ensure that we enhance shielding the scientific integrity of IPCC assessment report. It is also where you come in. And the third priority is to strengthen collaboration, cooperation with all stakeholders. And one of the stakeholders are you, the youth, whom we know that you are at the agent of change. And therefore, you need to play that critical role. So in that regard, there are several opportunities that you can be able to tap in and they play crucial role. And I'm going to provide you with some of the area that you and we see that you can play a greater role to be part of the process. So the work of the IPCC is to provide best available science about climate change, including, of course, the dynamic of climate change, the impact, the mitigation, adaptation, and you name as many as you can. So in the area of knowledge generation, it's an area that you can play a role because the work of the IPCC is to assess available research. So one can participate in the IPCC and be part of the process by contributing to knowledge generation, of which you are very capable of doing, by doing research. So you can be able to do research and publish research paper that can be considered for assessment by the IPCC. So here, it's just a matter of commitment and determination. We know that you can. And we have 7 years. So if you commit today, you can do it. And you can do it by contributing to knowledge generation that can be assessed by the IPCC. But the other area that are also available that you can contribute as an author of the IPCC, depending on your level of education and the publication that you have made, there is an opportunity for you to participate as an author. Read author or coordinating read author, etc., etc. But the other area that I'm going to submit for your consideration is that there are opportunity to participate as reviewers of the IPCC assessment report. This, any one of us can be able to do it. Why we are not doing it? I do not know. I cannot be able to answer that question. But I think I'm here just to try to inspire you in the next cycle, in this cycle, 7th assessment cycle, that you should put a commitment that I'm going to be either contributor of the knowledge generation or the reviewer of the IPCC report. It is possible. And you do not need to do a lot. You can just review some segment of the report and be part of history. You can do it. So that's the second area. But the third area, which to me is very critical and I'm calling for you to take into consideration, is about disseminating the information, the product of the IPCC. This is an area that you can be very productive and considering your energy, your passion, you can be very influential, you can be very impactful by doing that. So I'm submitting for your consideration that these are 3 areas that are available for us to be able to be part of the history, to be part of the process, either contribute, participate in knowledge generation by doing research and publishing. And those research papers can be considered for assessment in the IPCC process, either by reviewing the report in different aspects and in different time. So we have 3 working group reports. Working group 1 report, which is about physical science basis, and working group 2 report, which is about impact, adaptation, and vulnerability, and working group 3, which is about mitigation. You can be able to participate in one of those working streams. But also there is a synthesis report and a couple of special reports. In 7th assessment cycle, we are now starting to the process to produce the special report on climate change and cities. I'm calling on you to take a commitment, to put a commitment, at least to participate in 1 or 2 of the areas that I've mentioned. It is possible. It can be done, depending on our commitment, our determination. If you can decide today, you can be able to do that. So those are the areas that we can be able to participate in the process. In the area of dissemination, I would like to touch a little bit more on that area. I will submit, I had a discussion with colleague representative of Yungo, and we had some ideas. I gave them some ideas that you, look here, for example, the IPCC will issue a special report on climate change and cities. And that report will also contain the summary for policymakers. We, as young people, can be able to deep dive into that summary for policymakers and produce maybe a policy brief. Just have a very short summary of key message that we can take as a basis for communicating with policymakers. And we can do it with the support of scientists, etc. You can be able to do it. So why not put a commitment that in the 7th assessment cycle, we as young people, we are going to make sure that once the IPCC special report on climate change and cities is out, we must play our role to just come up with a brief summary. It can be maybe 3, 4 key messages that we are going to push on for the next couple numbers of years. So this is something that is doable. But another idea that I would submit for our consideration, that as we start this process for the next 7 years, I call for every young people to participate in one area or another in those areas. Then we can have a champion for at the end of each assessment paper. We can have a champion. You can put some strategies to see who has done the most in this assessment paper, and then provide a kind of award. That's another idea that we can take into consideration. So let me conclude my remark by saying it is possible. You have the opportunity. Every day is an opportunity, and this cycle is an opportunity for us to do something. You can do it. Better today than yesterday, and better tomorrow than today. It is possible. So I call on you to act. We are there to help you. I've been designated by the IPCC chair to be a liaison officer to coordinate the young people across the world. And my plan is to ensure that we have as many engagement as possible, including through virtual platform, as much as possible, as you, depending also on your suggestion, just to ensure that you are informed about the process and whatever that is possible for you to participate. And if there's any guidance that we can provide, we are there for you. So, colleague, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'll be ready to respond to your question as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. And indeed, you know, we do have a role to play when it comes to pushing for the science and also engaging from our side, both locally and, as you said, globally. So definitely some food for thoughts for you about, you know, crucial role of science and the urgency of our action, both to feed in the science and to utilize it to transform it to action. So I would give you your mic just as we, yeah. we interact and we'll take some questions. I will ask this mic and give a headset mic for you, and we'll open the floor for a few rounds of questions for you, Vice Chair. So if anyone has any question about the IPCC, about the science that we have now, and also our role that young people, or something specific you want to ask about your country, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll try to have a little dialogue in the few upcoming minutes. So anyone would like to start with a question? Yes, I see a hand there. Okay.
Thank you. I was just wondering, especially you mentioned the role of young people being really important for like spreading the message. And I think it's like we are more knowledgeable than maybe older people about social media and like just reaching out to people. Wouldn't it be also great to have not only a summary for policymakers, but also a summary for the public, kind of like I get the feeling also, I mean, the summary for policymakers is obviously just already like simpler than the actual report, but yeah, is there like something in planning that it's like also easy to, or more like easy to access these information coming from the AR7 report?
Okay. Thank you very much for this very great question, and we are very much, delighted for the idea that we have, and I really appreciate for that question. So we are producing what we call the summary for policymakers. My vision is that you guys can come in and deep dive, produce summary for public, okay? For public consumption. So that's why I called you can deep dive and maybe squeeze out some key messages for different stakeholders. And this is within our capacity to do. So our obligation is to provide the summary for policymakers, because this is an intergovernmental panel. We are discussing about that. This is not the first question, the first time that we have had this question. But my vision is to see that young people come in, go through the report, come up with a key message that maybe can be very appropriate for different stakeholders. It is possible. And the good news is that we are just starting the AR7 cycle. So if we plan, we can.
What do we need? What's the
And of course, as I have said, better today than yesterday and better tomorrow than today. So I'm looking forward for you guys to be able to play some role in terms of strengthening the dissemination of information. Now, strengthening dissemination, including also packaging. How do you package for different stakeholders? And that's very critical. And you have said you deal with social media, and you can see what can be packaged in a way and in a manner that bring more impact. So it is open for all of us to consider.
Amazing, thank you. And let's see if we have other round of questions. We'll try to take two at a time so we can give more space.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. And I would like to ask, as IPCC is a quite professional and technical report, right? So what do you think about how can youth bridge the knowledge and participation gap, and in participating or reading these reports, or in the inclusion in this report?
Yeah, the second question.
Thank you very much. Ghislaine Matieji, so from Cameroon. She basically asked my question, but I'm going to reformulate it. So this forum is basically for youth to come and read what's there. If I understood clearly, sorry, I came a little late. To read what's there, to understand, to repackage for public consumption, if I get it right. So my question is, as it goes with her, where do youth contribute? Do these youth, do they contribute actually in the designing of the policy? Because I would like to explain myself. I'm a youth, I'm a CEO, I'm an entrepreneur, and we are running companies in Africa. And the times we find roadblocks, we find stumbling blocks, especially with respect to dealing with other youths in other countries to develop these businesses which actually develop Africa. So I wish to know, is there a place in your policies where youth actually contribute to actual policy, to designing the policies, not only repackaging it for social media consumption? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, as I have said, better today than yesterday and better tomorrow than today. So, in this cycle, the chair of the IPCC have designated us vice chairs to deal with different issues, to strengthen collaboration, to strengthening inclusivity and diversity. So this is an area that it was not very well addressed. But now you see I'm here to talk to you. This is the step. Now, what we are suggesting that you can be able to participate in 3 different areas. For example, in knowledge generation, because IPCC role is to assess the best available science to provide guidance for decision makers, option for decision makers based on best available science. So what we have seen is that young people can be able to participate in the process. That's why the IPCC have a scholarship program for young people. There is a scholarship program. What we are looking forward in AR7 is to strengthen that scholarship program, to ensure that more young people can be able to participate, but also they participate in generating the knowledge that can be assessed and then later be implemented, taken in consideration in the decision that we are making here in UNFCCC. So my call is that very soon the IPCC will conclude the scoping meeting for a IPCC special report on climate change and cities. The scoping meeting will come up with an outline. Of course, that will be endorsed by the panel. We'll come up on an outline of area that we need to assess for the next 2 years and then come up with the IPCC special report on climate change and the cities. So my submission to you, once that outline is out, you can be able to tap in and see what you can do. If it is research, you can be able to do research that address those areas that have been itemized in the outline. But that's not all. The other area that I've tried to provide narrative is about the fact that you are able to participate in the IPCC process as a reviewer of the IPCC draft assessment report. This is workable, is doable, it can be done. It's only, what matters is the commitment. Do you have the commitment to do that? Do you have the determination to do that? But what I'm saying and I'm submitting for your consideration that you can, we are just starting the cycle. You can plan, you can put the commitment, and you can be able to be part of the process. So this is what we are saying. And then the last mile that you can be able to do very well is to be part of disseminating the information to policymakers here. For example, you can come up with your summary, and my colleague lays a very good question. You can package and zoom out, squeeze out some key message that you can take on for the next couple number of days, weeks, months, years, as the key message from us young people with respect to what is contained in the IPCC assessment report. This is possible, and this is what we are encouraging you to do in the 7th assessment cycle. Yeah, and the summary for youth, I was responding to that, youth participation, the summary for public, I think I responded that we can be able to, do our summary. When I was discussing with our colleague from Yungo, I told them, why can you come up with Yungo summary for policymakers, something like that. Okay, you come up with one page, maybe some key message, and then says, this is the message that we are carrying on for the next couple number of weeks, months, taken from IPCC. It is possible, it can be done, yeah.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Indeed, focused, being united and having strong, powerful message. Thank you very much, Prof. Ladislas, and also for joining us today, and for sharing some of the wisdom about science, about IPCC, and of course in this context we are always full of surprises in our pavilion, and we have with us today His Excellency Majid Al Sawaidi, who is the Director General of COP28. Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining us today. I would like to call you to join us in the panel with Professor. Of course, a lot of work organizing and directing the COP28. It's one of the biggest COP venues. I've been to 5 COPs up until now, and I'm sure that a lot of things going on at this COP, a lot of new pavilions, and a lot of discussions as well in the negotiations. So it would be a pleasure maybe to spend the next 5 to 10 minutes briefly, opening the floor. Thank you, of course, for joining the Children and Youth Pavilion along with Professor. So if we have any other questions for His Excellency Sawaidi, also maybe take 2 to 3 questions and then give him the chance to reflect. So if anyone has a question, briefly introduce yourself, country, and yeah. Yeah, or maybe give some reflection remarks from your side.
Thank you very much. Professor, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to pass by today to say thank you to all of you for coming to COP28 and being part of our attempt to deliver the most ambitious COP that we possibly can. And we've been really engaged with youth for a reason. As you know, who's met our youth champion? Can you put your hands up if you've seen our youth champion? Her Excellency Shemma is the most amazing representative for young people that I've seen. And if you haven't met her already, please try to attend one of her events or activities. She was our youth minister. She's now our minister for community development. And in the UAE, we are a country that is very young. I think most of you know that it was our birthday on December 2nd. And we were 52 years old, which for a country is a baby, right? And we're a country that is made up of young people. My team is mostly young people. They're the ones who keep me going every day. And I think, is it 60% of our team is under the age of 35? 67% of our team is under the age of 35. So I can tell you, this is a COP presidency of youth, for youth. And we are very proud of your engagement, but now it's really important that we take your participation and your presence at COP and make that turn into action that makes a difference in the process. And how do you do that? You do that by talking to your delegations, talking to your representatives, talking to the negotiators, talking to your ministers, talking to your community through all the channels that you have, talking about how important COP28 is and how important that it delivers a great result. And hopefully, you'll talk about the great results that we've already done. For those of you who've been following the negotiations, on day 1, we delivered a loss and damage fund when a lot of people thought that we couldn't do it. Dos Sultan, our COP president, after the Transitional Committee number 4 said, no, we can't not do this. He made an extra meeting in Abu Dhabi, and we got the parties to agree to operationalize the loss and damage fund. And then he went out and said, it's not enough that this is an empty bank account. We need to put money in it. So he went around, and the UAE started by putting 100 million, and then the Germans stepped up next to us and put another 100 million. And then now, today, we have more than $700 million in the loss and damage fund that nobody thought would have a penny in it. So I think that we already had great success from COP28. And then you've seen we've had a really, really powerful action agenda. We have a new finance framework. We have our president launched Altera, the 30 billion fund that was going to mobilize capital in the global south. We've had, we've tallied that we have $57 billion of pledges that have been made through this Leaders Summit, and we've had great statements from leaders in support of COP28. So we've had a really brilliant start, but now we need to go through the difficult part and get the negotiators to give us the outcome that is going to make us really proud. And you are a really important part of our team to get that done. We need you to help us to get the negotiators to deliver us the result that we expect at the end of the week. And so I'm here to talk with you, but also to let you know that you're part of our team, and we want you to help us in delivering as successful a COP as we possibly can. I'm sorry I spoke for a long time, but I'm happy to take any questions that you might like.
Amazing, amazing. So we'll take a round of questions. If anyone has a question for His Excellency, please quickly raise your hand, and I'll try to be as engaging as possible. If I may have the mic, please. So we'll start maybe from this side, yeah?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Wiam Razi from Morocco. I'm an engineer in renewable energies and energy markets. My question is, do you think that we need a specific action plan now to start actions? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another question from this side.
Hello, Excellency. We are from Alana Institute, an organization working on child rights in Brazil. We're really expecting to have the legacy from this COP at COP30 as well. And my question is basically, how can we build a legacy for a COP for children specifically, which definitely is working together with youth here, but has different necessities and demands. So I would also like to see how can we advance that space itself.
Is it fine if I have a third question, or?
Well, first of all, to the renewable energy question, another success we've had is that this year, we, at the beginning of the year, said that we wanted to have a global target for doubling of renewable energy, tripling of renewable energy. We started with doubling, we got tripling, and doubling of energy efficiency. And at the G20, we got it. And here at COP28, we got it. So we have the target. We have the political signal that says that we need to achieve this goal. And yes, you're exactly right. Now we need countries to lay out clearly how are they going, what's the roadmap to contribute to this. And that's really great because that's going to create new jobs for people like yourself, new opportunities, new economic development opportunities for countries. And we need to really reinforce that with finance, with capital, with investments, because these investments today make economic sense. Renewable energy is competitive. Here in the UAE, we have two of the lowest cost solar parks in the world in a country where we have plenty of fossil fuels. But we have renewable energy working today. In fact, it's powering this whole COP, is our renewable energy park. And that's something that we should all celebrate, and that's something that we should all reinforce. Your question was about young people. Look, we've taken the first step by having a youth champion that we want to get recognized within the COP process. Please, by the way, help us, because that's not done yet. We need to deliver that. We need negotiators to have it in the text, a textual agreement that says a youth champion is recognized just as, well, 1 second, I'm going to get there, is recognized as we, in the process. Bridge to Brazil. Of course, we don't know who the next COP president is, but hopefully, I'm sure they'll want to work with us. Let's work with our Brazilian partners. Let's join forces, let's work together, and let's deliver for all constituencies, but particularly for children, because as you're right, they are the future, and they're very important for us to recognize their needs.
Amazing. So one final question, and we will give a wrap-up so that we can wrap the session. I see a hand here. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Niels. I'm here with Loss and Damage Youth Coalition, and you mentioned already the great success, which also was a kind of surprise for us at the first day. But I wanted to ask, like the initial idea of the loss and damage fund bring the concept of liability for damages that we have in pretty much every country's domestic law to the stage of international climate. So if you damage someone else's property, you have to pay for it. And what we see now is that the two biggest polluters, which are the US and China, they contribute very, very, very little or nothing to the fund. So the idea that it should actually be painful, like financially painful to pollute the earth, that is not delivered with this fund because the contributions are far too little and it's voluntary. So I wanted to ask whether, taking this into consideration, you still think that the loss and damage fund is a great success?
I do, and I'll tell you why. Because we were mandated as a COP presidency to deliver operationalization of the loss of damage fund and its funding arrangements. We could have done the bare minimum. We could have done the bare minimum and gotten the agreement. And it's important to understand how difficult it is to get these agreements. You have 198 countries with many different views and perspectives, with many different circumstances and situations. And the negotiations can sometimes take their time because we need to reflect everybody's views as part of a process. And why is that important? We have a consensus process. A consensus process means if one country doesn't feel that their views are reflected in the process, then they can object to that process. And why is that important? Why is consensus important? I think a lot of people get frustrated by the process and this idea of consensus. It's important because we need inclusivity. We need everybody to work together to deliver the climate goals that we want to achieve. Because we know that the atmosphere and the environment doesn't know boundaries, it doesn't know borders. But we also know that different countries have different circumstances and situations and are able to respond to the effects of climate change better or worse. And so we need to get an agreement. And getting 198 countries to agree to a loss and damage fund was by no means a simple thing. And we have to commend the Egyptian presidency for delivering on that concept. And we could have done the bare minimum and simply operationalized it. But we took it a step further. We took it a step further and delivered not only operationalization, but we delivered capital. And it's not a small amount of capital. It's a big amount of capital. And we're calling on every government to deliver more by the end of COP. And we hope that you will join us to call on those governments to deliver more. And why is it also important? It's also important because this needs to be about the people that it helps. It needs to be about those vulnerable communities who can't wait until next year or 10 years from now or 20 years from now to get support. They need it today because when a disaster strikes them as the result of climate change and they are impacted, we need to be able to respond quickly and we need to be able to respond now and we need to be able to help them as soon as possible. And so I think that this is a great success because we have it set up. We have it capitalized, and the parties work together. We can get it to be supporting and deploying capital as soon as possible, and that's what we as the UAE have delivered here at COP28, and that's why I think it's a success.
Yeah, thank you very much for the reflections. Also, thank you very much, Professor. Before we end and ask you both to key message to us today as young people,
my key message is you are part of the process. You must be part of the process. Be the voice of the voiceless. Put a commitment and determination to leave a long-lasting legacy in this process, including in the 7th assessment cycle of the IPCC. Be there.
Amazing. Your Excellency?
I just want to say thank you to all of you for listening to me and for being able to have the honor to hear from you. And please, I mean it when I say it, you are part of our team. We as a COP presidency want as an ambitious an outcome as possible from COP28, And we can only do that if you help us. So please help us to get the most successful COP we possibly can.
Yeah, as we say in Africa, if you want to go far, you have to go together. Give them a round of applause, please. And I ask you kindly to join us here to have a family picture together. So everyone will be seated.
We'll chat.
Yes, yes. Let's have everyone seated. Yes, come. Everyone, join me here. Okay, so everyone smile after 3, 2, 1.
COP28.
COP28. Children and Youth Pavilion. That's what it is. Amazing, amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was indeed a very deep and inspiring talk from both our experts. So with that, I would like to move it on to the next session, which is indeed a very, very inspiring session. We will be hearing about a very big opportunity for all of you as youth, which is Hack for Earth. And this is, yeah, a very interesting competition. And today we have the Hack for Earth closing ceremony at COP28. So it will be starting in 1 minute. So Hack for Earth team, happy to give you the floor.
Thank you so much. Wait, yes. Om en minut. Göm igenom det. Han får där ute. Han som jag hälsade på. Bossen. Kan du gå och ge det till honom? Från generalsekreteraren. Yes. Yes, yes. Close as this. Yes. That's good. Yeah. Okej, så det är gamla slides. Mm. Då vet jag ju inte riktigt hur de ser ut, men ja, ja.
You can pass me the mic.
Oh, which one do you want me to use?
Whichever one. Like, you can use this mic, any one.
Okay, so this one works, but I feel
comfortable with this.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
And who gonna be the mic demo?
No, actually we're speaking, it's not a panel, we're speaking first me and then it's my colleague here and
Yeah, sure.
one at a time.
Nice. Even you can use the wireless if you want to. Will you be comfortable? Because I don't wireless, this one or this one?
Oh, that's yes, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Sure.
Perfect. Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, I'm good
And you?
too.
You're good?
I'm good. So when is the final judging ceremony? It's on 11th?
Yes, 11th at 3 p.m. in the Digital Innovation Pavilion.
It's in the blue zone or green zone?
Bloom zone.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
But it's all on the website, so yeah. Yes. händer liksom? Det är ju inga slides här så jag kan inte börja liksom. Nej, vi väntar. Ja, precis. Where are the slides? As soon as the slides are on, we start.
No. He has sent them to the in the drive.
It's on the drive. Let's see. Is it those ones or? Okay.
Habibis. Do we have the slide?
Nu är jag inte med. Vad är det som händer nu?
Det där är en gammal slide jag ser nu.
Okej.
Så att den loggan är trasig nu.
Ja, ja.
We go with the old one first. Okay. Does this work?
This works?
Yes, it works.
Perfect.
So we go?
So we start. Perfect. And I'm live. I'm live now? I'm live? Ah, great. So great to be here and meet all of you. My name is Ann Molin and I'm the Secretary General and the CEO of Hack for Earth. And it's wonderful to be here live from the COP28 in the Children and Youth Pavilion. We are a global movement creating citizen-driven innovation, and youth and children are, of course, a big part of that. And what we do is we organize global hackathons to create real action on climate change. So by organizing hackathons, which is a fast-paced innovation method, we create real action on the 17 SDGs and in particular climate change, of course. So we are all about three good things. And that is, first of all, sustainability, because there is no other future than a sustainable future. Diversity, because all people on this planet need to be involved and take action, not just the world leaders and CEOs here, but all of us, including children and youth, of course. And impact, because everyone can have a great idea, but the most important thing is to take action on that idea and make it a reality. So that is the foundation of Hack for Earth. So now you can see a few of the hackathons that we have done in the past. And we started out working for the Swedish government with an initiative called Hack for Sweden. And we also have done a hackathon on the corona crisis called Hack the Crisis, as you can see, and several other hackathons. And the very last one we did before this hackathon here at the COP28, we did Hack for Earth Youth Hackathon at the COP27. And what is unique about us is that we take the solutions who win our hackathons and make them a reality. So we bring them into our acceleration program, Build for Earth. And so here you see a little bit about the COP27 hackathon that we did last year. And the 7 winners in the 7 categories all entered the Build for Earth acceleration program in the beginning of this year. And all of them have now graduated from the acceleration program. The winners were from, I think, 18 different countries, so everything is done online. And several of them are already on the market. So that is what we mean when we say we take real action on the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular climate change, that we help great ideas from children and youth and anybody who's a citizen around the world, the ability or the possibility to actually make that idea come to life. Yes, and here you can see a map of all of the countries that participated, that we had participating teams from at the Hack for Earth Youth Hackathon at the COP27. 125 countries were represented in our global hackathon last year. And I am happy to say, that this year at the Hack for Earth at the COP28, we have no less than representatives from 112 countries. So this hackathon at COP28 is still happening. So the solutions are now being judged by the jury. Yes, let's move on to the next. No, wait. Can we send that slide again? Yes, these ideas, or actually now there are companies, are some of the solutions that have won in our previous hackathons at the COP27 and also at the Hack for Earth Expo 2020 hackathon. So these are all on the market now. So this is an opportunity for young people all around the world to actually make your solution come to life. So all of them have graduated from Build for Earth. We can take the next slide. Yes, let's see. Yes, and what are we doing here at the COP28? We are doing, as I said, our global hackathon, Hack for Earth at the COP28. And the hackathon itself took place this past weekend, December 1st through 3rd. And we had over 1,000 teams participating from 112 countries. And they submitted their solutions in our hackathon platform this Sunday night. And now our jury members, our 35 jury members, are selecting the winners in our 8 challenge categories. And the challenge categories this year that you can compete in is water, partnership, environment, cities, energy, food, transport, and education. So, yes. And before I let my colleague, Mr. Lovedager, and co-founder speak, I'm just going to tell you about the prize ceremony that is taking place on December 11th in the Digital Innovation Pavilion right here at the COP28. And this is what they'll be getting. So we are looking forward to giving this to the winners at the prize ceremony right here at the COP28 on Monday, December 11th. Yes. And with that, I'm going to give the floor to my hackathon manager and co-founder, Mr. Lovedager.
Thank you very much, Anne. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about how actually it works to do a... Can I use this one instead? Oh, nice. How it actually works to do a Hack for Earth hackathon. We're using our own method called Dream Hack Build, which to us comprises the innovation process. So first, you have to dream. No good ideas start without a dream, and especially no big ideas start without a dream. If we look at where we are today and we take one more step, we do incremental changes, we will maybe get 10% better with time. But if we start with a dream and look instead at the moon, we will really reach the stars. So everything starts with a dream, with brainstorming basically, and all of our hackathon teams have already gone through this as part of the whole fall of programs that we do around the world. The second step is, of course, hack. And this is the main activity we do, the hackathon, that takes place here at COP28 in Dubai, but also online. As climate change is a global crisis, we need to have global solutions to it. So we work with teams from all over the world, 1,200 teams actually, from 112 countries from the entire world, that create solutions to climate change based on our challenge categories that you saw before. And then, in a way, the most important step is build. So after the hackathon, everyone exits the hackathon with a solution, sure. But the solution is very new. It's a baby at this point. So the next step is to take it and make it a reality. So we have our own Build for Earth acceleration program where hackers join, the winners from each challenge category joins, and they work for 6 months together with all the experts that we're working with to make these solutions a real solution, a product, a company, startup for the better of society. And how does it actually work to do in the hackathon part? Well, there's many different steps here, but the first one is to create your team. And for this, we organize something we call Meet and Match, where people from all over the world join in and basically mingle, but it's online. So you discuss what parts of climate change that you want to solve, and you form teams. Then you join the hackathon, and you have these intense 3 days of coming up with your solutions. And during these days, of course, you work a lot with your team, but also with a bunch of external people. And for this, I would like to introduce my colleague Jacob Rosenholm to talk a little bit more about how we support the hackers.
Right. Thank you, Love. All right. Hello, everyone. So, yes, I would just like to say, first and foremost, a thank you to all the mentors and everyone who's helped out with this process this year. So, as Luva said, you've seen the process here, but how can we help make that a reality, and how can we help the teams? So, we have multiple sources. We have workshops during the hackathons, before and after. We also have a community of mentors, and I'm actually head of the mentorship program, so I'm especially proud for that. And this is, we are a global community, and that means that people from all over the world are coming in, and they will have different experiences and backgrounds. So we realized that to help them, we have created this network of mentors that also come from all over the world. They have different experiences, and that means that the teams, they can ask for help, and they can get feedback while they're doing the hackathon as well. So I would also like to take this opportunity to, for the future, to invite people to join us in these hackathons. So you shouldn't be afraid, because we have a system to help you through the process. So the most important thing is to sign up and get going, and then we will help you as much as we can. All right, very good. I think we should move on to the final part of the presentation, right? And as I said, please, for the coming, look out for this space in the coming year. And I hope to see more of you engage and more of you join one of the teams for next year as well. Thank you so much.
So with that, we thank you so much for joining us today, and don't miss the prize ceremony live from here at the COP28 in the Digital Innovation Pavilion on December 11th, this Monday, where we'll be announcing the winners, the 8 challenge category winners in Hack for Earth at the COP28. So don't miss that. You can join live at hackforearth.com/live, or if you're here at COP28, here, of course. And if you want to know more about Hack for Earth, what we do, and also hear more about our upcoming book release that is coming out on Amazon next year about the Dream for Earth and Build for Earth method, check out that at hackforearth.com. So thank you for that. And yes, I would like to finish with my team coming up here with me. And yes. So we are really anxious to give this award, so don't miss the prize ceremony December 11th, because then we will give this to the Hack for Earth award winner. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Hello, nice to meet you. Oh, great. Yes.
No, do you want to take a photo?
Oh, yes, please. Yes, that
Let
would
me
be
get
wonderful.
the, yeah, let
Yes.
me get the photograph.
We'll continue afterwards. Take a photo. You want to take a photo? Come on, want everybody in the picture. Come on, let's take a photo. No, please, come. Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, just one.
Yes.
You can take the bag. Thank you all so much. As mentioned, I will invite you to check the Hack for Earth website, and hopefully next year you can also participate in the hackathons. We'll move on to our next session. It's focused on green jobs, and I'd like to ask if the speakers are here. Close it.
Like this. These are like the specs.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So just hold it like this and yeah. If you want, I'll help you with the layer classes and also. Mohammed, don't worry, it's cool.
It's okay?
Yeah, it should be. I just checked the sound level.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Oh, now we are sharing panel together. Great.
There's a mic, so please don't sit over there. It's gonna cost you guys anyways. No, no, you actually said because if it breaks, it's not my lookout, but they.
How do I do this?
This is like this one, so if you can adjust your hair.
Yeah.
Don't worry, don't worry. Use this one. ठीक है कोई problem. हाँ हाँ निकल गया कोई इश्यूज नहीं एक्चुअली में इट्स टू अवॉइड द एयर एंड ऑल
So what I should be doing is, I will just put it in below the hair, so it will be easy for me, I guess.
अगर कुछ नहीं तो आप वायरलेस भी यूज़ कर सकते हो आपको तकलीफ इसमें लग रही है ना यू यूज़ हैंडहेल्ड माइक उसको खाली बोल दो पास कर देगा आपको
Samim.
मॉडरेटर
Shamim.
I don't want to use this. Can
Nazar, thank
we
you.
have wireless also, na? So yeah, I will. Then this is
so it will be like easier for you you don't have to even ruin your hair also
sure. Thank you.
Nazar, thank you.
just hold on because both of them
Okay, sure. But this is not working.
No, I have
no I have
to
muted because it creates no don't keep
Sure.
when you guys are start just give me a cue like thumbs up or something like that
How many panelists do we have here?
2.
Only? No. I think they're very outfit.
3 maybe 3. One Indian.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
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 Few minutes to go. We can start? Okay.
ভালো আছো
Our green jobs.
হ্যাঁ
Green jobs.
হ্যাঁ আমার সকালে ছিল তো তুমি আমার সেশনটা
Hi everyone. Can you hear me all right? Lovely. So hi everyone. This is Carly from Hong Kong, and we are having like our interactive session today. So you can please feel free to sit closer, so that we will start immediately. So today's session is we reimagine Green Jobs Collage, empowering youth for a sustainable future. So I'm Carly, so I'm from Hong Kong. I'm the founder of Climate Incubator. So my organization work on green jobs and just transitions, and also climate education. So my story basically starts in Uganda because I traveled to Uganda like 2 years ago. And that's the first time I was at the very front line with the local villagers to witness the problem of climate change. And then later on, I start my own company, which is Climate Incubator, to trying to help more youth to get into the job industry. And we've been starting like a couple of things, like for example, the mentorship program. We start in Hong Kong, and then we expand it to the Asia Pacific region. And that's what we are trying to do. And we will also doing like job transitions in the greater region. And that's why we want to do something here at COP to be like as interactive as possible, and also want to share the stage with different youth so that to get your voice heard in terms of jobs and also just transition pathway. I also want to introduce like my co-moderator today. Shami, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are well, and welcome to today's discussion. Today it will be more interactive discussion. We will hear our stories from Bangladesh and Nepal from our guest speakers. But besides that, we will also love to hear some stories from your side as well. So I'm Shamim Ahmed. I'm the founder and executive director of a youth-led organization named Eco Network Global, working in Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and some South Asian countries. For the last 5 years, actually, we're working on promoting environmental education, advocacy in the community level, and nowadays we are also trying to empower the young people with green skills and others. We have already partnered with a Hong Kong-based organization like my co-moderator. We are also working in a mentorship program while we will promote or we will provide the mentorship with some young people from the South Asia and Asian region. So I just don't like to take more time, and because we have a very lack of time, so we may hear some stories from Bangladesh and Nepal, and later we will also like to hear some stories from your countries as well. Like as we can see that we have a lot of participants from, I really believe that they are from different countries, and we will definitely love to hear their stories, what's happening in their country as well. So now the floor is I'm giving the floor to our honorable speakers. Now I'm requesting Sarupa Kurel to say something about Nepal's perspective, and what about the current condition about the green jobs, or what about the condition of the young people in Nepal?
Thank you, Samim. Thank you, Carly. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Saru Pakurel, and I am the Country Director of Eco Network Nepal. Likewise, I also work as a corporate manager at Global Private Limited, which is a skill-based company. So we focus on providing skills, making youth capable of doing the works, and not only in terms of environmental awareness, we also focus on honing the skills and making them ready for the with all the 21st century skills. And we believe youth are the change makers. And representing my country, Nepal. So I know you all have heard about Nepal. Like we have a lot of natural resources. We have mountains. We are known for Mount Everest. We are known for all these wonderful, peculiar natural conditions. We have the moderate climatic condition and all the beautiful scenarios that I represent. That's Nepal. And likewise, we young people in Nepal, we love our country, we love the things that our countries has, and we love the natural resources that is in our country. And having said that, I would like to share my experience. I started as a student of science, and I was not sure like which field I wanted to work on at my initial days. So I wanted to go to medical field, but at one point of time I realized that to work for environment is something you do it for all the sectors. If you protect environment, you can do a lot of things. So that's when I realized I need to academically engage in environmental sector, not just academically, in the course of learning new things and learning skills. I thought we can do a lot, we can contribute a lot for this Mother Earth. And since the time as an environmental activist, as a climate activist, I have been working since the initial days, and that has been a wonderful experience. It's a thing like we can feel proud of because we are voicing our things, we are protecting, we are trying to make people aware that the planet we live in, it's just a single one. We don't have planet B, right? So it's our duty to protect this planet Earth for the Mother Earth. And I feel so happy that we have been collaborating with different organizations. Me being a part of Eco Network Nepal, we have a lot of friends in different countries. We work together for creating awareness, for advocating about these things. Likewise, in Nepal, our engagements are like we are into school students. We go and we give this advocacy, we give this awareness campaigns, we run this kind of events in different schools because we believe that if a children is educated at the initial early age, then when he or she is youth, then they have that understanding better so that they can contribute towards environmental conservation and protection. So that's why we focus on the young people there. Likewise, we also conduct different kinds of programs. Our organization Local also work with UNDP for the projects like Youth Climate Catalyst, which is a grassroots project where we go to the rural municipalities of Nepal and we sort out the problems. It's kind of a solution challenge. Like we firstly highlight the issues of those places, those rural communities, and we try to bring the action ahead. And these young people, they go to those places and we actually focus on the individuals from their own roots. Like if we want to do some programs in different districts, the youth in those districts are involved. That's how we can bring the change. So we do projects like this as well. So overall, Nepal is beautiful, and we are so concerned about our mountains due to climate change. So that is one of the main things that is being focused in COP28 as well, protecting mountains. So as a whole, we are voicing these things out to protect our naturally scenic beauty in Nepal. So that's my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. So now I want to turn the floor to the audience. So do you want to share your story from your country as well? Any short of hand? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Almami Jagana. I'm from Mauritania. I'm also from, I'm an engineer in mobile network. When I done with my studies, I start a company which is working in how to resolve the waste management problem. And after that, I seen that we are facing a lot of climate change challenges in my country. And so till then, I'm a lot working to prevent, to maybe to give skills for people around our ocean, how climate change will impact them. So really your story is a lot inspiring, and maybe we will discuss and share more about that after the meeting. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Jayantan from Sri Lanka. So I'm a part of an organization called SPM, which is called Sustainable People Movement, where we basically deal with electromechanical and software to build sustainable technologies, which are from the very grassroots level. I'll shortlist a few things that we've been working for the past 5 years. Like we work on plastic waste management, creating machineries, like not like industrial large scale machinery which the local people could not afford, trying to create basic machineries where people can upcycle their own waste. So that's one of the projects that we are working on. And we work with IoT based biogas systems, and we also have ocean and air quality monitoring systems as well. So basically what we are trying to do is try to get more sustainable technologies and disseminate them in rural communities, and try to empower the local people so that these data, these technologies are available for everyone to harness green change. So that's basically who we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, wonderful audience, for sharing your experiences as well. Like as we have learned the stories from the Sri Lanka and another country from Africa. I really believe that we need more collaboration, like collaboration with the people from Asia, Africa, and other continent as well. So now I will go to our second speaker. I know Mr. Shwanur Bhai for a long time, and they are doing wonderful job in Bangladesh and some other countries as well. Currently, they have a project which also empower the young people in Bangladesh. So I will give the floor to Shwanur Bhai for sharing his stories.
Thank you, Shamim. And when we are talking about the tackling climate crisis and just transition, so just transition and the green skills is very important. And just transition is not only phasing out fossil fuel to renewable, also it should be socially just, especially for workers, young people, and just transition should create more jobs. And World Bank estimated that 1 million jobs will be created by 2030 and 2050. So but we young people should be ready to grab this opportunity and develop ourselves for the future. So in Bangladesh, we are working with Oxfam to support the grassroots young people who are in the front line, who are dealing with the climate crisis, especially cyclones, salinity. So we start with the climate science, but only climate literacy is not enough. Also, they need the green jobs. So under this small initiative of Oxfam, we are supporting 2 district young people to create new green initiative, and we are supporting them. So we are also working in just transition, because I mentioned just transition and the green jobs is much connected. So we are build partnership with the German think tank FES, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, to do a study with the youth lens about the just transition. So we conducted near 10 grassroots consultation with young people, young workers, and we found some findings. So we'll continue advocacy with government, how the government can create more jobs, and not only creation, also to enhancing capacity building of young people. Then young people will be work on the green field. as well as we are working with the business community like Bata or the DHL. So they have also corporate social responsibility, and they also guided by our Bangladesh Bank to CSR. So if they spend money for climate, so that will be tax free. So that's why they have also great interested to support young people. So here we are building more partnership, because it's very important to building partnership. And we also working with government, how government can introduce more green skills in the curricula, as well as the different institute like youth development and social development agencies, women development agencies, and national skills development agencies. So we have some key training center, as well as the BSIC, a small industry center, or BTAC. So how we can coordinate all the wings who are provide capacity building for a small business or the different kind of initiative to supporting young people on green jobs. So we are addressing that issues, but it's still it's a mismatch according to government commitment or policies. So in Bangladesh adopted national youth policy, but it's still green jobs is not much prioritized. So it's in the review process. So we will address the green jobs in the process, as well as Bangladesh adopted national adaptation plan, Mujib climate prosperity plan. Now we are evaluating how the green jobs and youth job issues green skill issues can be addressed in the NAP and Mujib climate prosperity plan. And last one, we are working another project. It's named Ecoman. Ecoman means day by day young people are much interested to conserving nature or protecting environment, because but young people not much sensitive or responsive to gender dimension. So we started that initiative Ecoman. It's engaging men and boys for gender transformative environmental stewardship, and one of the core element is mangrove restoration in the Sundarban mangrove forest. So now young people are engaging with the mangrove nursery and to regenerate or reforestation in mangrove. So now young people also joining. Second one is migration will be our global security crisis. Migration is not for Bangladeshi issue. It will be global security issue. Now global leaders are spending fueling money through war, but they're not fueling money to curbing the climate crisis. So if we want to limit the international climate refugee or migration, we need the economic resilience to vulnerable people. So we are also supporting to them with the lens of local adaptation and loss and damage focuses. Thank you. Over to you, Shamim.
Thank you so much, Juan Bhai, for sharing everything and your stories. What you mentioned about the policies, which is also very much important. And in Bangladesh perspective, if I say that not only Bangladesh, in all the other developing countries, I think it's a very high time to think about the green skills and green entrepreneurship. Besides that, this year the COP28 presidency, they also gave more emphasis on climate action, which from where this kind of green skills and green development also take a very higher position, because without this kind of green skills you cannot have a very good climate action. So now we will have more interactive session, I guess. So I'm giving the mic to our co-moderator.
Yeah. Thank you, Shami. And just to add on that, because like Hong Kong has a completely different situations. Like for us as an urban city, we usually promote more on climate finance, and also like economic sectors, like as a financial sector, and they are promoting like carbon crediting, these kind of like more well-paid jobs. But then we also believe that green jobs transition should be like across all sectors. And just transition is not only about creating more green jobs, but also on the labor rights, but also on the social protection. And these are the things that should be mentioned at this COP. And I'm closely looking into negotiations on work program on just transition, and these words are actually mentioned. And I just hope that these things should be advocated in each COP and should be more to be mentioned in local government as well. Okay, so now we will move on to the next interactive section. So what is the ideal future for green jobs looks like? So think of for a minute and then think of any elements. So it can be related to anything. So for your country or for your city, to facilitate a well-established green jobs transition, what elements are needed? So I just want to see if anyone want to have an answer for that. It can be quick. It can be like 1 or 2 elements that you can think of. Anyone? I can go first. I would say Hong Kong will lead a legal mechanism for workers. So for example, under climate change and under extreme weather, especially under the heat wave, my city actually have no social protection for workers who are working outside. So there's incidents that people dying because of heat wave when they have to work so long as a construction workers. And these things should be protected even for a well-established city like Hong Kong. And to facilitate green jobs, more of this like mechanism is needed. So anyone from the floor? You want to add? Great.
So for a country like Nepal, I have seen the scenario that if we would be known as a country where agriculture is the main occupation of people there. Now the scenario is the young people, after their high grad studies, they choose agriculture as their main subject. So the tendency of young people studying agriculture subject is increasing so much in Nepal, and that will eventually be a very good platform, a very good way to innovate different green techniques from the agriculture. So young people going in agricultural field, and for a country like Nepal, like who imports like vegetables, fruits from other neighboring countries, for through their academics and practically implies that in our own country, that will actually help development of economy in our own country. And as you said, the prospects of green jobs, green business. So the emerging trend of green jobs and green business in Nepal, it's a very slow process. Actually, we are not even aware of green jobs and green business in a long way, in a very detailed information about that. But only few people know about the concept. And you know, we used to, through our platform, through EcoNetwork, we used to host a session with our green man who was our advisor. We talked about green business, green jobs. And you know, the people from other countries were so aware about green job, green business, but Nepali people, they are not that aware. So it will take some time for a youth to understand what is the prospect of these things. But having said that, the youth going to agriculture and this kind of field will eventually help our country grow in terms of economic and make them self-reliant in their own country and also create job opportunities. So I think that will, in a long run, be a very innovative approach for the green business as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Saru, for sharing stories in Nepal's perspective. You know what? Why actually the growth of green jobs is very slow in Nepal, Bangladesh, or India? I guess it's because of lack of green skills. People, they don't have the skills. If they don't have the skills, they even don't think about green jobs or anything else. So I think the young youth-led organizations or even the government, they should give more priority in providing green skills. Like if we have enough mentors, if we get support from the NGOs or the government about the green skills, and if they can provide it besides our academic studies, I guess that will be a very nice move to go the way forward.
Any answer from the floor? Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Salita. I am the Pacific Coordinator for Loss and Damage Youth Coalition. I'm from Fiji, which is based in the Pacific. Most of our communities in the Pacific are indigenous communities. One thing that the Pacific is well known for is their rich culture. And in terms of finding resolutions for just transition, green jobs, one thing that we usually advocate for in our grassroots communities is that they embrace the indigenous knowledge. Some things that we are well known in the Pacific are some of the skills that we have, which is vast from communities to communities or culture to culture within the Pacific region. There are some communities that are well known for canoe building. There are some that are known for their fishing skills. So though they are not involved in the formal employment, in the employment sector, they embrace these skills in order to keep up with their livelihood, a source of livelihood, fishing, and also for their feeding their households. So those are some things that we advocate for in this climate crisis, where the burden just piles up on each individuals and victims that are frontliners of climate change. These are some things that we get them to go back, revisit what their culture is, revisit how their ancestors used to live, and also use that as a way that they can survive, as a means of survival during this crisis. Thank you.
Okay, so do you have like one more? Thank you. Thank you for your response. We acknowledge the importance of indigenous knowledge and how we can help them like translate into different green jobs. So any also other sharing? Yep.
I'm basically from Sri Lanka, in terms of like elaborating a bit on green skills, now this topic is introducing, it's going viral, but it's the global north who is accommodating it quickly. So many job opportunities are created in the global north, where it also leads to a lot of migration from the global south to the global north, where we are facing a huge shortage in green skills as well, and green job opportunities in our country. So from my perspective, let's say like we need financing, we need infrastructures to have certain jobs, green jobs that are available, so that we can accommodate it and try to stop that migration as well when we are moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sharing. And I think we actually hear different like personal stories, like countries' experience, examples. And then I would like, for this event, the initial purpose is to gather all the youth together and also share the stories and also successful examples together, so that at COP, we can bring all this knowledge and experience back to our city. And we realize the importance of green jobs for just transition. We realize the importance of like social protections and also labors. We realize the importance of all the green jobs transitions from all sectors. So thank you very much for everyone to attending today. I also want to invite everyone to have like a group photo. How about that? Great. Let's give a applause to the guests and also all the audience. So people, you can sit closer to the middle so that it can be helping the photographer to take photo for us. Lovely. Would you like to sit in the middle? Thank you.
We also invite our participants as well to take a photo.
You wanna take photo here? Like yeah. And then here's the backdrop. Yeah. Oh, like this? Okay.
Can you also please use this phone after this? Please use everyone's. Please be visible in photos. I think there's a huge space there to do photos. There's a dash that's disturbing you. Smile, everyone. Cheese. That's your phone, no? Sunny? Okay, that's nice.
Thank you.
One more. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
It's an interactive dialogue. Interactive dialogue. This one. 3 p.m. Yeah. 3:25. 3:40. The
So prior to that, there's just a session.
yeah, it's just sessions.
That's the highlight event.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing those brilliant insights with us. We'll take a 2-minute break before we start our next session. That's going to be an interactive dialogue for youth by youth, energy transition and sustainable urbanization. That's going to be by the Commonwealth.
Michaela, from the next session.
You guys are late. How many speakers do you have?
Well, it's a fishbowl, so it's rotating.
Okay, it's rotating.
Yeah.
So do you need the wireless mic?
We do, yeah, we do. The wireless mic will make it.
Ready to start when you are ready. Yeah, I'm talking now.
I thought I was searching for this. You pass it on, right? See, it's on. Then you can serve people on. Brother, if you can do a countdown kind of like 3, 2, 1, so everyone will be like,
yeah, like
perfect.
Look at me. I always look
yeah,
when I want to start, but most of the time you're not sure.
yeah, sure, brother. Tough job.
Yeah, it is.
You are moderating everything. Like, yeah, man, we are the people. Let's. It's tough job, right?
Yeah, it is.
The
Scott's here.
No, he stepped out.
Okay. I'll be around. I'm gonna come check in a little bit. Check out.
Are you badge started?
The second one? Oh no.
Not yet?
Not yet, but it's all good.
Okay.
We got another 2 days anyways. I'm gonna be here tomorrow.
So we start right now, or 5 minutes?
2-3 minutes. I'm just waiting for them to get set.
Yeah. Come.
Okay. No, I'm just letting you know you're here.
Yeah, no, I'll be downstairs. I'll be here for the next 30 minutes because we're meeting now Roger, so I'll come check in a little bit. But yeah, if you let him know, I'll be right back.
All right.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll be here. I'm trying to get as many of those people from that room to here. Today's just everyone's just like our event was quite quiet this morning as well. Everyone's just quite open to people. If you got 10 seconds.
Yeah, let me just
Of
pass
course,
it to them.
sorry, yeah, of course.
And then after this 10 seconds,
I'll be
remember
right
what you're doing,
I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you. We're going to start our session now, and I'll pass on to Michaela, and she's going to take us through the session, which is interactive dialogues, youth for youth by youth, focused on energy transition and sustainable urbanization. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Oh, you're on the fishbowl. Come here. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us for interactive dialogue and fishbowl session about the energy transition and sustainable urbanization. So just to introduce, the session will be very interactive. So the aim is that we'll start with a couple speakers on the stage, and then as you feel you want to interact with what they're saying, please do come up and jump in one of the chairs and take part in the dialogue. The rules will be simple, and I'll explain it after the intro, but I'll just hand over to Eileen from CYSU, or the Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization, to give an introduction.
I don't think do I need a clicker?
Don't you have more than one?
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. So today's session is brought to you by two groups of people, two young professional-led and youth-focused teams. So the first one is Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanization that brings together professionals from across different professions of the built environment, such as architects, planners, engineers, young mayors, and to work together towards a more sustainable human settlement, and also to reflect the needs, for human settlements to reflect the needs of youth and diverse communities better. And the second team it would be the CSET Youth, so the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Transition Youth Working Group that really focuses on bringing value towards a just and sustainable energy transition, and especially through achieving SDG 7 measures and targets including electricity access, clean cooking access, renewable energy, and energy efficiency by 2030. Now today's topic, why should the topic be important to you, just as it is important to all of us here today. As young people of the Commonwealth, we do believe that it is in the rights of communities to access energy and a safe, livable place. Now that's the belief that we have and the work that surrounds all of these beliefs. Now currently the urban areas face immense pressures. Can you see? Yeah. Currently, urban area face immense pressures with over 3.5 billion. That's approximately half of the global population staying in urban areas. Now, the most dramatic growth has been seen in global and urban areas. The most dramatic growth has only been happening over the last 20 years, with developing countries in particular, where the most of these changes have actually taken place. Cities and urban areas actually have main recipients of investment, of attention, of support, and that further exacerbates the concentration of economic activities and opportunities and the perception of better quality of life only happens in cities. Now, and then the last part is, sorry that you can't see, but actually we wanted to highlight the point where buildings and construction sector actually accounts for 40% of energy and process-related emissions. Now, low efficiency in energy usage and unsustainable sources of fuel for critical sectors such as transport in cities only exacerbates the impact on climate change. So these are some of the context of the discussion that we'll be having today. I'll pass the mic back to Michaela so that she can share about the fishbowl format.
Sit down. Yeah. Thank you. Hang on. So the idea of this format is that everyone here will also be a speaker on this panel. So I'm hoping you're all excited and engaged to join. But I will just give a starter to our three speakers to get the conversation going. And then as you listen, it would be good for you all to start jumping up as well to share your thoughts. And hopefully the conversation will flow by itself, but if needed, I will start asking questions as well. But my starter for all of you is, what does sustainable urbanization mean to you? Oh, and when you join or start speaking for the first time, please introduce yourself with your name and just a short sentence about who you are.
Sure. Thanks, Michaela. Hello, everyone. It's good to be here for another year in the Children and Youth Pavilion. Name's Angelo. I live in London. I'm a civil engineer, and I specialize in energy storage assets in my day-to-day job. To answer your question, sustainable urbanization is what we need to achieve if we are to keep growing in number as a species, and that takes into consideration every aspect of our ecosystem as a society: water systems, energy systems, transport systems, buildings, road networks, etc., etc. So sustainable, that's the urbanization is the tendency of people to congregate in urban environments. Doing that sustainably will require practices and technical solutions that will let us do that for the foreseeable future, and obviously we can go into more detail in a second. Thanks.
So I'm Eileen. I'm an international development policy person by experience, and then sustainable development by training. So for me, sustainable urbanization really is about inclusivity. It's about reflecting the needs of reflecting the needs of communities. And one of the things that, one of the projects actually that the team has started that really encapsulates what I really want to talk about in terms of inclusivity, it's the term called Cities by Citizens, where we really envision, communities and citizens themselves having the rights, having the platform to really design how the community that they live in look like, functions like. So that's in a nutshell for me.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Mecklem and I am a civil engineer from New Zealand, from Wellington. And I guess for me, I do a lot of work in stormwater design, but also looking at infrastructure advisory. Similar to what Angelos and Eileen have said, I think for me, sustainable urbanisation is about, at the heart of it, it's about the people, it's about the communities, and making sure that, we make our urban environments inclusive for especially for the traditionally marginalised communities, our Indigenous people, youth, people with disabilities, for women, and it's very important that we bring everyone on board, and I think that is the heart of sustainable urbanisation. I think the other thing that I want to raise as well, maybe this could it'll be interesting to hear about the thoughts, is I guess one thing as an engineer, something that we think about as well is the role of transportation to form our communities in the way that that we move around in our cities, and how actually that has such a big impact on society and communities and the way that we function, the way that things are designed in terms of about safety for women when we consider public transportation is around electric vehicles. But I think for sustainable urbanisation and for sustainable communities, we also really need to have a big focus on how we look at our active and transportation modes to enable to connect our communities as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Will Steele. I'm a chartered town planner, part of the Commonwealth Association of Planners, including the Young Planners, as well as the Royal Town Planning Institute, and with the multidisciplinary Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanisation. In my spare time, I'm a principal planning consultant for Atkins Realis as well. And to me, sustainable urbanisation is a key thing as a town planner. And the word that I'd use to describe it is integration. So integration of the three pillars of sustainability: the economic, social and environmental. It means integrating transport alongside development. It means public space alongside development. It means nature in urban areas. It means delivering for businesses whilst delivering for people at the same time. It means delivering for young people whilst delivering for old people too. So integration is the key to sustainable urbanisation for me. And you could even take it beyond urban. It's integration between the urban areas and the rural areas in the right way.
Well, thanks everyone. This mic is working, right? Okay, cool. So for those people who are just joining us now, a reminder that the format of this is an interactive fishbowl discussion. So if you have any thoughts, which I welcome you to have thoughts, please do jump up on stage and do comment on the things that the speakers are talking about at any point, because the whole idea is that we want to get people talking about all of your roles in sustainable urbanization. So I guess one thing I want to pick up on, while no one else has jumped up so far, is something that Eileen was talking about, the Cities by Citizens piece. I think it would be interesting to hear from all of you, or
as many of you as want to comment about what you think your role is in cities outside of your professional jobs. Who wants to start?
I think outside of my role as a civil engineer, it's about participating and getting advocating, but also working with the local government and central government, so that we inform when they do the decision making that our voices are heard, and just making sure that we participate in the conversation.
Can we pass the mic to the new guy, please?
Kia ora koutou, Dr. Tom Micklem from New Zealand. I work in industrial decarbonisation, and I think for me this is a Commonwealth-centred kind of discussion panel here, and we're talking about cities by citizens, we're talking about sustainable urbanisation and development. And I can think of examples such as Kenya and Dominica, where New Zealand's partnered with other countries to help develop geothermal resource, which is what we're really good at. And what do you think the role of the Commonwealth, but beyond the Commonwealth as well, inter-country support for each other on this journey?
I'll have a stab at that, and also try to answer Michele's question on what our responsibility is, because I think these two are in parallel, really. Each Commonwealth country member, as well as each individual in cities and societies, has a responsibility to hold each other accountable, is the angle that I'm going to be taking for this. We know that we're falling behind on our climate targets. We know that the current projections are for a 2.5 to 3 degree Celsius increase in temperature. So it's very important as individuals, as nation states, as whatever it is, maybe as a single unit in a greater whole, we need to be holding our representatives accountable to their decisions. We need to be participating, and we need to make sure that the people that are making the decisions on our behalf have the right input and insight, at least from our perspectives and our expertise and background. So I think it's very important to come in from those angles, if that covers your question.
Do you want to go?
And sorry, can I just clarify the question? Was it between countries, between governments? Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're looking at initiatives between government, one thing which, and I am, of course I'm biased, but I think I'm biased in a correct manner because I'm a town planner. I think the one thing which could be improved is town planning being more at this decision-making table at COP, because from the recurring message I hear around COP now is it's about solving the economic, the social and the environmental all together, and that they need to be solved all together in order to reach the climate targets. And that's what us town planners have been doing for over 100, for around about 100 years. So there's all this knowledge out there about how to integrate these disciplines, the environmental disciplines with the economic, and when we work alongside engineers, and you're of course great integrators yourselves. So I think there could be room for improvement by through a greater voice of town and urban planners at COP. And to pick up on my role in the outside the job in the urban area, inner city, I'd say, in response to your question, Michaela, what I'd say is, firstly, it would be to be a good neighbour as a starting point, to be thinking about the people around me in my immediate community. Then next, I would think to advocate for the issues that I want to see happen, because cities are places of challenge and of expression, and public spaces are that in the centre of towns, for example. So to use those opportunities in urban areas, I'd say that's a responsibility of citizens. And I'd also say as a consumer, utilising these spaces, keeping the businesses alive that we enjoy using, supporting local businesses, and also, as a consumer of parks and public spaces, providing footfall, because cities are about people.
Well, please, could you pass the mic to the new guy? And please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Kyrios Hostos. I'm an engineer at ACAM and also a co-lead of the Young Engineers Future Leaders Working Group on Climate Action as a part of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. I think in terms of some of the measures that we've talked about on the panel, some of them require behavior changes and real support from the public. And as engineers, as town planners, as policymakers, of course, we have to apply those systematic changes, but also we need that public support, community engagement. So when it comes to transport, when it comes to demand-side measures, how do we actually get the public on board? And is there a need to change the way we communicate with people as well?
I'm trying to link all three questions.
You don't have to answer all the previous questions.
No,
it's
but
a
I
discussion.
think one thing that really struck in my head is, so things that I do outside of work would be time that I spend volunteering. And I think how we can spend our time as volunteers, I mean, besides the point of encouraging people to take up volunteering outside of work, is the way volunteers or volunteering is changing now. Volunteers are no longer, just local activities, for example, or volunteering at a shelter or charity. There are bigger purposes, bigger goals, bigger projects that you can contribute as a volunteer. And I think it really stems from the point where if people start to look at professions and value quite differently. So unless we really see, for example, when we talk about urbanization or town planning, even when we put together, all the young professionals together, most of the people that we see do come from the built environment. But then we have to keep reminding each other, like, what about the people who are in the arts industry? What about people who are from different industries that can really bring value when we talk about urbanization, when we talk about energy transition in a just way? So I feel that's what I want to bring, like to see yourself as a volunteer, to contribute yourself as a volunteer, but to also, for governments to also see how can you involve people outside the normal professions and see what are the values that they can bring towards this kind of projects. Yep.
Well, I think, Tom, are you?
Yeah, could I just add to that?
Go for it.
I think those 2 points before are all about what we can do ourselves, like how we can get involved in the community, how we can be involved with local council, making it a safe and inclusive urbanisation as cities change. And I think that's a big part of this here, that we hear at COP, we hear a lot about NDCs, we hear a lot about central government approach to climate change, urbanisation and our changing world, and that when we look at it, we can reflect on ourselves to say this is part of our ownership. We can look to sub-national ways that we can contribute to not contribute to climate change, but contribute to the pathway to decarbonisation or a low carbon future. And that's with town planning, that's with kind of your volunteering as well.
While we're changing over, I want to remind everyone in the audience that you can come up at any point to fill all these empty chairs and share your opinions.
So just quickly to pick up on the question around transport and behavioural change, I think that comes down to engagement and showing a plan, showing people the alternatives. Because to change people's habits, we actively have to convince people to change their habits. So if that's there might be objections to a new transport scheme, which gives people access to say a new tram, but giving people a vision of what their lives, how their lives could be improved by having that tram, and maybe addressing a resistance to change in that regard, if it is the right thing to do, is a good thing. So engaging with communities early, utilising digital tech to provide a vision of what could be, and then bringing them along the journey so that the communities are on board helps to affect behavioural change, I think, and it seems to be the emerging trend.
Hi, my name is Philip Ray. I'm a social movement researcher, but I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about a personal experience that I had that's related to what we're talking about. This past summer, my wife and I went to New York City for vacation, and she is disabled. She has a wheelchair. And before we left, you know, we were interested in like how New York is with the disabled, and how handicap accessible everything is. And we kind of saw that it was pretty good for people who are disabled. But when we got there, we got on the metro. The metro was a nightmare. Just trying to get on and off the subway. Only about a fourth to a third of the stops were handicap accessible. And so we didn't realize that, and we ended up, you know, our hotel was in Times Square, and we ended up by Yankee Stadium before we could even figure out how to get back because of where the handicap accessible spots are. Buses were better. Taxis also had handicap accessible taxis, which were better. So my question would be like, what other efforts in a city as big as New York City, what other efforts could be made to make getting around and make transportation accessible to the disabled?
Does anyone want to take that? Also a reminder that if you ask a question, you can also stay there to take part in the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, and a big part of making sustainable transport a attractive proposition. It has to be accessible and inclusive. So identifying the people's needs, you know, through. I suppose it's through standards, isn't it? The standards coming out around accessibility standards, taking those incremental opportunities to incorporate accessibility as a core part of any transport upgrade project. To give you an example, actually, I'm working on the Transpennine Rail upgrade project in the north of England. Those of you who know the north of England, it's a section from Leeds to Manchester, and so the objective is to decrease journey times and to have, you know, greater capacity. But as each station is upgraded, or for each new station, there's a new set of accessibility standards. So each new station or upgraded station has a fully accessible, say, footbridge, for example, which has a lift, or it has a ramp, and different options are taken into account, but with accessibility standards at the core. Because if you've got those standards at the core, you can then start to weigh them up against other considerations, such as heritage. You know, so you might have a really tall lift shaft which overshadows a conservation area. But if you can go through the audit trail, saying that accessibility requirements are essential, you can then say this needs to be, you know, weighed up against the harm to the conservation area. So that's one example.
Please, could you pass the mic to Kirill and then Michelle?
Can I just quickly add on what Will said? I think on top of standards, we really need to make sure that our consultation process includes all groups, including people with disabilities, because I think often standards are great, but until you talk to a community in consultation, you really need to understand through talking with the communities, rather than saying this is what we think they are going to need, and actually fully understanding that.
Well, perhaps on community engagement. So the first thing that I'd like to mention is the importance of evaluating those stakeholder needs. So the communities that you serve, actually talking to them proactively. But also one interesting thing, like an example, so I'm based in Newcastle upon Tyne, and our Newcastle office transport planners recently had an initiative where they actually went around the city blindfolded, so to actually experience how it is and collaborate with the Blind People Society to understand really, you know, what it is like as a person who designs infrastructure to really experience public transport or the city infrastructure in a different way. But otherwise, in order to get public engaged, I think we need to do two more things. So firstly, it's really integrating different modes of transport, because I think we're moving towards kind of mobility as a service. So, you know, like, for example, everyone knows that like ordering a taxi or a shared ride is so easy. You just open an app, and through digital means, everything is done for you. You don't have to worry about things. However, when you try to switch between different modes of transport, it's much more difficult. So what we need to do is make data much more available to people, so that different modes of public transport are much more integrated, because otherwise sometimes there is too much hassle to kind of to figure out, you know, what different pathways you need to take in order to get from point A to point B. And then secondly, I think in terms of communication, say as we try to get people away from cars and to use more active modes of transport or public transportation, we need to really work with them to create the infrastructure they need, but also communicate the benefits and really talk about what matters to people as well. Because even though everyone agrees that climate action is important, say in the cost of living crisis, where people's finances are quite strained, the chances are to a lot of people to be the main priority. So we need to look how we communicate solutions that simultaneously can help address the climate crisis, but also help save people money, for example, and make the things more convenient for them.
Oh, thank you. I have a question I was going to say I have a question to the audience. Does anyone want to join and talk about their experiences? Yep. No, you can stay. Do you not want to? You can sit on the stage with everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juliana Agema. I come from Nigeria. I work with Women Environmental Program. And we in our country, when I come and listen to a lot of people talking about the way things are moving in their country, things are happening, and we begin to wonder that our leaders, they travel out and they come back and then we don't see the improvement of what they go out to go and do. Because he was talking about his wife is disabled and able to move around freely, not even the taxis, to help them to move freely. Okay, we just finished our complex, our building complex. I actually fought with the engineer because I told him that he had to make a pathway for the disabled. And then he was like, why do we need to make that? It's not necessary. I said, no, they are inclusive in everything we want to do. So we need to include them in everything we want to do because they are also human beings. And they're also citizens, so they have their own rights. And he after doing the staircase, he now made a pathway for the disabled that you can't even push the bicycle, anything to climb. It's so high like this. And then we had to condemn his work, and then we have to sack him and bring in a new engineer that can assist us to give a very good pathway for the disabled and all that. So it's actually a challenge in our own place where we come from, looking at the way they suffer, the things they go through, and they are not included in anything at all in our country. So it's actually a challenge for us. So those are the issues that we are trying to take up seriously in our country. And for youth and women in our country, that we are working very, very closely with them, trying to see how we can provide an alternative source, because most of the youth in our country are the ones that are being used for violence perpetrators and everything. They recruit them, and then all they know is how to shoot gun, how to kill, and how to destroy it. So, but if you are taking them out of this aspect of what they know, what else do you have to give to them, the alternative that you need to bring them and give to them? So we are trying to make them, there are other things that you can do with yourself rather than joining a group, become radical, and then killing and destroying. So we now started with teaching them how to do different kinds of skills, putting them into clusters, making them form like a cooperative, where they can decide on what they want to do. Like some say they want to go into rice farming, so put them into clusters so that we'll buy them this rice machine, so that after farming, they can mill their rice and they can sell. And even for maize, so we're trying to see how we can provide an alternative source of income for them so that they will no longer be used for all evils, perpetrating evil for another, because If you go towards the northern side of the country, it's actually difficult for everyone to travel by road because of bandits and kidnapping. It's so severe that you can't even travel. And the airports are not, it's not all the states that have airports. So some states have airport, you have to travel like 3-4 hours to get to the airport. So the only safest way is the road. And how will you travel with somebody who is disabled and a bandit attack on the road? How do you assist that person to even move? So it's actually a challenge. So when we come, like, we listen to country, when he was saying, oh, please, I was like, okay, like, their trains, their buses, and everything, but our buses are not friendly. They are not friendly at all for us to use to assist people like that and everything. So, but we've discovered that a lot of them are now beginning to understand that they need to fight for themselves. If they don't fight for themselves, nobody is going to do that for them. So we now have Association of Disabled now that they go out and then they fight for themselves and everything. There was a woman that we were supposed to bring here, but unfortunately, she couldn't get her passport out on time. If not, she would have been here at COP with us. We would have assisted her to come to COP, at least. So it's actually a challenge, but when we come out, we hear stories from you. We are encouraged. We say, okay, the fight is just beginning. We just continue to fight and continue to talk, and one day we might get a leader that might want to listen and might now take the issues that we are talking about seriously, and that the country will not be living for the citizens, not the citizens living for the leaders of the country. Thank you.
Do you want to pass the mic to the person on the end? And thanks for sharing your experiences.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your sharing that. I am from Uganda, and I work with Women and Girl Child Development Association. I really wanted to bring in the extent of the safer cities for girls and mainly girl child, where we have increased numbers of girls being raped and defiled because of the dark spaces, the dark corners in the cities. And our government having a budget, but the budget that does not cater for safer cities. And definitely having him talked about the issue of inclusion in terms of girls and women with special needs, where maybe some spaces are impassable and we don't see plans and budgets for those cases. And as we talk about sustainable urbanization, I think for me, the solution is we should see money coming in for plans and budgets for safer cities and for having urbanization that is safe and sustainable. And definitely back in my country, in Uganda, the issue of sustainable urbanization may be hard for now, but we may need to have a conversation on rethinking the new strategies and definitely changing the minds of the communities in different places, because we also have a number of slums which have people that really want to have a mindset of who pays the taxes so that we can have money to put into the budget that can work on a sustainable urbanization. Thank you so much for giving me this space. Thank you for that space.
Hi everyone, my name is Waqas. I'm from Pakistan. I work with youth displaced by natural and man-made disasters, so refugees of war as well as the floods that impacted Pakistan last year. And I was a little late, sorry, I had another session, and the stories were so inspiring, but there's one thing that I wanted to add, because this has been the constant battle that I've faced in working with youth and children, even adults to some point. We are all aware of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We all know what our rights are. I like to think that we have achieved that self-actualization where we can come on COPs and be advocating for climate change. But when I work with the youth and I tell them about climate change and why the floods have been caused and why the river has been overflowing or why they don't have the food they're supposed to have, and this is, I'm quoting verbatim one of the youth. He told me that I don't really care about climate change. I only care about the food that I'm going to have, my next meal, and if I'm going to have clothes on my body or not. Now, I had to sit him down and I had to tell him that there's a causal relationship between climate change and between you not having a food, not having a cloth to wear, or a food, or any meal, or a shelter over your head. So somewhere between the fights that we fight between climate change, sustainability, we lose the fact that we need to build capacities and to gain, or for these kids to gain the exposure that is required for their voices to be heard. So in my capacity, I'm actually professionally, I'm a sustainability and climate risk expert. I work in energy transition in Pakistan, but on the sideline, I have an initiative which is called Initiative for Climate Awareness and Resilient Earth, where I specifically work with youth and children who are impacted and who have been displaced due to any forms of disasters. And what we do is, it's a three-pronged approach. We inculcate in them three kinds of P21 skills, which are humanistic, meta, and life skills. So we give them education, we give them a life skill, and we give them the metacognitive ability to come and raise their voices on different platforms. So recently we worked with the government of Pakistan, and we brought 8 of those youth to COP28 on party overflow badges. They were a part of the very first LCOI that we held in Pakistan, Local Conference of Youth. They were some of the first people to come up with the very first policy paper from Pakistan representing their voices from their own communities. So they didn't really talk about tripling renewables by this much. They talked about the ground realities of how a just transition would impact their father. So the policy paper has been written from that angle where when I worked with the government, I developed the alternate renewable policy for Pakistan. I looked at it from an engineer's perspective. I did not look at it from a human's perspective. And this policy for LCOI gave me that appreciation of what it feels like to be a human who is directly impacted. And that policy paper was then synthesized into the Global Youth Statement, which was presented at COP28 this year. And these 8 kids are with us, and they actually are moving around. And so I just want to share that story that the biggest thing in all of this, in whatever we do, and I'm grateful that all of you are here, and I hope that you're all safe and in your communities and you're living a very healthy life. But whenever you go back, wherever you find someone who you feel like does not have the exposure, or who does not even have the understanding to actually link between the different technologies or the different impacts that one thing can have, the butterfly effect, do raise that awareness in your communities or reach out through Zoom, wherever you can, because that is how the word will travel. And one thing that I want to emphasize, because this is a constant thing or dilemma in Pakistan, is we link everything with climate change. And people always reduce it down to it being a problem of climate change. This is not a problem of climate change. Climate change is not the cause. Climate change is an impact. The cause is sustainability or our unsustainable practices. And that is what we are, sustainable urbanization. We need to focus on sustainability, because if we take care of sustainability, climate change will always fall in place. Climate change is one of the 9 planetary boundaries which we have breached. So right now we have breached 7 of the planetary boundaries out of 9. Loss of life, loss of endangerment of species. So there are a lot of other things that have happened. So whenever I encourage you to go to talk to these kids and stuff, talk about sustainability and sustainable practices in their homes. Thank you so much for giving me this platform, and it's amazing to look at all of these brilliant people that are here. Thank you so very much.
Thanks for that. Very interesting insights from my brother from Pakistan and my sisters from Uganda and Nigeria. I think there's one thing that I didn't say when I did my introduction in the beginning is that I am the lead for the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Transition Youth Action Group. So we work across the Commonwealth for the sustainable energy transition and to move away from a fossil fuel-based reality to renewables and sustainability that you talked about. One thing that's probably worth touching on for all of the 3 points of view that were put out there is a point around infrastructure. I'll give you an example. If we consider electricity access as a challenge in Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, wherever it might be, then also this has an impact to girl and women's safety that was mentioned earlier, right? If we're talking about clean cooking and open fire stoves and cooking appliances, this has a direct impact into healthcare, the cost of healthcare, you know, and obviously both on women and on kids. So there's knock-on impacts from the lack of infrastructure in one sector to many other things within the aspects of society that are not that obvious for people that are not within this specialized, discipline. The lack of transport and roads in mainland and South Africa is something that we experienced directly because the Commonwealth Secretariat produced books for children to promote energy literacy and teach kids what energy is and what it means. However, we then realized that in order to give a child a book, you need to take the book to the child. And then you cannot take the book to the child if there's no roads and you have a van full of books and you need to distribute them. So it's this lack of infrastructure is posing many barriers along the way while we are trying to transition into a sustainable reality and build societies that are inclusive and actually work and function for all of us, like my friend mentioned at the back. So I think where I'm trying to take this is probably my angle for this, which is the importance of individual participation. You mentioned about a union or an association of disabled people. I think there was another lady that mentioned something similar. When we are a single voice in a very big ocean of voices, this tends to dissipate and disappear. And that's where the value of communication and unions come together, right? As a single piece of straw, we can't do much, but there's a lot of value when a lot of us come together and hold our political representatives accountable. Now, it's very hard, and I'm sure you've seen this at COP, to actually go to the highest level of political decision making. It's not you're not gonna run into Antonio Guterres or whoever on the street one random day, but you might do that with your local representative in your town or in your city, right? And even if you don't run into him on the street, you can go to his office, or you can give him a call or an email or whatever. And it's very important that individuals that become unions and associations do exactly this. If you do not communicate to your local representatives that the lack of lighting in a park is a problem for your daughters, then that guy will probably haven't even thought about it. If you don't communicate that the lack of a road between your village and the water source in the area is a threat for the healthcare of the kids that go and bring the water back, then they will not put that up the priority list. And this goes across the spectrum of infrastructure solutions that we need to implement to make societies work. So for me, it's important, similar to changing, the climate action terminology from negative and crisis and catastrophe to achieving climate balance, to being climate positive and all of these things. I think we also need to change terminology around democratic participation, okay? We, especially in the global north and the west even more so, we take democracy for granted, which means that especially young people don't care enough to participate. But it's not a democratic privilege, it's a democratic obligation. We have an obligation to participate in the decision-making of our communities. Because if not, then the decisions that are made on your behalf are not your decisions. And if it's not you who's making the decisions, then you also don't have any right to complain. So I think, even though it's a bit of a heavy conversation to have, it's very important from my perspective for young people to understand the obligation that they have towards their community to actually speak their mind. It's not just a privilege. You have to speak up for the stuff that you believe in, and you have to actually raise your hand and say, hey, that's wrong, that can be done better, you're talking crap, sort your stuff out, So, yeah, that's my take on things.
Thank you. No, wait, no, don't pass the mic.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for all of your contributions. I think it was really great to hear all the experiences from all different parts of the world and how the challenges differ, but how we're all trying to work towards sustainability. And I just want to pass over to Will, if you can come here just to close the session. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? And can you still hear me up here? You can hear me down here though, can't you? This is going to be good for my back. So maybe, can you hear me now? Yeah, this is better for my back. Andy can hear me. Yeah. So, thank you very much for that fantastic debate. I thought it was really... Oh, it's a live stream. Yeah, okay. So This is like a fireside chat, isn't it? So thank you very much, everyone, for that really interesting and informative debate. Some really good perspectives there and some really interesting pieces of information coming out as well. Now, I'll just get my, this isn't me being rude and looking at my phone, this is me getting my list of notes from the conversation up. So, we covered the meaning of sustainable urbanisation, and I think we established that it means different things to different people. People have different perspectives on what it is, which to me emphasises the need for integration of different viewpoints into that conversation. So we covered the need for inclusive engagement. There was quite a lot of talk around that. Inclusive engagement as being central to everything that we do, and incorporating that, not just relying on standards, incorporating that into our practice as we go. So the need to take people's needs into account, including their lived experiences, and the need to find out those lived experiences and draw upon them, and for that to be incorporated into development projects. And we need to demand that those needs are accounted for in development projects. We need to identify funds and financing and appreciate the importance of sustainable urbanisation initiatives. We need to make connections clear to people about their everyday lives and how that relates to climate change, to make it real to them, and give young people the exposure which they need in order to gain the skills to be able to engage in climate action and climate change matters. Also, then I thought it was a really interesting remarks at the end about sustainability as the cause and climate change is the effect, and we need to pull together in order to fight this battle properly. People need to come together, and that's when our voice is strongest, and that's when we're best informed as well. So yeah, I thought it was a really interesting discussion, and I think that final point leads me quite neatly into something I just want to talk about briefly today, which is a game which the Royal Town Planning Institute is involved with, called Climania, which is all about getting people to appreciate, discuss, and learn about the impact of the built environment upon climate change. So this game is in an easy-to-play format. It's ideal for collaboration. It's an ideal game to play at this pavilion, if you want to engage between yourselves, or to use to engage with the people who form part of the groups that you represent as well. It's been produced in collaboration with young people as well. It speaks simple language. So there's lots of really good games out there in this space, but I'd encourage you to give this one a go. And we're going to bring a copy of this game to this pavilion later this week. And in any case, it's free to download, and then you can print it off and play it anywhere you want. And the name of the game is Climania. So yeah, now I move on to the closing remarks. I think we've got another slide. Yeah, about Commonwealth Youth for Sustainable Urbanisation and the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Transition. So we operate across 56 countries, 5 regions, 5 regions. It shows the sort of global coverage of the organisations, and I think the thing to emphasise here is that we're operating as a multidisciplinary team in partnership, not only looking at the sustainable energy transition, but also at sustainable urbanisation. So these groups don't sit in isolation; they work together, and there's a range of built environment professions all working together. So these groups form coalitions between different Commonwealth organisations, and the Commonwealth as an entity represents 56 countries. So there's plenty of resources to draw upon, insights to be provided, and we're really trying to push the change that we want to see and encouraging that intergenerational, interdisciplinary action around sustainable urbanisation, and with a view to achieving the sustainable energy transition, as Angelos talked about before as well. So we're seeking partners from around the world to work on our initiatives as well. And we're already starting to line up our program for next year. So if you want to be involved, please give us a shout. So I think it's up to me to close the session then. So I shall say thank you all very much for joining us today. It's been fantastic and hope to speak soon. You'll see some QR codes on the screen if you want to get access to our website.
Thank you very much for that brilliant session. Yeah, so we'd like to welcome our next session for today. It's going to be brought to you. It's focused on centering the voices of children and young people in education as a strategy for climate action. I'd like to invite Rebecca to the floor. How do you understand it? How do you understand it? How many are there? 5. Yeah, just let them.
Good Check, we're good? Check, check. All right. Thank you all for sharing part of your afternoon with us. I, as an old person, will be off the stage here very shortly, but I am thrilled to introduce our panel of young people. They're part of a child delegation that they will introduce. You'll notice the use of the word child, and it's very conscious. Because of the United Nations, as I'm sure you're aware, youth represent 18 to 35. And historically, Youngo and those other groups doing amazing work were also charged with representing the under 18 youth. The challenge is some of our youth, their parents are part of Youngo in terms of age. And so it has resulted in the voice of children not being heard. And so today is all about the voice of children being heard and the amazing work that they are doing through the Decarbonize project. And we're looking forward to having the dialogue we will have preceding their presentation. So over to them.
Can we use this one? Hello? Awesome, here. I should probably turn this off then. Okay. Good. Oh my god, we have a clicker now. Okay. Got this one? Perfect. And good afternoon, everyone. So here we are representatives of the Decarbonize team, and we stand before you with a sense of profound responsibility and a shared commitment to the well-being of our world. As representatives of the Blue Zone at COP28, we, the children, extend our gratitude for the opportunity of being here. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name's Erin Work, and I'm 17 years old, and I live in British Columbia, Canada. I am a Canadian of Indigenous descent, and I'm here to advocate for including Indigenous people in climate dialogue. Growing up in Canada, Indigenous culture and environmental actions was not championed nor celebrated. This is why in the past I've been lacking connection to my heritage. Only now are we realizing the accuracy of Indigenous practices towards the protection of our environment, and only now am I diving deeper into my culture. I'm here to expand on my knowledge and advocate for those voices who were silenced. I pledge to engage more with Indigenous communities and share their beliefs, and I ask you to do the same. Not only will we be taking a step towards more diverse perspectives, but we are also taking an even bigger step towards climate action. 2023 was British Columbia's worst forest fire season in history. This past August, in my hometown of Kelowna, we had the worst forest fire ever on record. I watched as my friends lost their homes, families were displaced, and a part of my city was swallowed in flames. Watching my community suffer was nothing like I've ever experienced before. I kept on thinking to myself, when will I stop being able to fear for my home? When will we stop breaking records of temperatures and fire records each year? When will this stop? But it won't. Climate change won't just stop, not until we stop it, not until we, as a community, are brave enough. That is why I am a part of Decarbonize, to be that brave and to be that voice. So what is Decarbonize and how has it helped me find my voice? Decarbonize is a local program where children share their climate stories and empower each other so that all our voices are heard and used to make change. The children are climate change leaders, growing change makers, storytellers, action takers, and global citizens. The program resides in 6 continents, 75 countries, over 100 schools, over 40,000 students, and over 100,000 hours of collaboration. We are not just one person. We represent a whole network of children who want to make a difference and stand up before climate change. As you can see here, our voices do not represent a singular person. Our voices represent children from all walks of life and all corners of the world. Decarbonize reunites children from many countries. Decarbonize gives a voice to not only me, but to children of Costa Rica, Madagascar, South Korea, Australia, among many others. The program gives us an opportunity to share cultures and compare the ways climate change affects us all. That's what's amazing about Decarbonize is that it doesn't end with us, but it's a continual cycle of interaction and learning that leads to local and global change. This launches in April on Earth Day with individual projects. Decarbonize moves to classrooms in September, and in December, all the work is condensed into a comprehensive global youth report.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to meet you all. My name is Abiha, I'm 16 years old, I'm from Pakistan, but I've lived in the UAE for almost 10 years now. As my friend Erin just mentioned, our voices represent so many people from all around the world. Although it is me speaking to you today, it is not just me that you should be hearing. The images behind me are proof to show you that all of us here today are voices for children across the world. Wherever there is a picture, there is a voice. Closer. Each of us, including all of you in the room today, have a personal climate story. My story begins in my birthplace of Karachi in Pakistan. I grew up there in my big family home that belonged to my grandfather. I love that house, and so many people in Pakistan adore their homes just like I adore mine. So can you imagine how they felt when Pakistan experienced floods that affected 33 million people? That is 33 million lifestyles altered in the blink of an eye, and countless homes gone. That is culture and history wiped away. In short, that is climate change. In the UAE, pollution is rising and the temperature here is only increasing. That is climate change. In order to share all of our stories and use them to create our manifesto, we had to go through several stages, like any good project. The first stage was sharing our unique climate stories through a short video. It was so interesting to see how some of us shared the same problems, even if we lived halfway across the world. It proved to us how prevalent the effects of climate change are, and how no one is an exception to experiencing them. The next step, called the bilaterals, was when we met from students from different parts of the world over a series of Zoom meetings. It was a chance for us to learn about their schools, their communities, and most importantly, the climate change that burdened their countries. After these initial steps, we moved on to writing our actual manifesto, which we have been asking people to read and share ever since COP28 started. When I mentioned earlier that we are representing the voices of many, our manifesto is a perfect example of that. We all collaborated over Zoom, and we began to see a pattern amongst young people regarding the lack of climate education in our world. And based on this, our manifesto for 2023 is centered around climate education. Another step in our climate journey was showcasing artwork collected from students across the world. Students from K to 12 submitted their artwork to the Art for Climate Shared Global Gallery. We selected pieces to bring to COP this year, and we will be displaying them on December 8th at the Canada Pavilion, so please feel free to come and check them out. Through their art, you can see their perspective on climate change, each canvas representing a different mind. Art is a universal language that we all speak, and we hope everyone here has the opportunity to take in some of the beautiful art reflecting young people's thoughts on climate change. I know for me personally, seeing things visually with different shapes and vivid colors is how I conceptualize my thoughts. So do not underestimate the power of these art pieces created with the purpose of inspiring, teaching, and encouraging you. As I mentioned, our 2023 manifesto is focused on climate education. However, our 2022 manifesto was focused on food insecurity. Just like that, we have a manifesto each year on a different topic, which you can read on our Decarbonize website or even scan the QR code to read. Manifesto after manifesto, theme after theme, each year we are addressing a concern that is voiced by children globally. We ask you to take our demands seriously. Do not fail us. Do not let us down. Do not let the work of over 100 children in more than 30 countries and 5 continents go to waste. My voice is just a microphone for theirs. So hear me, hear them, and hear us. Take our manifesto to heart and show us that you have listened. Don't forget, we are watching for change. Thank you.
So hi, my name is Isaiah James and I'm a high schooler from Trinidad and Tobago, which is a developing island state in the Caribbean. Climate change has always been important to me because growing up on an island, the effects of climate change have always been on my doorstep. I have firsthand seen the once wide golden coastlines of the north where leatherback turtles nest transform into a thin sliver of sand. Additionally, in November of last year, the coastal road system was completely destroyed, leaving many houses destroyed and fields of crops destroyed in one of Trinidad's most vulnerable communities. What's most disheartening is that this wasn't a hurricane or a storm. This was just a new normal rainy season. These things have, for many reasons, given me a drive to advocate for climate change and devote time to provoke change against the changing climate. The 3 main parts of our manifesto this year are on climate education, youth action, and policy. I'll be speaking with you about climate education today. So, Malcolm X once said that education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for today. And after thousands of children and youth from around the world got together to create the manifesto this year, we all believe that to effectively tackle climate change, we need comprehensive climate education. We realized that we must institute a national climate curricula, implement environmental education in NDCs, include education about our country's unique NDCs in classrooms, and implement sustainable infrastructure and spaces, as well as climate-focused extracurriculars. With the climate crisis being at the forefront of global concerns, it's paramount that educational institutions worldwide take proactive steps to ensure that we, as students, are well-informed and passionate about environmental issues. This allows students to have a place within climate change knowledge, and in turn, advocacy for action. We all know that NDCs are pivotal instruments for achieving the goals of international climate agreements. Therefore, by actively disseminating information about NDCs in classrooms, we are fostering ongoing climate mitigation, and by introducing NDCs into educational programs, we can create a foundation for informed decision-making and proactive and sustainable citizen-level engagement in global climate commitments. Sustainable infrastructure and design that maximizes light, heating, cooling, and recycling can help schools lower their energy consumption and create healthier learning environments. Such designs can educate students on the importance of architectural choices in minimizing their energy use and enhancing their own comfort. Ultimately, the goal is that these students would integrate sustainable practices into their lifestyles daily. Extracurriculars can also provide students with diverse opportunities to learn about current climate issues and solutions in their communities, as well as to get involved in outdoor activities and nature experiences. Students can share their ideas and knowledge of renewable energy resources, develop renewable projects, and incorporate trips to energy plants or factories. In culmination, we are the children and youth around the world are recognizing that in order to tackle climate change for our future well-being, we must institute climate education now. And I hope that you can recognize that as well. Thank you.
Namaste, this is Nitya from India, and my journey into climate advocacy began with a project aimed at reducing marine debris, a small initiative I hold really close to my heart. The pandemic's environmental wake-up call further fueled my passion, connecting me with the real stories of those affected by the climate crisis. Now, standing here at COP, I bring not only a passion for climate change, but a child's perspective of a problem which will haunt our future. In the spirit of the global fight against climate change, I echo the importance of NDCs. As mentioned earlier, NDCs stand as a vital step in our collective battle against climate change. Yet, their impact is inseparable from the awareness etched in the hearts of the public. It isn't merely about the policies. It's about transforming these policies into a shared vision that resonates deeply across communities and nations. For NDCs to truly make a difference, we advocate for a journey of clear, comprehensive, and multi-phased communication. It's a call for global unity, recognizing the diverse challenges we face and ensuring that every citizen is intimately informed about the significance of NDCs. Knowledge, a powerful force, becomes the catalyst for action. For public to be active participants, they must be well informed, with every decision grounded in a profound understanding of its implications. Our plea extends beyond just immediate gains. We passionately champion effective, long-term sustainable policies, emphasizing that these policies should be more than just distant goals. They should be a shared responsibility, intricately woven into the tapestry of our daily lives through heightened awareness and understanding. To build a sustainable future, our outreach must extend to children, empowering them with knowledge that acts as a catalyst for small actions, which in turn lead to monumental impacts. Our collective tomorrow doesn't just rest, it beats passionately in the hands of the younger generation. Engaging the youth. Engaging the youth in committees and councils is more than just a concept. It's a heartbeat resonating with a fervent belief that our voices as young advocates can echo through the corridors of the government. We passionately assert that establishing youth government initiatives is not just necessary, but is pivotal, a powerful step in holding our leaders accountable for the urgent matter of climate change. These councils, we see them not just as platforms, but as vessels that carry our collective needs and concerns directly to government officials, creating a symphony of voices that demand action. In the embrace of youth councils, power is bestowed upon us, the young torchbearers of change. The goals we set are not just a blend of leadership aspirations, and realism. They are a manifestation of dreams and desires of the children and youth. The benefits ripple beyond sustainability. They touch the very essence of our growth, fostering collaboration, critical thinking, and communication skills among us, the students leading these environmental committees, putting the thoughts and aspirations of our peers in front of change makers. As we organize these youth councils, we tap into the immense power we as children possess. It's not just about pressurizing the lawmakers. It's about infusing emotion into our demands, compelling them to understand our future in every decision. We don't merely hold our leaders accountable. We stand as the guardians of urgency, ensuring that the climate crisis remains not just as an agenda item, but beating at the heart of but but a beating heart at the forefront of political discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amani Njoki, a 15-year-old girl from Kenya, and one of my favorite hobbies is actually swimming, which I find extremely liberating for my mind. And a fun fact is that Kenya is really well known for their wildlife and the great wildebeest migration, which normally happens every year in late July until August, and then again from October till early November. And it's really a sight to be held. If you have the opportunity, go for it. So, climate action to me is my grandma and the people from my hometown fearing whether or not their crops will be harvested this year. Agriculture is a major sector in our country, and most people gain their livelihoods from agriculture. So, as the weather became less predictable, crops either weren't harvested on time or just didn't sprout because rainfall ceased to deliver. Oh my gosh, this is devastating, and as a child, I can say that something needs to be done. So as we wrote our manifesto, we determined that the need for climate strike and youth collective movements was imperative in the fight against climate change. Through this, we found that we could do it by establishing a unified force for the good change by bringing together young people who are all passionate about fighting for the future. Furthermore, youth empowerment ensures that we are all well prepared to take on leadership and responsibility in the future. Our passion, dedication, and educated perspectives will push sustainable behaviors and climate action. Ultimately, the involvement of today's youth is not only beneficial, it's an essential step in the journey to creating a healthier, more sustainable future for future generations. We, as the children of today, demand for our governments to not only approve or endorse, but to promote youth-led climate strikes. We may impact global behavior change by engaging in productive climate change conversations and increasing awareness in an open and honest environment. Every child must be allowed to express their concerns or opinions and thoughts on climate change to their community, decision makers, and the larger public, providing us with the right resources and developing our thinking skills as well as teaching us how to collaborate together will help generate productive citizens who are able to address environmental challenges now and in the future. Fostering an open and welcoming atmosphere where people can express their opinions and hear from others is a great way to learn about the impacts of climate change and devise ideas for solutions. Back home in Kenya, every year, we try to have a Fridays for Future protest. By this, we get a congregation of students from the senior, middle, and primary schools to march in the streets with us, protesting for our governments to do more in the fight against climate change. As we do this, we collect garbage that litters our streets and dispose of it properly with various recycling organizations we partner with. It is always done in a safe and organized manner. So activities like this may seem like just a fun day out for students, but they don't realize the impact they have on society when people driving past in cars see that students have something to say to their leaders and that children are aware of the fact that how climate change is happening and how it's affecting them. Our protests have gained the media's attention in our country, which has helped us spread our voices further than we thought could have been possible, which now leads me to my next point, social media. We believe that through social media, we can create a platform for educating the public and engaging in the government, ultimately fostering a collective community to sustainable practices and climate actions. This approach not only disseminates scientific facts, but also fosters a sense of environmental responsibility. In addition, channels, blogs, or articles can help to educate people, especially those who are unable to access information. An example of youth-led climate activist organizations, the Sunrise Movement, utilize platforms like Twitter and Instagram to mobilize supporters across the United States. This organization's remarkable growth and impact underscores the potential of social media to rally public sentiment. Social media's influence has also drawn government officials' attention and has led to increased public awareness and pressure on policymakers to take meaningful actions. We claim that the kids of today are constantly addicted to technology, their phones to be exact. But why don't we use it not just to your advantage, but to our mutual benefit? By pushing the narrative of climate change effects, climate action we can take, our message will spread to hundreds, maybe even thousands more people than word of mouth would take us. By making the reality of climate change tangible, people can critique and compare their country's NDCs, fostering a sense of shared responsibility. At the end of each year, sharing the results and outcomes of NDCs highlights what each country has achieved and strengthens international cooperation. As I conclude, I'd like to share a quote from one of our fellow students, Jasmine from the Philippines. The youth has the power, the influence, and the voice, and we ought to utilize everything we have to make a change. With that, we appreciate the time you all took out of your day to listen to us present, and we hope you've gotten the message that thousands of children have tried to share with you. We'd like to quickly thank our partners, Taking It Global and the Center of Global Education, as well as support from UNESCO, Oceanwise, Extreme Hangout, among others, while also recognizing the University of Alberta and Environment and Climate Change in Canada. And if you like what we've said, just a little more, you can contact our lovely director, Sarah Flynn, and our online education coordinator, Rebecca Moon, through the emails shown here. Thank you all and have a lovely afternoon.
Again, thank you for everyone for your time today. Thank you everyone for your time today. And lastly, just to end everything off, we are going to do something called the World Cafe, where we discuss some questions around climate education. Let's put this here.
So the first question is, we're wondering about climate change education in your own country. So our students want to share with you what it's like in their country, and we want to hear what it's like in your country. Would you like to start? Oh, we do a group over here. Do you guys want to do a group down here? If one of us wants to share about our climate change education.
So 5 minutes left until we're going to wrap up the discussion. So 5 more minutes. No, that's fine. Go right ahead. So as we're wrapping up, let's have one more round of applause for the students. They did an amazing job. They were so good. That was so awesome. It's the first of their presentation. They're sharing 2 more times over the course of this conference. And we're just super proud of the work they have done. One of the dangers we have in engaging with young people is that there is a practice that, okay, we are going to listen to the young people. We're going to bring them in. We're going to have a pizza party. We're going to sit down and listen. The challenge is the stories and the infrastructure that they stand upon, whether it's the schooling education systems, the formal ed, even the non-formal ed they engage in, historically has not been very strong at equipping young people to, and a broad set of young people to engage, to be fully reflected in the conversations they can have on the spot. And if we're truly going to work with young people, these young people spend cumulatively about 250,000 hours collaborating, right? Months and months looking at their countries, wrestling with their issues, talking to other people, finding similarities, finding differences, scaling their solutions up, finding that, oh, hey, I thought I could tell you what to do from the global north to the global south, but this doesn't work. And that doesn't happen by reading a text. A perfect example is we had students, I'll tell you, from my school, right, who were talking to some students in Costa Rica, and they were talking about gold mining, and the Canadians were like, oh, we want to go and fix them, and so what can we do to make it better? And they're like, actually, you know what you could do is, it's a Canadian gold mining, that Canadian gold company that's doing this. If you can get them to change their practice, and then the next time these same kids were talking to some kids in Peru, and again, the same kind of colonial framework, that what can we do to fix you? And there, again, the Peruvian children were like, well, if you could get your Canadian mining companies to stop murdering the indigenous leaders in our communities, that'd be awesome. Or you could just like leave us alone, right? And then the Canadians, that's what the Canadians said to each other, like, that's not my Canada, right? Just this realization that, and how does that happen? That happens through time. That happens through looking deeply and profoundly and spending time, which our systems don't provide for young people. So we would really encourage you, as you are looking to engage. You can see these are incredible young people. These are the leaders, but the movement behind this is about democratizing access to complex thought and spending time in uncertainty. And we want to make this so it's not just these. You could have spoken to 10,000 young people and had similar conversations, right? And not just in elite schools, but in schools, like there are 20 countries that came to this. There could have been 30 global north and 10 global south, but we limit it. If it's going to come from the global north, there's only allowed as many global north as we have in global south, right? So there has to be that equality of conversation. So thank you so much for sharing your time. We love to work with you as organizations. We bring in mentors. We love to work with you to talk about maybe some of the tools you have. There are tens of thousands of young people involved in this project. They all bring different journeys. And it's not about ours. They all bring what they're doing already. And so for us to find partners to play games together, to play whatever different tools are there, makes a lot of sense. We don't really do our own stuff. We find partners, and that's the journey they engage upon. So thanks for your time, and we're looking forward to the conversations we might have. Enjoy the rest of COP.
Thank you all. If you can kindly clear the floor, we're about to start our next session. Thank you all for joining us. We're shortly going to begin our next section that's going to be sustainable entrepreneurship, and we'll begin in just 2 minutes.
Working? Yes. Hello, everyone. To all participants here and participants that will join, we will start in a couple of minutes for this immersive workshop. So we could get your innovative ideas ready, and then hopefully we'll start in a couple of minutes our immersive working session. Thank you. Welcome everyone to this session. I'm Ismail Farji, I'm the coordinator of the African Youth Climate Hub, and welcome everybody who still are not decided to join, but feel free to join for this immersive workshop. So before we already dig in our workshop session, we would like just to give you a bit of a context of who we are and what we're doing. So we are the African Youth Climate Hub, which is a platform that concretely supports African youth to make their dreams come true and build their sustainable enterprises. We have an incubation program by which we have a tailored program that builds capacity of youth and connects them with an ecosystem of investors and also of stakeholders that could help African youth to make their ideas concrete. We have had the first edition of this incubation program with 10 projects from 9 African countries, including Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Burundi, Madagascar, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal. And we are also currently on our second edition working on that. And within 6 months, you see amazing African youth-led projects making revenues exceeding $500,000, and also unlocking more than 30 partnerships with stakeholders across the continent, and most importantly, creating green jobs, local green jobs in the continent. We have to underline also that this is an African platform. It is 100% built by youth, and it is also 100% managed by youth with African youth knowledge. So we do not count on global north knowledge to help us build our capacity as African, but we believe in African youth expertise in order to build our own capacity, and you can see it from the results that we have already. And now we are trying to give you an immersive exclusive workshop of sort of the sessions that we hold with African projects and with African youth. And I'm pleased to have one of our experts present here to give you this session with this immersive workshop, helping you to give you some hints on how you could build your innovative ideas and make them into profitable business. We have also some of the project holders that are present here already and that are making, quite frankly, some good amount of money with their sustainable enterprises. So there's, we could definitely have a sustainable enterprise as well as make money, as well as build sustainable communities. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Yassine Itael, and he's one of the mentors of the African Youth Climate Hub's incubation program, and the session will be yours. So you have the crowd here, and you could engage with the crowd as much as you want, and do not hesitate also to challenge their innovative ideas in this aspect. You have the floor.
Thank you, Ismail. Hello, everyone. As Ismail mentioned, today's session will be a workshop. So we'll be having mainly 4 parts. We'll be starting with an intro quiz. So I'll ask you to have your smartphones to get them connected to the Wi-Fi, and we'll be starting in a few. Then we'll be zooming into an approach, the approach that we are using to brush up the ideas that are being challenged during the program using the design thinking methodology. So we'll be getting immersed into this approach, and then we'll identify and frame the most pressing problems to you here in the session. Afterwards, we'll be wrapping up. I'll ask you to use this QR code or to use your browsers, get into menti.com and use the code you have. 51983917. So we'll take a few minutes to do so. If you can't get access to the QR code, you can move over here if you want. Feel free to move as you like. So I'll invite also the participants who just joined. You can scan this QR code. We'll be starting a quiz in a few. Great. I guess it's cool. It's great. Great. Perfect. Are we good to go? Yes? Perfect. Now let's move here. So we'll be starting. You will be asked to write down your names. So please. Password, yes, there is a password. Menti.com. You are in Menti.com. You can use whether scan this QR code. You can get access to it directly, or use the Menti in your browser and enter the code. You can move closer if you want. As I said, it's a workshop, so you can move closer. You can. Good. So we're having 9 players. Okay. So the code is over there. It's on the top of the screen if you want to get access while advancing in the quiz. So are we good to go? 10 players so far? Okay. Let's start. So the first question will be about sustainable entrepreneurship. Since we are talking about sustainable entrepreneurship, in your opinion, what is its primary goal? So we have 4 options. Maximizing profit at any cost, balancing economic, social, environmental goals, exploring natural resources or exploiting, natural resources for economic gain, or ignoring social and environmental impacts. Easy one to start. So everyone has voted. Okay. So we still have one player who chose the first one, another one who chose the third one, and the 10 more people chose the second one, number B, which was good. So time also is taken into consideration. Where is Hawla? Great, Hawla. Ida. Great, nice, perfect. So we'll be advancing. Who's Brian? Who's Brian? Yeah, we give a round of applause to Brian to encourage you. Because time is taken also into consideration. If you answer first, you will be having more options, okay? Next question is... So the answer was balancing economic, social, and environmental goals. As you may know, sustainable entrepreneurship means to achieve balance between the 3 levels, which is economic, but not also focusing on the economical part, but also giving importance to social and environmental aspect as well. Next question. So get ready. We'll see if the order will be shuffling. Which of the following is a key principle to the circular economy in sustainable entrepreneurship? One of the key concepts when talking about sustainable entrepreneurship is circular economy. In your opinion, what is the key principle among the 4 options we have? I see Ida smiling. You already answered, I guess. Okay, great. 6 seconds to go. Okay. 2 people chose number 1, 1 number 4, and 13 the third option. And amen. Oh my God. You didn't. Okay, that's why. Brian, good, Brian. Who's Thinky? Thinky. Who chose the Thinky Sodo? Okay, an anonymous participant. Great. So the correct answer was the main principle is reduce, reuse, and recycle. And the circular economy promotes the reduction of waste and the efficient use of resources by emphasizing on this principle: reducing, reusing, and recycling. Next one, get ready. Answer fast also to get more points if you want. How does sustainable entrepreneurship contribute to climate action? In your opinion, how does it contribute to climate action? Whether by ignoring environmental concerns for business growth, prioritizing short-term profits over long-term sustainability, implementing eco-friendly practices and reducing carbon footprint, or expanding activities that contribute to deforestation. 9 seconds to go. Two seconds.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you guys are answering and are playing the game, but what you don't know is that the winner will get $100. So you better get competitive. The winner is getting $100. If we have told it since the beginning, we would have everybody motivated, but now we are playing the game at the last question so that we see who will win.
And don't forget that time also counts. So if you answer faster, you will be gaining more points. So let's see who's on the top for now. Okay, Khawla. Ida and Khawla sitting next to each other, so the competition is high. Yeah. So the answer was number C, implementing eco-friendly practices and reducing carbon footprint. Since we are talking about sustainable entrepreneurship, it contributes to climate action by adopting eco-friendly practices, reducing greenhouse gases emissions, and also actively working towards a lower carbon footprint. Next one, we still have 5 questions. 14 players so far, good. What is the significance of the triple bottom line in sustainable entrepreneurship? So instead of like giving you information, details, and concepts, you are discovering them through this quiz to warm up this workshop. So triple bottom line, what can it stand for? Focusing solely on financial gains, balancing profits, people, and planet, ignoring social and environmental impact, or maximizing shareholder value at any cost. Five more seconds to go. Okay. Okay, so we have 4 false answers, but 11 correct ones. Who's closer to the $100? For this question, we had like 3 participants who answered correctly. Great. Great, great, great. Who's Albert? Come on, Albert, come on. Okay, so the answer was balancing profit, people, and planet. Triple bottom, triple elements, or 3 elements: profit, people, and also planet. Creating a sort of equilibrium and balance between all of them is the concept behind triple bottom line. 5th question. Oops. 5th one. Which Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, specifically focuses on promoting sustainable entrepreneurship? So we're talking, we are in the COP, we're talking about SDGs. Which one, in your opinion, is focusing on promoting sustainable entrepreneurship? Okay, great. Takers. I see that everyone is wishing your phones are dead, their battery are dead. Okay, so let's see. Good, Brian, Eve, Amen, Mustafa as well. Nice. Good. Great. Top five, top five. That's great. So the main SDG is SDG number 8. It's true that we can find some similarities if we want to deep dive into the other SDGs, but the more direct one is SDG number 8. Decent work and economic growth, because it focuses on promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth. So this will be it. Now it's, I would say that's, it's an open-ended question. It's a question to assess. We do have with us here a success story. Delphine, who's working and who's part of an interesting project that is working on as a sustainable enterprise. But we are willing also to let you tell us, in your opinion, if you can mention any successful sustainable entrepreneurship initiative. It can be an initiative, a project, an enterprise, an initiative that is inspiring you. We have No Nation, KG, and many others. Yeah, true. So No Nation is a solar panel enterprise, an Egyptian one that is working on in different levels and in different countries. Arinifu Technologies Ltd. If you can also give more details if you want. Bottle recycling, we will be getting all the answers at the end, but it will be interesting to give more details if you want to add some details to the names that you've listed. Or if you want to share them with the crowd. Who mentioned Arinifu Technology Ltd? If you want to give us more details about it. You want to come here so that everyone can...
So essentially, I'm the co-founder of that company. But it's a poultry farming company based in Nairobi, Kenya, that uses agriculture and technology, specifically IoT, the Internet of Things, to it's a digital mother hen essentially. And I'm the last presentation of the day, so you should stick around.
Oh, nice. What a great call to action. Nice. Bottle recycling, reusable period pads, free pads, bottle recycling, Kaje green economy. If you want to give us a quick pitch, a 30 seconds pitch, come on. And also, if there is between the crowd the person who wants to talk about any other initiative, feel free to.
Thank you very much. I'm Delphine Kaze from Burundi, the founder and CEO of Kaze Green Economy, KAJE, which is a cooking energy company in Burundi. But now we are expanding it on Africa. And that company has been founded because of the alarming rate of deforestation caused by the use of wood charcoal. For example, in Burundi, we're losing between 5,000 hectares and 7,000 hectares every year because of the use of wood charcoal. So this company is changing. Now we are producing around 20 metric tons of charcoal briquette every day. And now we are saving every month tons of wood, which was going like that, and then that caused emission of CO2. So that's what we are doing. Also, we are introducing improved cook stoves to make sure we keep saving our forests and trees, while also contributing to the economic development of our country, as well as the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Any other initiative to showcase? Yes, please, come on.
Use a sensor to detect the problem. You can be any side. When the incubator has a problem, it gives you a device call and say this incubator have a problem. A climate smart zero waste, we are using the chicken dropping to feed the fish and the water from the fish pond to irrigate the farm. So we are doing IoT system, integrated approach. The irrigation system has a sensor. You can use your phone call to call the device and water your garden at anywhere, at any distance.
Perfect, nice, great. Great example of how IoT and technology can transform the sector of agriculture in interesting way. Maybe one last initiative if you want. Who wants to talk about one last initiative? Okay, we can move on. This was a quick break to the $100 prize. Let's see who. Normally here, the order will be shuffled mainly on your participation. If you did answer, because it was an answer, it was a question for like everyone. We do have some changes. Next question. Okay. How can sustainable entrepreneurs integrate inclusivity into their business practices? In your opinion, how can inclusion, how they can be introduced into their business practices? We can have an arrangement. The one who will be winning will be maybe buying ice cream for everyone. Great. So 9 correct answers. Let's see the order and then discover the correct answer. Okay. Brian, top 3. Good. Good. Okay, so the correct answer was promoting fair wages and diverse hiring practices. This is one of the methods that can be introduced to ensure inclusivity and inclusion within the businesses. Next one, 2 more questions to go. What role can innovation play in promoting sustainable entrepreneurship? Innovation, we had the example of IoT technology. We had different examples. In your opinion, how can, or what is the role of innovation into promoting sustainable entrepreneurship? Try to be fast. Great. Oh, nice. Everyone, I guess this is the first question where everyone answered correctly. So it deserves a round of applause. Great. Let's see the order. Okay, great. Almost everyone. Okay, if you want to have a break, Khawla, Eda, you can. So the answer was embracing innovation to develop eco-friendly solutions. Exactly. 2 more questions to go. In the context of sustainable entrepreneurship, there is an important term which is life cycle assessment. In your opinion, what is its significance or its meaning? What does it stand for? LCA, life cycle assessment. Okay. Good. 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 Brian is going back. Come on. I guess we will be having one last question. Assessing the entire life cycle of a product for sustainability. I guess assessment is important so that you can know if you are answering the sustainability aspects or criteria or not. Assessing it during the whole life cycle of the product is important. One more question to go. Last one. How can policymakers support the growth of sustainable entrepreneurship? So we have different initiatives. Decision makers can support growing these initiatives and ensuring that sustainable entrepreneurship is bringing the work to the next level. In your opinion, what option among the 4 can ensure this? gonna be the winner? Everyone has voted. Great. Okay, we have 10 answers. This is it. Let's see it. Oh, Hawla made it on purpose. Ah, someone called you. Ida. Oh. Someone called Hawla and she didn't answer.
Great, that's great. So I believe we have our results. Okay, let me see who's first. How can we see if... Okay.
Ida is first.
Ida, so please come on stage. We have to give you the $100. Somebody take a picture of the... Wait. So that you see that we're not lying. Let's take a picture with that. Congratulations, Ida. So Ida won $100. However, we have also... Who's in the second place? How can we know if...
Second place, Brian.
Okay, Brian, congratulations. And so we're going to have a top three then. The first one won $100. Brian, you're going to have a voucher for a free ice cream for today. And for the third, so for Eve, you will also have not an ice cream, but since you are third, I will give you a coffee so that you could wake up better tomorrow morning. So after this session, please come to me and I will give you your virtual vouchers and we can go get your ice cream and coffee. Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you for the generosity, Ismail and Ayman. Great. Perfect. So what a warm-up for our session. We still have 25 minutes. So we'll be deep in dive into into our workshop. My question for you is, since I mentioned the design thinking approach, in your opinion, what is design thinking approach? What is it about? Any guesses? No false answers. Design thinking. Who already heard this word, design thinking? Design thinking. Good. So, okay. Okay. Let's try to guess what is it about. Design thinking. In your opinion, yes. Yes, please. You have a guess. Sorry? Ah, okay. You've never seen these words together. Okay. Design thinking. Design thinking. In what fields do we use design? In art field, great, true. Architecture. In maybe also infographics, engineering, in different methods. Let's pick, for example, the example of infographics. If, for example, you are willing to design something and you are looking for a person who will be designing the elements that you are willing to, what are the approaches that you will be adopting? Any? Yes? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, okay. True. We can check with the person. We can ask the person for, the person will be asking us about our need. How do we picture the final product? We'll be giving some time to the person. The person will be producing a design, and then he or she will be submitting it to us, and then we can give feedback. In your opinion, will the first version of the suggestion will be the one that you will be taking? Would it be? Yeah, not necessarily. And if we take this example of design thinking, we can have it to be implemented for a whole initiative. So we will be having mainly 5 steps. The first one is empathizing. It's about empathy. When we talk about empathy, how can you define empathy in your opinion? Empathy. Yes? Exactly. Perfect. Perfect. You are talking about pain points. We'll be talking about needs. What are the needs of these people? What are the needs of this target audience? And while digging into these needs, while putting ourselves in the other shoes, we can know what are their needs so that we can answer these needs. So the first step is empathizing, is putting ourselves in the target audience shoes to know their needs. After this first step, we need to define the problem. What is the problem? How can we define it? We'll be doing this exercise to wrap up the whole workshop at the end, and then we'll be ideating. Many of you may think that an initiative starts with an idea. It's true, but it's not completely true. If we get to the process of design thinking, we'll be seeing that the idea is the third step. If we are reducing the project until the idea, we are missing two main parts, two main elements. So ideation is bringing or thinking about different ideas to answer the need that we identified within our target audience. Until here, we only have ideas. We don't have initiatives. We don't have projects. So to bring ideas to life, we need to prototype. And here we do have an important approach called the rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping consists on creating prototypes easily, quickly, with less effort, with less time, and also with the simplest model possible. We do have prototypes, as you mentioned. The first version of of the design that will be suggested to us won't be the one necessarily. So we'll need to test. First test, second test, third test, and so on, so that we can come up with our final solution. So this is quickly the approach. It appears to be a linear approach. It isn't like that. In real life, we need to move from a step to another. We need maybe, while prototyping, we need to go back to ideation. We need to go back to definition or to empathy. Let's see this example. And through this example, I'll ask you to first describe it. In your opinion, it is a project, it is an initiative. In your opinion, what is it about? We do have the name, Play Pumps, and we do have the picture. What is it about? Yes? True, this is it. So children are playing. They are generating through mechanical action water. They are pumping water, and water is saved into the tank over there. So the idea is mainly about the project. The idea is this: creating a sort of entertainment space for children, but also generating water and ensuring that people are drinkable water. In your opinion, who thinks that this project is perfect? This project is great. Okay. Who thinks that this project is good, but there are some issues? Okay. Okay, good. Who thinks that this project doesn't answer the design thinking approach that we saw earlier? Okay, so you're kind. Great. I want to listen to the maybe limits that you identified within this project. What are the issues that you can identify quickly within this project? Time. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we still have 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Great, perfect. We're good. So any answers? In your opinion, what are the issues? Yes? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. True. If we put ourselves in the if we put ourselves in in each other issues, we'll be finding that the issue is that, as you mentioned, children won't be the ones who will be playing all the time. Parents will be needing water, and they won't be playing to get water. So this is it. Yes. Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. Très bien. So there will be a surprise. You want to announce it? Come. You're the surprise man.
Yeah, so we're going to be having a special guest, Ms. Inger Anderson, and we're going to do a small break just to have her with us and honoring us with her presence, and then we will be wrapping up also our session and finishing up with our colleagues. Please, you are more than welcome, and thank you for joining us in our session. It's always a pleasure having you. It's always a pleasure
to see you.
Nice to
and this is wonderful. And I mean, I'm going to be so fast because your session is more important than whatever I can say. But let me just say this, and including to those who are on the live stream. I'm here visiting the Children and Youth Pavilion, and can I just say how inspired I am by the stories I've heard and by your activism. Look, we know that we are in a climate emergency, and there are two options. Get very anxious, very nervous about the future, crawl into a cave, or stay on the phone and play video games, or step up. Step up and demand change. Demand change in your communities, demand change through the ballot box for those of you who have the right to vote. Some of you don't have the right to vote yet. Demand change by the jobs you choose, demand change by being advocates, demand change simply by ensuring that the big money that goes to oil, coal, and gas cannot continue in this way. Demand change for climate justice, demand change for human rights. That has to be what it is about. We at the United Nations are doing all we can, we at UNEP, to try to bring out the science, to tell you where we are going. Look, at COP21 in Paris, the world was heading to between 5 to 6 degrees or so. We got the NDCs, not very ambitious, but here we are. Today, when we take these NDCs, we're heading to a 2.9 degree world. Still not good, huh? However, it shows that we can stretch. This is the year of the global stocktake. And so we are seeing now that the stocktake is not where we want to be. So in 2025, countries have to submit new NDCs. They have to stretch even more. Remember that the G20 countries, the 20 richest economies, are responsible for 75% of all CO2 emissions. If the G20, who can fit right here, could just put up their hand and lead, we would not be having this conversation. A child that was born in 1992 will be 30, when the convention was born in Rio, would be 31 years old today, older than most of you. That is how long we've been in these negotiations. It is time. It is time to decarbonize. It's time for renewable energy. It is time for climate justice. It is time for means of implementation. It is time. And you are part of that ticking clock that say that it is time. So I thank you for stepping up. I thank you for leaning in. I thank you for putting up your hand, because leadership is what it takes. I walked in the middle of a workshop on entrepreneurship, and that is brilliant, because when you graduate, you have to decide which jobs you're going to take. And wherever you go, carry the environment and climate with you. You can start a company and be part of a green change. You can be an activist. You can be in an NGO. You can be a startup. You can join a large corporate and be the change inside the corporate. You can get into research. The world is at your feet, as long as when you step into those careers, you demand what? Change. That's it. Thank you very much, everybody. Nice to be here.
Yeah. Maybe let's have it here. And no, it's always a pleasure. No, please. Yes, and let's have it also on the screen.
Can go back.
Yeah, the chair.
Thank you so much. No worries at all. It's an honor. It's an honor. It really is. It really is. No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. It's such a pleasure. All right. That was a good break.
Surprise after surprise.
Yeah, that's great. For the ones who, I mean, the good news is that still our innovative minds are here. So we're gonna get back to our session. Where is our? Yes, our friend Yassine. Join us, and actually before we could also continue this session, I think we have to thank some individuals that have been also suffering from the last days in making sure that every presenter and every session is working well. So a big thanks to the technical team who are really answering to all our requests, and I think it's very much appreciated, especially in these kind of gatherings. Thank you very much. And back to you, and I'll give you 5 more minutes since we had Ms. Inger with us.
Okay, great. So just to be quick, I guess you already answered the issues that are related to the play pumps example. This is an example that is showcased whenever we're talking about the importance of empathy, empathizing, putting ourselves in each other's shoes, especially if we are willing to launch an initiative and a sustainable one. It is important to do so. During the last 5 minutes, I'll ask you once again we'll be shifting everything, and I'll ask you, we'll be ending up by a short list of the most pressing issues for you. So I'll ask you to use this QR code, please, once again. Or you can also connect to your browsers and enter the code. It will be a quick assessment, and for the ones who already did it, I'll ask you to think about the most pressing issues, problems to you currently. You will be asked to list individually 10 most promising, your top 10 pressing issues and problems. So we'll go back here. Okay. Waiting for it to. Okay, I guess I can use my laptop so that you can get access to it. So you can start now if you want, while waiting for the tablet to get connected. So you can start by answering top 10 pressing issues, problems to you. It can be related to youth, it can be related to women, to climate. We will stick to the climate part, but you can decline it and into like whatever aspect you want. gender equality, climate change, youth engagement, resource mobilization, capacity building. Okay, lack of climate education for youth. Second one, women aren't given a voice in these pressing matters. Lack of political willingness and support for youth. Floods, heat waves, drought, health issues, poverty, displacement, poor education systems, gender issues, lack of knowledge. Okay. I'll ask you during the 5, let's say we have less than 5, let's say the 2 upcoming minutes to maybe pick one person and in pairs try to get your top 1 issue. Try to talk to one person next to you and to get or to agree on one top 1 issue, top 1 pressing issue. Yeah, great. 2 minutes, quickly. Yeah, you can discuss if you want in pairs. You can join her if you want. We still have 2 minutes to conclude. Top 1. And if you agreed on it, type it down into the Mentimeter part. Poverty. Okay. Thank you for mentioning it. Try not to be wide. Try to be as specific as you can. Unemployment, poverty, I would say that these are phenomena. These are phenomenon, and maybe try to be as specific as you can. I think this is the start of a discussion. You started discussing, and while working on the ideation workshop, we usually start by discussing about problems, issues. First of all, we start by general ideas, and then we try to fine-tune them to make them as specific as we can. So I hope you enjoyed the workshop. We did just a small introduction to the design thinking approach. I wish you all the best, and I hope that the initiatives who are working in the ground, that they flourish and that we can have much more impact and they can scale their solutions to impact more and more people. For the ones who are joining us and who will be working on initiatives, I wish you all the best. Thank you for attending the workshop. Thank you for your interaction, and hope to see you soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and apologies, I was discussing with one of our main leaders so that we could make the African Youth Climate Hub bigger and more effective in empowering African youth. We would like also to thank you for being here and taking part in this workshop. We would like also to inform you that we have a second edition of the incubation program that is ongoing, and we have selected 10 projects for this second edition also, so do not hesitate to follow us on social media, because we will be announcing them very soon so that you could get to know their stories. But also be prepared for the next editions, as we will be having hopefully more projects and more mentors to be present here, and especially as I see one of my colleagues here very interested in this process. And do not hesitate to share about this, and also do not hesitate to reach out to us, because also apart from the incubation program, we have a learning center. So you can go to the youthclimatehub.org and access our first course on climate literacy in Africa. It is the first of its kind where we have an African youth-built course on the impact of climate change on the specific continent of Africa. Also, if you interact with us on several events and also build with us several initiatives, you could also be granted an exclusive position as the ambassador of the African Youth Climate Hub, which grants you priority to be supported and showcase the African Youth Hub and also be showcased in international conferences. So do not hesitate to reach out to me, to reach out to the team, and also to connect with us via our platform and also via social media. Thank you very much, and looking forward to another session with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our session leaders. That was Sustainable Entrepreneurship, an immersive workshop to learn the basics of sustainable entrepreneurship from African youth. So we're now moving into a few TEDx-style sessions, and they're going to start in just a minute. So yeah. Hi.
How are you doing?
Hi, yeah, good to see you.
Nice to meet you. Great.
Nice to meet you.
I'll be just speaking my laptop and phone. And
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Is this yours?
Yeah, thank you. And great job. Thank you for organizing
Thank you
all
for
of
bringing
this.
the session.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's not mine. I guess someone left it. Thanks.
Okay, starting the next session now, so please take your seats and get ready. Starting our first TEDx-style session of the day. So this is From Vision to Impact, Youth Ambassadors' Transformative Journey in High School Sustainability Projects. You have the floor, you have 7 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Are we good? Okay. Well, thanks. We're from the Zeit Sustainability Prize. We've been invited to talk about turning vision into impact. I think we have 7 minutes, so let's start. In 2016, our school won the Zeit Sustainability Prize. And we weren't actually in the team that won the prize, but we were in 6th grade, and it inspired us to start our own project. Back then, we really just wanted to have a boat. So we started, and we had the vision to build a flying boat. It's called a hydrofoil. It uses wings to lift the hull out of the water to get faster speeds and higher efficiency. And we did about a year of planning and managing and trying to get it to work. And we actually managed to get it to work, at least on the theoretical side of things. But then we were told, as in Germany, all the safety standards are quite high, that we weren't allowed to actually build the boat itself. So we transitioned to a catamaran design. And in about 3 years, we built our solar-powered catamaran. We had some difficulties along the way with our big COVID pandemic, which was all around, and we were in different schools. So we couldn't actually work all the time, but we managed to do it finally. Yeah, but there were some more difficulties we faced, and Moritz is going to tell you a bit more about it.
Yes, so the development of our solar catamaran wasn't without challenges. Yet each obstacle conquered and every milestone celebrated reinforced our belief in the power of collaboration. Foundation support exemplified successful partnerships and driving sustainability solutions forward. The impact of our solar catamaran was twofold. It showcases eco-friendly marine propulsion and serves as an educational tool, inspiring the next generations of environmental innovators.
Yeah, our boat wasn't only for us to drive around on the lake and have fun. It had actually a purpose, and still has to this day. It was meant for environmental research from all students around the lake who can document and study the impact climate change and things like microplastic and other types of pollution have on our local ecosystem. We grew up on our lake. It's Lake Constance. It's in the heart of Germany, and it's the 3rd biggest freshwater lake in Europe. So we always had a close connection to it. The lake we live on is one of the least affected areas around the world in terms of climate change, but still diesel-powered vessels and other types of microplastic as well as other pollutants are threatening our ecosystem. That's why we started to build our solar-powered catamaran. That was the inspiration for it.
So what we wanted to say is that we young people can be an example for turning visions into impact, and so let us here today be with optimism, knowing that our collaborative efforts will pave the way towards a more sustainable planet for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Oh, sure. We can't. I don't want to break it.
Can I please ask the next session leads to come and speak to me? Are you here? Ride to COP28 TEDx style session. Hi everyone, we are now ready to start our next TEDx style session of today. These are the last few sessions now, and then we move on to policy briefing in about 45 minutes. So it's my pleasure to introduce this session. This is Green Bites, Young Minds Transforming Traditional Farming. You have 7 minutes, the floor is yours.
Where's the clicker? I've been told there's a clicker here somewhere. Is it this? No.
Does anyone have the clicker for the TV? Is it on the seat somewhere? Okay, all good.
Hi everyone, I know we are a bit of a thin room. Maybe some people will come join us. Most people do not like or find the idea of agriculture boring, but I think it's a very interesting topic that looks at who we are, the basic foundations of who we are. As a community, as a people, we need to eat to survive, we need to eat to live. So thank you I hope that you learn at least one thing or the other. So the thing about agriculture is everyone uses traditional agricultural methods. And by that I mean a lot of people, especially in Africa. So the possibility of production is very high. However, most people use traditional methods. And this can be traced back to historical ways, and we'll not get into that. But it's actually a very big problem. And there's essentially a lot of resource consumption. It's extremely high, which also causes low yields because a lot of pesticides are used, and climate vulnerability. We all know that's the reason why we are here. Extreme temperatures, low temperatures, they cause death and everything. So I think it's very important that we are able to modernize, to become better versions of who we are, to ensure that our food systems are growing. Because somebody has to produce the food, whether we like it or not, because we all need to eat. Now, it's very important for us to modernize agriculture. Mostly we do this through transformational technology, which is becoming a very big part. When we use technology, we can increase yields. We are also able to guard against climate vulnerability, and we are also able to minimize our environmental footprint. There are a number of young minds who are innovating. I'm one of them. I'll tell you about my project later, my product later. But if you look around the world, people are using AI. That's through precision farming. People are using blockchain. You'd never think about that in agriculture. People are using drones, machine learning to be able to ensure that agriculture becomes a better version of what we know it today, to be able to increase the yields, to be able to ensure that people are eating enough and that everything is on the right track. Now, cloud-based tools, we all use the cloud to store information, and it's also something that is being used. There was an event that was going on. It was the Youth Adapt Challenge, run by the African Development Bank, together with the GCA, the Global Center for Adaptation. And it was looking at how technologies are moving forward and how they're adapting to the changing climate. And I think the winners are all people that you should take a look at. Now, myself, I'm a co-founder of a certain company based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we use IoT, which means the Internet of Things, how essentially everything is interconnected. It is a patented device, and we call it the digital mother hen. So it's a smart brooder, essentially using technology to ensure that brooding becomes a simpler, more efficient way of monitoring and automatically controlling all temperatures, humidity, and anything that is necessary for chicks to be able to survive. Because we need to be able to ensure that we are providing enough food. We're also able to come up with an application that allows, it's essentially a digital farm, allowing for traceability, allowing you to be able to do everything through your mobile phone. We send SMS alerts in case there's any issues, which means that farmers tend to have a peace of mind. Because unfortunately in Kenya, in most of sub-Saharan African countries, people use charcoal-based heating methods, mostly the charcoal jikos. And this is essentially unsustainable and also uses a lot of charcoal. And the smart brooder is able to reduce that. We're also able to solve for climate adaptability. For thermal comfort, it means that the temperature of the chicks is kept at optimum levels. Water availability, there's water scarcity, drought that's going on. So we are able to tell farmers when their water levels are down and whether their birds are intaking enough water for them to be able to correct the situation. And we are also able to have price fluctuations. We're able to stabilize them because when the climate is horrible, then that means that supply is low, meaning that farmers are going to get higher prices and vice versa. When the climate is amazing, then that means the supply is high, meaning farmers are not getting enough and enough money for their products. So we guard against this by providing them linkages with amazing or the biggest selling buyers in our country. Essentially, everything we are trying to do is, to ensure that there's impact. It's very important that farmers get more money. The problem in sub-Saharan Africa is that people do not get enough money for what they do. How the idea for Smart Brooder came about was myself and 3 other friends who were trying to make money while we were in university, start a side hustle, but we quickly realized how hard it was. We kept 200 chicks, of them 70 died very quickly, and so this is how this idea was born. We're also able to reduce carbon by reducing charcoal. We've been able to reduce by 100 tons alone this year, and we're trying to do much more than that as we scale up and also adapt to the changing climates, because that's an important thing. And then the issue of women, gender equality, or uplifting the women in our societies, because they are often left out. Most of our clients are women, and most small-scale farmers, or at least the poultry farmers in Africa in itself in general, are women. And also increasing the access to high-quality protein is something very essential because, protein is one of the building blocks in our food systems, and I think it's very important that we are able to do this. So for me, it was just a very basic situation. It was I just had one goal, to make sure that young people across the world try to innovate, try to come up with solutions that are going to be able to help the world become a better place, help people try and eat enough food, get enough systems, get enough nutrition in their bodies. So for me, it was just a challenge. I was able to do something. We are trying to make it bigger. What can you do in your own communities that can be able to ensure that agriculture becomes something that is worth its time? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. I know there are not a lot of you, but thank you for
Testing. Okay. Hi, everyone. We're now on to our last session of the day before we go into the policy briefing at 5:30. So it's now my pleasure to introduce this session, which is Youth-Led Innovation, Startups Shaping Sustainability Through Technology. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming today. My name is Abdurrahman Al-Azghul. I'm a part of the Arab Youth Technology Fellowship 3 edition from Arab Youth Center in Dubai. I will come to introduce that project, that Arab Youth Program 3rd edition come from the fellowship edition to related for the COP28 in Dubai here. We selected 3 criteria. We take 3 courses, 3 months about sustainable development by and online before to came in the COP18. We also get the chance to get the training about the leadership, about the sustainable, about different topics, and we selected 30 people around in Middle East. The criteria is coming from Arab Youth Center to help all the entrepreneurship to start your project. We lucky guys, we was graduation yesterday. We selected 3 the top project, and we support the 3 project and the winning in yesterday. That's the country in Middle East, 22 country. We selected 30 people around different criteria in Middle East. I'm a part of the fellowship in this year. Till you introduce myself, my name is Abdurrahman Al-Azghul. I'm a founder of Bread for Education, Recycling for Education from in Jordan. Actually, this photo is coming from the story. I was a graduate from Hawaii in SOS Center in Honolulu 2013. And before I graduate, everyone know each country, what you have. I'm living Jordan, I know we don't have much resources. I'm thinking, as an entrepreneur, I try to change the mentality about recycling. But everyone know the bread is something sharing between an Arab country and also in Muslim and Christian. Everyone can throw everything except the bread. I collect the bread. I choose the bread because I see when I was in go to school, when the people eat the sandwich, you throw the paper and you keep the sandwich in the window when you finish, the small pieces. I'm thinking, these small pieces, you can make a good impact. And also, in 2013, a lot of refugees from Syria coming to Jordan from Palestine. We don't have opportunity for the girls to go back in the school. I decided to do something to help people to back in the school. I collect the bread from the bakery and the restaurant and hotels and use it for the animal fields and sell it for the farmer industry. I use a 30% from the bread to make a scholarship for the student and the girls to go back in the school, and 10% our sustainable. 1.3 million ton from in the world coming from the hostels go in the waste. Like more than 100,000 ton in Middle East from the hotels. In the market size in Jordan, more than 6,000 ton a monthly go in the waste. Unfortunately, this bread, you can use it to help to eat it to feed people, but we can use it as to feed some animal. And also 90,000 people in the children not get chance to go to school around because the war, because something happened in Middle East. I decided to collect the bread and do it for recycle, to mix it with the corn, with tomato and dry it, and use animal to sell it for the food as a livestock for the animals. I use it 10% our scholarship for the student, 90% our sustainable. All the projects in the world die without the fund. When the fund is done, the project will be die. We're thinking, I'm trying to make a project sustainable and also the project make impact. Doesn't matter slow or moving slow, whatever, because you take like $100 million and you be finished with 3 years without sometimes impact. We're looking to help. Like if you help one student, you make really good impact in the future. Our work so far, in 2018, we started before that, we started 2 initiatives, 2013. Until 2018, we established a company called Recycling for Education. Bread for Education become as a profit as a non-profit organization. It's called name Recycling for Education. We collect 100 ton a monthly. We make a profit 10,000. We help 150 students. We have a course 50 go for revenue and 50 for sustainable. In 2019, we collect then 150 tons. Make it because each course from one ton is cost you like 120. It depends the season. If the winter is coming, you'll be selling different price. It depends which season you're making. And also, Bread for Education is come a non-profit organization. Is called Recycling for Education. We have 6 projects, same objective and different criteria. The first one is Bread for Education, Paper for Education, Plastic for Education, and Technology for Education and Wood for Education. Why you make this? Because we build a new generation believe about recycling. You can't make a change if the people don't believe what you do. If you look and we got many books in the street and people keeping through everything it makes. You need to awareness and to help people to separate what you do exactly. The third one, that's our team. We started with 2-3 people. Now we have a big company. We don't have center now. We have a center in Jordan. We have a team in different area. We got a different like ambassador about recycling in something unbelievable. I started, remember, in 2013, people laughing me. I'm on stage, that's guy, he collect the bit. What the crazy? Look around yourself. Go back in the hotels and see the Brit, what's going on, guys. Every single day, the British go waste. We need to start for something, no pay attention, but something you can. The small pieces can help one student to make good impact in the future. And also, we got 12 award international with something unbelievable. We started like a small grant and people make awareness. We expand in different countries, Morocco, Jordan, and Kuwait. Now we build a small industry in Jordan, and Queen Rani, she visited the company and all the celebration. If you see the picture, that's one from different country in the world. And also this market size that we're looking for is investment here in the COP28. We got a chance to expand, inshallah, in Saudi Arabia. And I really thank you so much to listening about exactly what's happening in my story. I'm going to end it for the presentation. Just believe what you do. The thing doesn't matter if that's simple or not worth it for some people. Something can make good impact in the future. Thank you so much. If not work is okay. That's a small video from Queen Rania when she visited the company. First, greenhouse from the plastic. You see that one, bottles, recycling. This piece for bread. That's made from recycling. Also this carton from recycling. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce also my friend Tahani and Bushra. Tahani is not here, but Bashar is not here. Tahani, she take the presentation. We also, Tahani, she went yesterday about Arab Youth 3rd edition from the Arab Youth Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. So basically, You can hear me, right? Okay. So the main problem is that the carbon footprint is 24% from the vehicle in the UAE. So that cause like breathing problems and different impact. So our solution is tested in UK and it's validated through our project. It's called Traffic Ear. Traffic Ear is combined between sensor with the smart sensor combined with camera and microphone using artificial intelligence to analyze the traffic congestion and the traffic congestion and air pollution and noise pollution to help the decision maker to do some good action. So what we offer exactly is that here, this is a small demo. I'm going to show you the small demo, then I will show you what we offer and like what is the special feature that we have. Oh, the controller, yeah, does it work? Okay, okay. So basically, first of all, we will put the project near to the the lights, the street lights. We will post it there, and every time when the car is coming, it's counting the car and what type of engine that they're using. So like different car, some cars they're using petrol, diesel vehicles, motorcycle. We are designing that with our camera and the smart sensor. So here, like you can see, this is like a small prototype of our dashboard. It shows the buses, the van, and how many cars through the audio analysis. So like the main technical feature is the audio. Here, what we're offering is real-time analysis, is the traffic count, engine time, and vehicle emissions, and the speed of the car. Because every time if they are like speeding so fast, it reduces more carbon. And also we have AI context aware that can help get an AI professional decision maker. So it will help the government also. And the intelligent prediction, it can like predict that near to the schools there is, for example, 50% of carbon emissions. So in that case, there we need to do some action, like to reduce the car or like to have a limited, the signals to like stuff like that to just reduce the carbon. So here our target market is to get 434 million by the end of 2026. Here the competitions is like our traffic ear having AI prediction, noise detection, and vehicle emissions, and also AI context aware. This is the unique feature that we have in our project. Basically, as I said before, that we tested in UK. Also, the government funded us 1 million just to help the project so we can spread it around the UK. Also, we published academic paper. We have 20 sensors in UK. Also, there is a contract with West Coach, as you can see, and here's some logos of our potential customers in UK. Also, the graffiti, the people who are drawing on the walls and stuff like that, it can also detect that there are some people there because we have a microphone and audio analysis. So the hardware exactly it's cost 1,500, and there's like some I don't know some technical feature mistakes, and also the software is $120 costly per month. And exactly we want to launch like our company in Dubai, because Dubai is very huge and like a lot of traffic and noise pollution. Also, our potential customer will be the RTA and the Abu Dhabi Police. Also, we talked with the RTA, and inshallah they are coming like to do some action with us. So here our team, our CEO is Anwar. I don't know how to spell his family name, but our CEO is Anwar. And here our different teams, I'm majoring in information security and minor AI. Also our Hamda, our front is sustainability and renewable energy. And also Bashir, software engineer, and Ahmed for the data analysis to analyze the data that we are produced. So here we are asking for a raise a fund for $400,000 for 1 year. And this is the customer and the product development. Yeah, thank you. Do you have any question regarding the project or the technical feature? Yeah, and here my colleague Bashir.
We open the discussion now. If anyone have a question, Tahani, she join us now. Unfortunately, have something. Bashir, I confuse between Tahani and Bashir. If anyone have, yes, just make a mistake. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question because I didn't understand. Do you install them on cars or on the road streets? Oh, okay. So it means it detects the sound and reduces it to avoid noise pollution. And how about helping the traffic? How does it help to reduce or minimize traffic?
Exactly like after the analysis and how many cars, this will make the government or the most of the ministries like to take an action. So for example, if there is a lot of traffic, like because you know when I said there is a speed limit, like every car is like more than for example it's exceeding the speed limit. So in that time the government needs to take an action to put like in this street because it's a lot of traffic you need to reduce the speed. And that time there will be a positive impact, like it will enhance the reduction of the carbon emissions.
Okay, so it aimed at reducing the emission from the traffic.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And also noise pollution, because you know the noise pollution is the third source of pollution in UAE, especially for Dubai. That's why we want to start in Dubai, then we will spread around the different Emirates.
Any question for the Bridge for Education project? Recycling the bread. Yes, please.
So I have a question mainly on the this model. So how was the development process like, and did you guys face any challenges, or did you have any model before this final model?
So first, we are developing.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Unless I missed something, I was wondering how the technology reduces noise pollution. Yes.
How the technology? Yeah, can you repeat the question again, please?
You said one of the roles of your system is
Yes.
to reduce noise pollution, right?
Yes.
And I was wondering how that happens.
This will happen by after analyze. We have an artificial intelligence technology that will analyze the traffic and count. There is a specific formula to know the percentage of the pollution in the specific place. After counting the cars and the speed and how much does it diffuse or spread. After that, after analyze and know the result, this will help the decision maker. So in that position, we will send this to the decision maker to help to reduce. So they will take an action, or we will suggest for them our AI context aware, because it's it have a strong result.
Okay, I think that it provides data for the decision makers to probably improve their product or something.
Yes,
like that.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Any question else? Any comment? Yes, please. The last one.
So just a clarification on what he asked. So basically the model aims to somehow limit noise pollution at the manufacturing phase, or even, for example, for cars that have already been manufactured and are already on the road. Are there ways for the data to be used to actually maybe alter the cars or in order to reduce the noise pollution?
Yes, because it's like we have different feature in one project. First, it's the air pollution, as I said, the traffic congestion and the carbon emissions. And the second one is the noise pollution. So basically, you know, when there is a lot of traffic, the cars sound too much loud and stuff like that. So there is a different type of pollution, and that's what we offer in our project.
Excuse me, guys. We take a one photo together if you want before to leave. Can you join us? Take a one photo, all photo together. Thank you. Say hi, guys. Thank you so much.
Finished? Thank you all so much. We're just going to take a short break and we'll start our daily policy briefing, which will begin at 5:30 right here.
Check, check. Yeah. Want to check your mic?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm
Yeah.
here, about to speak. Are we good?
I'm having a handheld.
Yep. Yeah.
Everyone. Welcome to today's policy briefing. Same as always, 30 minutes. We're going to go over the day. So over to you.
Hello, everyone.
No.
Hello, everyone. Welcome you all to the Children and Youth Pavilion. So this is the policy briefing that is held at the Children and Youth Pavilion. This is a collaboration with Climate Tracker, a global network of climate journalists, and Yongo, the official children and youth constituency to the UNFCCC. So today is the 6th policy briefing session, day 7 of the COP. Here to get it into with us, I will introduce you guys to 2 amazing young people, so please let me introduce them. So here is Kalisha Williams. She is a multi-award winning journalist from Jamaica with over 6 years of experience. She is currently a news reporter, producer, and anchor at Television Jamaica, Jamaica's leading broadcast network. Over the years, Kalisha has developed a passion for telling stories on the environment, especially climate change and biodiversity. And here is Big Win Carpenter, a two-spirit Northern Arapaho from Arapaho, Wyoming. And they have been participating in UN's COP25, 27, and 28. They bring a global perspective to passionate advocacy, and now as the Tribal Engagement Coordinator for the Wyoming Outdoor Council, Bigwin ardently champions indigenous rights and environmental justice. Their impactful advocacy spans local, statewide, national, and international policy, showcasing a steadfast commitment to meaningful change and sustainability. So let's jump right into it. So Kalisha, what are the key happenings from today?
Thank you so much for having me. So today was really focusing on transportation, multi-level action, as well as urbanization and built environment. The closing plenary was supposed to happen at 4:30, but it was pushed back. I think it should be going on right now. I'm really not sure, so that's something to look out for. But earlier today, the United Nations Executive Secretary, Simon Steele, he had a media stakeout where he mentioned some of the key issues that we should be looking out for, what has happened so far, and what should happen next in terms of setting the tone. So one of the main issues he mentioned was that it cannot be business as usual if you want to get to the bottom of the climate crisis. And we saw on the very first day of COP was unprecedented. The Loss and Damage Fund was created, but he said that it cannot be the be-all and end-all. It's just the beginning. So what we need now in terms of going into week 2 is for governments to really advise their negotiators that we need high-level action. It cannot just be a focus on scoring political points. And also the global stocktake should be the vehicle which drives, that action. And the global adaptation goal as well, we must not lose track of that, because over the past few days, there has been a lot of talk on loss and damage, but not really looking at adaptation, which works hand in hand with, loss and damage. And he also mentioned that 8 billion people now are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And right now, 50 countries have national adaptation plans. And then there's the text of phase out, that we have been hearing a lot about phasing out fossil fuels over the past few days. And there's still some disquiet in terms of how it will work. We're not sure of the timeline, and phasing out may not mean zero fossil fuel. It may be unabated. And so these are some things that we need to look out for. So those are some of the key elements today in terms of the topics of day 7.
Thank you so much. And as we know, G, S, and T are the 3 letters that are rolling off of many lists throughout this COP. So can you please give us some updates on this big win?
Yeah, so Global Stocktake has been sent to the SB chairs, so the negotiations are paused for a couple days. And what we know is that going into the second week, we'll kind of get into the nitty-gritty of like the technical parts of the GST. Now, currently, the parties have essentially 5 working days to complete this text by the end of the conference. And currently, as the text stands right now, it's very chunky, it's very long, and it really lacks clarity in regards to the fossil fuel language. There has been a mention of the global fossil fuel phase out in paragraph 35, but the text still lacks a timeline, which is actually really, really critical. Without these details, we can't be confident that the countries are going to make progress on the need for the fossil fuel phase-out language in the GST.
Thank you so much. And do you have any insights into what happened at the 7 p.m. meeting we told everyone about yesterday evening?
Yes, definitely. So the parties really came out with their scalpels and blades right to the text. And while we don't have enough time to go over country by country, we can give you a couple highlights. So Saudi Arabia is still opposing the references to human rights and any reference to fossil fuel phase-outs. And there is still work to be done to find fossil fuel phase-out language that all countries can get behind. Some countries like Iran and Russia are still determined to keep the narrative that natural gas is a bridging fuel. And other countries like Malawi are adamant that the GST needs to deliver on the 1.5 degree target and on the finance language.
Thank you so much for your sharings, Bigwin. But we have acknowledged that is not all about global stocktake, isn't it? So can you please share with us that what other tracks should we not miss on, Kalisha?
Thank you so much, Nu. You're right. All texts count and are important. For instance, the mitigation work program, which has stalled. I mean, a new text was accepted, but again, it's still lacking and it's still at risk of further weakening. So I guess we'll see how that goes. And then the global goal on adaptation, I alluded to earlier. Urgent progress on adaptation, it's critical. And we, again, I continue to stress how we've been focusing on loss and damage and the loss and damage fund over the past few days now. But they have to go hand in hand, adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage. And it remains at serious risk of being a holdup on the agenda items. And this would put COP at risk, in jeopardy in terms of achieving the ambitions. An ambitious agreement on the global goal and adaptation framework would have to include comprehensive implementations, targets, and indicators on themes, as well as dimensions. And essentially, the GGA has not received the attention, in terms of at this stage, and it threatens to derail the negotiations. So I think those are some things we need to look out for, as well as the over-reliance on carbon capture storage. I mean, CO2 capture and storage is a problem, and it has been masqueraded as a solution. So further entrenches the oil and gas industry as well as requires subsidies. So these are some of the issues that we need to look out for in terms of mitigation work program, the global goal on adaptation, as well as over-reliance on carbon captures.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. So now, Bigwin, can you please tell us what should we keep an eye out for at this stage?
When talking about these negotiations, we need to really look out for the quality of finance. And so what's happening right now is that some of the pledges are conditional, they're interest-bearing, and they're kind of skewed by design towards for-profit mitigation. And the SIDS, like small island developing states, are kind of in dismay on how the multiple drafts are not required solidarity or support, particularly around adaptation. When we're talking about food systems, there's a new coordination group to guide the future action of the building of this outcome through COP28. And something else to look out for is that we're needing stronger language on enhancing biodiversity conservation. There has been some kind of like talking about the RED Plus, which has to do with carbon markets. We need to be able to make sure that the context of reducing emissions through deforestation and forest degradation. And then the capacity building through Article 6.8, which also has to do with carbon markets, talking about how the least developed countries can capitalize on emerging carbon credits through the finance development like green bonds, etc. And then there are some decisions that have been happening relating to the loss and damage items like the governance of the Warsaw International Mechanism.
Okay, thank you so much. So after we've heard all about these technicals updates, so how do you think it applies to the works that the youth around the world are doing right now, Kalisha?
Okay, so I think it's very important in terms of bringing the youth into perspective, because we always hear that sometimes you hear the youth not being involved or being a part of the conversation, or they feel as if the youth cannot provide expertise in some of these topics. So I think it kind of set the tone on what we need to do and the areas we need to focus on, and not get just today just being a part of a media huddle outside the media center. And in the first week, there were a lot of announcements and everyone was excited. So it's for us not to get distracted, for the youth to focus on some of the real issues. Is this really greenwashing? And to get deep into the conversation of what is happening within the negotiation room. A lot of what we're seeing here may be, as I mentioned earlier, to score political points. So we need to go beyond the noise, look beyond the noise, is what one negotiator mentioned to me today, and to focus on the key issues of what we need to focus on in terms of keeping the goal of 1.5 alive, really.
So thank you so much for the sharing of the two speakers today. So I know that they have been sharing a lot of information. So maybe a lot of you have some questions related to the topics that they have been sharing about. So if you have any kind of questions, please raise your hands and I will pass the mics out. Or does anyone want to add anything that you think we have missed, or any further intel you want to share? Please raise your hands. Sorry, what? I just heard something, but so do
I think
anyone?
someone is over there.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I don't know if I missed this because I came in a little bit late, but I was in the ACE negotiations. Did you talk about those at all?
No, if you could give us what you heard, that'd be great.
So this is the first time that there will not be a text released from COP on ACE. The matters on ACE negotiations did not go well. They did not reach a consensus, and they invoked Rule 16. So there's nothing coming out of those negotiations. They'll be taking the negotiations to Bonn. And a lot of the contention was around finance for ACE, and including finance for ACE in the ACE dialogues that are upcoming in 2024 and 2025, and in the midterm review for 2026. Oh, Rule 16 is basically that because they couldn't come to, this is my understanding, which is very limited, because they could not come to a decision about one paragraph of text, they placed Rule 16, which means like nothing goes through.
Right.
Because they were going to allow through text that they had already agreed upon, but because of that, they said this text is not worth anything unless we get this paragraph figured out, which they didn't.
Thank you, colleague. So I was going to bring that up as well. So I was also following ACE negotiation. So just to add a bit on the Rule 16. So on the procedural, unless like if the negotiations come to a conclusion on the draft text, it get passed and that goes as a decision text. That's the first procedure. So second way to end it is procedural text. So basically the co-facilitator notes that this has been discussed and this should be taken into next considerations. Even for that, groups couldn't come to common ground, so therefore Rule 16 was invoked. So as she mentioned, it was mainly based on finance element. Certain group didn't want to put the finance element in, the other group didn't want to leave it out as it was their main mandate for the negotiations. So just to add a bit to that. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think maybe our two speakers could answer 2 questions first, and then we would go to another round of Q&A. Maybe a few minutes to think.
I'm supposed to ask a question? No, I don't understand.
About the loss and damage.
I mean, so you're going to ask me the question, right? There was no question.
So is there anyone else want to ask any questions? Or I could give out more questions to our speakers. Nope? Okay.
Were there any further pledges today, or any, what you would say, what's the most progress that's been made today in any area in particular?
Well, for me, I'm focusing a lot on the Caribbean, so small island developing states. And my focus today is really on the progress of what needs to happen now. So I had an interview today with a negotiator, and the argument really was that there has been a lot of public relations in the first week and a lot of greenwashing. And we need to look beyond what we're seeing in the negotiating room. So in terms of the approach for week 2, what governments need to focus on is setting high ambitions and ensuring that the negotiators in the room are not simply there to score political points, and focus on these high targets that we need to, especially in regards to the fossil fuel phase out. They're not too optimistic about that, but I guess we'll see how it progresses over the next few days. But that has really been my story.
That we might miss is that where's the money to do it? So Bigwin, can you please share some updates about loss and damage funds?
Totally. So what I've been kind of watching throughout this COP has to do with loss and damage in Article 6, which has to do with carbon markets. But what we can see through this first week is like this high number of how much money has been pledged, billions of dollars. But what needs to be recognized is that a lot of this is broken up through different areas. And so I'm from the United States, and so particularly for the United States has pledged to do $3 billion for the Green Climate Fund, but only mentioned about $14 million for the Loss and Damage Fund. And when we talk about the UAE, they've committed to $100 million for the Loss and Damage Fund, which when we talk about per capita is pretty ridiculous. And also, it's really interesting because when we break it down, the UAE wasn't obligated to put any money into the Loss and Damage Fund because it's still considered by the UN as a developing nation. So when we talk about the Global North and their commitment to the Loss and Damage Fund, we've seen some pretty weak commitments this week. And so right coming into this COP, we're wrapping up week 1, it was like we're hitting the ground running. We got operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund. But we've seen some pretty, we need to be able to push the Global North to double down on those numbers that they've committed, because we can see already that developing oil-rich countries are already meeting the needs that are needed. We need $3 trillion for the loss and damage fund over the next 40 years to be able to make what needs to happen for especially small island nations, for developing nations, and particularly the global south who are facing the brunt of climate change.
Thank you so much, Big Win. So also on that topic, Kalisha, do you want to add on something?
Yes, so over the past few days, I've been focusing a lot on loss and damage. As I mentioned earlier, I am from Jamaica, which is a small island developing state, and we have been hit hard by hurricanes and tropical storms. And one of the biggest challenges for us is really finance. So we cannot build resilience without finance. We cannot invest in smart technologies. For instance, this year, agricultural sector was hit hard by drought. We can't do anything without finance, really. But another part of the coin, which it was mentioned to me last night, is focusing on climate justice on a national level. Because we often see, for instance, the delegations, the ministers, they come to COP and they seek finance. But what are they doing when they leave COP? And I think that is important for us too, even as young people, is to continue the conversation after COP. Because they appeal for instance, protection for vulnerable countries. But when you go, for instance, in the Caribbean, we see a big focus on tourism, where they're building these hotels and so in protected areas, in mangroves, we should be protecting our coastline. So we see a lot of talk here at COP, but I think we need to continue the conversation beyond COP, especially in regards to loss and damage. But I do take your point in that we need money, and we need more efforts and action by the global north, especially the United States. I know the conversation is a bit more nuanced in the sense that what the negotiators want so far is for all developing countries to be a part of the conversation in regards to accessing that loss and damage fund. So we're going to see where some of the bigger countries like the United States is kind of pushing back because of who will have access to that fund. And we know that China and India may also have access to that fund. So those are some of the issues that we will have to look into, but I don't know. I tend to be a little bit more optimistic in terms of what we'll achieve at the end of COP. But yes, again, doubling down on the point that we need to look at what happens beyond COP and putting pressure on some of our leaders too.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. I saw lots of head nods from over there, so I think a lot of people are really agree with the points that Kalisha just made. So since we don't have much time for today, so I'm really sad, but we have to close the briefing for today, and we will open the floor for more questions. And thank you so much, all of you guys, for joining the sessions of today. And we are really looking forward for more updates about Global Stock Tech tomorrow as they meet tonight to do the surgery on the current documents. And also, we are 1 day away from the rest day, so that's some things that we really look forward to. And thank you and thank you so much for joining our session today.
Hope you all get some rest tomorrow.
Yes.
And also, we invite you guys to join the Signal groups for reading updates every day. And I'm not so sure that where's the QR code is, but please contact me for the QR codes. I will show you guys the QR codes, and we can join the groups for the reading updates every day. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So I'm the founder and director of a nonprofit called Mirror. So we're trying to upcycle plastic waste into mirrors for a bunch of adaptation requirements. But my message to you is that as climate leaders, you should be aware of the latest climate science. A major paper has come out last month by the group of James Hansen, the famous NASA scientist who testified in '83 about the effect of greenhouse gases. And the content of that paper is not very encouraging. Basically, his group found we have committed warming up to 4 or 5 degrees by the end of the century, even at current levels of greenhouse gases. So I'd like to discuss more with anyone who's interested in the implications of this newest piece of science, which has been heavily reviewed. Myself was involved in the review process, and I also came to the same conclusion in 2019 when I was a principal investigator at Harvard. And that realization was the reason why I abandoned my previous research in low temperature physics to focus instead on fighting global warming. So if you're interested in learning more, come to me and we can discuss. Thank you.
So much.
mic doesn't work. Sorry. I'm very loud. No worries
Josh?
about that.
We need it.
Oh, okay.
Testing, testing.
Oh, wow, Carly, how does that work now? Okay. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Here you go. Again, for the third time. Hello, everyone. Wow, very enthusiastic crowd. Very enthusiastic. Hello, Vikrant. Hello, Ashik Bhai. Louder, man, louder. You're from Bangladesh. Show some energy. Show some energy. Okay. Hello, Aman. Brother has the strongest energy. So we'll start in 5 minutes because a lot of people said they're on the way, and you know how big the pavilion is. So people are a bit at a distance. So people are coming in. We'll start in 5. Till then, chat around, talk to people, get to know each other. Thank you. I do remember people. Come on, I made a mistake once, and you tell me how to paint your life. Let's do one thing. So let's sit together before people come. We can chat.
One of the very last section, but
the guy you see dressed as a politician is not actually a politician. He's a youth. Come here, let's sit closer. Ashik bhai, come. Yeah, so what? No worries. We are youth. We are Asian youth. We have the energy. And I'm feeling like I'm overdoing it. I'll have a seat. Where are you? Not a lot. Not a lot. It's around 6. Guys, come on in, come on in. You come near the Chinese pavilion, you get in. That's the rule. Okay, so where are you from? Oh, it's in Asia. Hi, where are you from? Oh, you're from Asia. Sit down. Oh, yeah, that's Asia. Sit down. The entire world is Asia for the next hour. So, okay, guys, let's start. We have a good crowd. Let's start. Hey, guys, come on, come. Okay, as we are not a lot of people. have an agenda. Let's not follow that. Just keep it casual and let's just chat. But we had a game planned. Let's play the game. Okay. So, as you are all from Hong Kong and you don't know where they're from, don't say where you're from. So the game is, one of them will give you a hint about where they're from, and you have to guess where they're from. Okay.
A small number of countries visit. It's not hard to guess.
No, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. For example, give me a hint. I'll show you how hard it is.
I mean, otherwise it's very easy.
Still, give me a hint. No, you're from China. You're from Nepal? Okay, see? Oh my god, you're like a dictionary.
Oh my god.
Mashkur, do you want to join us? You're also from Asia, come in. You're from the south, so it's Asia, come in. So, let's do one thing. Let's play a game. Because we had a country guessing game planned, but then again, we all know where we're from. You're from Hong Kong, right? Yeah, I know. Ah, Mike. So, Ashik bhai, let's play a game. Give us a hint where you are from. Wow, super hint giver, I guess. Don't make it too obvious. Who can guess? Who can guess? Can anyone guess? No one? No, you're wrong. Anyone? No. Can anyone from this side guess where he's from? So he said he's from a country that has a very complex map. It goes like this, and it has some sea borders, and then there is the neighboring country surrounded from 3 sides. Yeah. What? No. No. Who can say it from this crowd? Guess. Wow. Do you guys need geography books? Yeah. And right, the country that goes this. Give us another clue, easier clue. Okay, the country plays cricket. Are you saying it's India? No, you're wrong. Who can go? No. Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess? Do you have a guess? Take a guess. It's not a competition. Take a guess. Okay, it's from South Asia. Wow, he is literally spoon feeding you. No. Hi, come in. Okay, the country is Bangladesh. Then again, it was too easy that you guessed it the first time. Okay, Max, you give us some hint about the country you're from. You have the best? What? Bread. Okay, Max's country has the best bread in the world. Do I need to speak louder? Louder? Even louder? He's saying something. I'll go. You guys keep guessing. It's good? It's good? No, it's good. Okay, does the audio come up till here? Oh, okay, fine. Make a guess. It has the best bread. Don't say it correct. Make some wrong guesses first. Let's make the game interesting a bit. Okay, who can guess? Can you guess? What, man? Pretend you didn't hear that. Is it Laos, Max? No, it's not Laos, but it's close. Best bread. Would you like to give another hint? Maybe an easy, much easier one. Oh, wow, wow. Okay, this country has the oldest forest in the world. One of the oldest. Okay, she said Indonesia. Is it Indonesia? Okay, okay, that's another hint. The country is neighbors with Indonesia. Brunei, closer, closer. What? Okay, you got it. One. What's your name? Sorry? A round of applause for King. Come on, guys, clap. I'm the only one talking here. No, your one doesn't count. You made it too easy. So give us a hint about your country. Okay, brother's country has the oldest civilization ever. She said India. Is it India? No, it's not India. Okay, you can't discuss. You have to give an answer. Why are you discussing with them? You have a guess? He said Iran. Is it Iran? No, it's not Iran. Any more guesses? Syria? Close. Don't you get no more guesses. You're from Cambridge. You have much more talent than us. Silence. Okay. Sorry? Mashkur said Egypt. Ah, Mashkur, good job. Egypt it is. Now, no one knows about your country. Did anyone hear where she is from? No. Okay. Take off your cap. Take off your caps. Yeah. Okay, take off your cap. The name of your country. You stay silent. Okay, give us a hint about your country. It has a specific tree called baobab. What's the country? Okay, it's Madagascar. Okay, she made it too easy. Okay, now coming to this side. Do you all know where they're from? They're from different countries, by the way. Yeah. Give us a hint. Okay, the country she's from has identity crisis. Where is she from? Oh, you already heard it. You're cheating, right? Okay, Serena, you give us a hint from about the country you're from. Give us a hint. Don't tell the name. Just give us a hint. Okay, curry. Her country is famous for curry. Okay, it's just curry. We can't let's hold there. It's just curry. Oh no, not Thailand. Very good. Thank you. Not Thailand. Any more guesses? You guys have been awfully silent. She said India. Is it India? Ah, surprise! She's from India. That we didn't even know. Okay, Serena's from India. Okay. Anyone else wants to give hints for their countries, about their countries? Are you also from the same country? Say no. Okay. Where are you going? Where? Where closing? What closing? For what? Oh, is it? I'll call you. Okay. Okay. Those of you who are leaving, thank you for coming. It was great having you. We wish we had you for longer. And also, thanks everyone for joining. We'll continue more after the live stream ends. Thank you again. Thank you.